quite similar to the way we humans do the first stages of that, using a neural net and so on, and just saying, given this piece of text, let's ripple through the neural net one word and get one word at a time of output. And it's kind of a shallow computation from a large amount of kind of training data that is what we humans have put on the web. That's a different thing from sort of the computational stack that I spent the last 40 years or so building, which has to do with what can you compute many steps, potentially a very deep computation. It's not sort of taking the statistics of what we humans have produced and trying to continue things based on that statistics. Instead, it's trying to take kind of the formal structure that we've created in our civilization, whether it's from mathematics or whether it's from kind of systematic knowledge of kinds, and use that to do arbitrarily deep computations, to figure out things that aren't just let's match what's already been kind of said on the web, but let's potentially be able to compute something new and different that's never been computed before. So as a practical matter, our goal is to have made as much as possible of the world computable, in the sense that if there's a question that in principle is answerable from some sort of expert knowledge that's been accumulated, we can compute the answer to that question, and we can do it in a sort of reliable way that's the best one can, given what the expertise that our civilization has accumulated. It's a much more sort of labor-intensive on the side of kind of creating kind of the computational system to do that. Obviously, in the kind of the ChatGPT world, it's like take things which were produced for quite other purposes, namely all the things we've written out on the web and so on, and sort of forage from that things which are like what's been written on the web. So I think, as a practical point of view, I view sort of the ChatGPT thing as being wide and shallow, and what we're trying to do with sort of building out computation as being this sort of deep, also broad, but most importantly, kind of deep type of thing. I think that another way to think about this is, you go back in human history, I don't know, 1,000 years or something, and you say, what can the typical person, what's the typical person going to figure out? Well, the answer is there's certain kinds of things that we humans can quickly figure out. That's sort of what our what our neural architecture and the kinds of things we learn in our lives let us do. But then there's this whole layer of kind of formalization that got developed, which is the kind of whole sort of story of intellectual history and whole kind of depth of learning. That formalization turned into things like logic, mathematics, science, and so on. And that's the kind of thing that allows one to kind of build these towers sort of towers of things you work out. It's not just I can immediately figure this out. It's no, I can use this kind of formalism step by step and work out something which was not immediately obvious to me. And that's kind of the story of what we're trying to do computationally, is to be able to build those kind of tall towers, what implies what, and so on. As opposed to kind of the, yes, I can immediately figure it out. It's just like what I saw somewhere else in something that I heard or remembered or something like this.
What can you say about the kind of formal structure, or the kind of formal foundation you can build such a formal structure on, about the kinds of things you would start on in order to build this kind of deep computable knowledge trees?
So the question is sort of how do you think about computation? And there's a couple of points here. One is what computation intrinsically is like, and the other is what aspects of computation we humans with our minds and with the kinds of things we've learned can sort of relate to in that computational universe. So if we start on kind of what can computation be like, it's something I've spent some big chunk of my life studying, is imagine that we usually write programs where we kind of know what we want the program to do, and we carefully write many lines of code, and we hope the program does what we intend it to do. But the thing I've been interested in is, if you just look at the kind of natural science of programs, you just say, I'm going to make this program. It's a really tiny program. Maybe I even pick the pieces of the program at random, but it's really tiny. By really tiny, I mean, less than a line of code type thing. But you say, what does this program do? And you run it. And big discovery that I made in the early 80s is that even extremely simple programs, when you run them, can do really complicated things. It really surprised me. It took me several years to kind of realize that that was a thing, so to speak. But that realization that even very simple programs can do incredibly complicated things that we very much don't expect, that discovery, I mean, I realized that that's very much, I think, how nature works. That is, nature has simple rules, but yet does all sorts of complicated things that we might not expect. You know, it's a big thing in the last few years.
I just sang karaoke for 7 hours straight. Now I am getting kicked from the karaoke club. Period. Why is this? Question mark. I feel like I'm getting kicked on. Period. I didn't do anything wrong, and I have received no warning. Can someone please investigate who keeps kicking me from the karaoke club? Question mark. That was amazing. Great job, Jimmy. This is George Michael's Careless Whisper. I feel so unsure as I take your hand and lead you to the dance floor as the music dies. Something in your eyes comes to mind a silver screen and all its sad goodbyes. I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet have got no rhythm. Oh, it's easy to pretend. I know I'm not a fool. Should've known better than to cheat a friend and waste the chance that I have been given. So I'm never gonna dance again the way I dance with you. Time can never mend the careless whispers of a good friend to the heart and mind. Ignorance is kind. There's no comfort in the truth. Pain is all you'll find. I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet have got no rhythm. Though it's easy to pretend. I know you're not a fool. You should have known better than to cheat a friend and waste the chance that I've been given. So I'm never gonna dance again the way I dance with you. Oh, I'm never dance again. Here we go, friends. Tonight the music seems so loud. I wish that we could lose this crowd. Maybe it's better this way. Hurt each other with the things we wanted to say. We could have been so good together. We could have lived this dance forever. But no one's gonna dance with me these days. And I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet, I've got no rhythm. Though it's easy to pretend. I know you're not a fool. Should've known better than to cheat a friend and waste a chance that I've been given. So I'm never gonna dance again the way I dance with you. Oh, 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 that you're gone. And as you're gone, but it's so long, so long. I can't leave me alone. That was George Michael, Careless Whisper. Thank you for the opportunity to sing to my first Michael. relationships with motherfuckers, but I love them. GV, that was amazing. I really like the song. Just like the song. This is the police, every breath you take. Shout out to everybody out there. I hope you're having a wonderful night wherever you are. I hope many blessings are bestowed upon you, your friends, and family. Shout out to all of you. Every breath you take, every move you make, every bond you break, every step you take, I'll be watching you. Every single day, and every word you say, every game you play, every night you stay, I'll be watching you. Oh, can't you see? You belong to me. I'm a poor heart aches with every step you take, every move you make, and every vow you break, every smile you fake, every claim you stake. I'll be watching you. Since you're gone, I've been lost without a trace. I'm dreaming that I can only see your face. I look deep down, but it's you I can't replace. I feel so cold and I'm lost with your embrace. I keep crying, baby, baby, please. Oh, can't you see you belong to me? How my poor heart aches with every step you take, every move you make, every vow you break, every smile you fake, every pain you scream. I'll be watching you, every move you make, every step you take. I'll be watching you. I'll be watching you. When you take every move you make, every time you break, every watching you. See you like every word you say, every game you play. I'll be watching you. Every time you, I'll be watching you. Every single every word you say, every point I'll be watching you. That was the police. Everybody did everything you said. This is total cruiser. Shout out to everybody in here. Know that you're loved. Hope everybody's having a good day, good evening, good night, wherever you are. All I want to do, whether I get in the morning, is see your eyes. Rosanna, Rosanna. I never thought that a girl like you could ever care for me. Rosanna. All I wanna do in the middle of the evening is hold you tight. Rosanna, Rosanna. I didn't know you were looking for more than I could ever be. Not quite a year since you went away. Rosanna, yeah. Now she's gone, and I have to say, meet you all the way, meet you all the way. Rosanna, yeah. Meet you all the way, meet you all the way. Rosanna, yeah. See your face still shine through the window on the other side. Rosanna, Rosanna. I didn't know that a girl like you could ever be so bad. Rosanna. All I ever need is to compromise. Rosanna, Rosanna. I thought that losing you would ever hurt so bad. Why did you since you went away? Rosanna, yeah. Now she's gone, and I have to say, meet you all the way, meet you all the way. Rosanna, yeah. Meet you all the way, meet you all the way. Rosanna, yeah. One year since you went away. Rosanna, yeah. Now she's gone, and I have to say, meet you all the way, yeah. Meet you all the way, Rosanna, yeah. Meet you all the way, meet you all the way, Rosanna, yeah. Meet you all the way, meet you all the way, Rosanna, yeah. Meet you all the way, meet you all the way, Rosanna, yeah. This is bullshit. Just fight. Who gives a shit? Why? Zuckerberg fucking gives for Jews. This is Weasel's Buddy Holly. If these homies listen to girls, why do they got it from? What did they ever do to these guys that made them so violent? Ooh, ooh, and you know I'm yours. Ooh, ooh, and I know you're mine. Ooh, that's for all time. Ooh, I know just like what I need. And you're married by the home. I don't care what they say about us anyway. I don't care about that. No, you have I'm always near. I know that you need help. Your tongue is twisted, your eyes are slit. You need a guardian. Ooh, ooh, and you know I'm yours. Ooh, ooh, and I know you're mine. Ooh, ooh, therefore, all time. Ooh, I look just like my God. Oh, oh, and you're married by the board. I don't care what they say about it, say. I don't care about that. I don't care about that. Bang, back on the door. Another big bang, get down on the floor. No, no, what do we do? Don't look down, but I'm my shoe. I can't run and I can't kick. What's the matter, baby? I'm feeling sick. What's the matter? What's the matter? What's the matter, you? What's the matter, baby? Feeling blue and oh, 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 oh. That's oh, 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 oh. You, I look just like a diamond. Oh, oh, and you're very tired more. I don't care what they say about us anyway. I don't care about that. 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 That was Windsor Buddy Holly. Thank you so much for the opportunity to sing that. Where's my go? things I think I'm next, but I didn't see the cube move additional. Cube moves. Excellent. All right, this is Nirvana. Smells like Teen Spirit. Bring your friends, what to do, you pretend, she's over for self-assured. No, I know, I just hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. When the lights out, it's the same friends. Here we are now. Entertaining us, I feel stupid. And contagious. Here we are now. Entertaining us, of the light and albino, a mosquito, mosquito. Yeah. I'm worse than what I did to best for this good. I feel blessed, a little fool. Has always been, always will, until the end. Hello, 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 hello. When the lights out, it's a secret. Here we are now, entertainers. I feel stupid, making contagious. Here we are now, entertainers. From the lotto, and albino, a mosquito, a mosquito. Yeah. And I forgot just why I say so. Yeah, I guess it makes me smile. I found it hard. It's hard to find. Well, whatever, never mind. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. When the lights out, it's looking well. Here we are now. Entertain us, I feel stupid. Make it take us. Here we are now. Entertain us, of the lotto. Albino, a mosquito, a beetle, a denial, a denial, a denial, a denial, a denial, And with your honest, notice like it's weird. Thank you for the opportunity to say. Next person ever. It was a screaming baby. Like, really loud. It sounds like a babysitting. Like this girl took the time with a babysit her own child in the guitar to another kid. Like it sounds like Marvel versus Capcom is going on in the back. Like Street Fighter 2. Oh, yeah. Really? Oh, and then she howls at the end. Yeah. Oh wow, is this a fucking thing? Look at this, girls. This is science. Came out of everybody's favorite ass. Really? What is this? That's not. Wow, shit. I wish they had all that bad. Dog, what is this? It sounds like you're playing. This is wild. Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Really? Dog, it is so loud. I'm surprised they're not flipping out. Are you fucking serious? Shout out to Jack. Damn, bro. You nice. Really? Oh, I'm actually getting shit up this empire. That's fun. I think I'm next. Can somebody do it? Just to make sure. Excellent. This is John Bear Daughters. Shout out to all the daughters out there. Shout out to all the sons too. I know a girl. She puts the color inside of my world. But she's just like a maid. When all of the walls are continually changed. I've done all I can to stand on her steps with my heart in my hand. Now I'm starting to see maybe it's got nothing to do with me. Fathers, be good to your daughters. Daughters will love like you do. Girls, in your flowers, who turn into mothers. So mothers, be good to your daughters. Oh, you see that skin? It's the same she's been standing in since the day she saw him walking away. Now she's cleaning up the mess he made. So fathers, be good to your daughters. Daughters will love like you do. Girls become lovers who turn into mothers. So mothers, be good to your daughters. Once you can break, you find out how much they can take. Boys will be strong, and boys soldier on. But boys will be gone without the woman. Good, good, love. Shout out to all of you good people out there. You are all loved. On behalf of every man, looking out for every girl, you are the guide and the weight of her word. So fathers, be good to your daughters. daughters will love like you do. Girls become the mothers who turn into mothers. Some mothers be good to your daughters too. Some mothers be good to your daughters too. Some mothers be good to your daughters too. That was John John. Thank you for that. The next person we go. It's like coin first. Really? It was. It's like like it's like like a minute right? Like Minute Maid like PvP. Minute Maid like PvP. I don't even know what the fuck that means. But it's science, bitch. Kids, I'm gonna stick your fucking face. I'm going to turn everybody in. Happens every time. With 5 people like me, 7,000 people. A ratio. And I think my wife's normally I'd be able to speak English. I can't believe I stayed up all night ish. Oh shit. Yeah. Anyway, see what? So I could, any minutes. Before I sing, I just want you all to know how much we I really appreciate being here and I don't want to think
Bago ako kumanta, gusto ko lang malaman ninyong lahat kung gaano kayo mahalaga sa akin at talagang na-appreciate ko ang pagpunta ko rito. At ang gusto ko lang ay magandang mangyari sa inyong lahat.
this is maybe I'm made by Paul McCartney. Maybe I'm amazed at the way you love me all the time. Maybe I'm afraid of the way I love you. Maybe I'm amazed at the way you hold me out of time. Hold me out of line. Maybe I'm amazed at the way I really need you. Maybe I'm amazed, maybe I'm alone again in the middle of something that he doesn't really understand. Maybe I'm alone, maybe I'm the only one who will ever help me. Maybe won't you help me understand? Maybe I'm alone, maybe I'm alone again in the middle of something that he doesn't really understand. Maybe I'm alone, maybe you're the only one who could ever help me. Maybe don't you help me understand? Is it the way you're with me all the time? Maybe I'm afraid of the way I need you. Maybe I'm afraid of the way you help me sing the song. Right me when I'm wrong. Maybe I'm amazed at the way I really need you. Oh, You are mistaken, period. I will send you counter evidence. One moment. Yes. On the next one, will you please tell me if my microphone sounds better, period. After that, comma, just please don't kick me from the call unless it is deserved, period. Yo, we're doing like, is this working? Is this working? Is it working? Is this working? Is this working? Is this working? Yo, we're checking. All right, friends, I'm up next. If you would please enter and singing. Can you please tell me if you could hear me singing with the song? I hope my mic always works that way. So I've changed devices. Let's see how it works. This is Katy Perry. Hi. Do you ever feel like a plastic bag drifting through the wind, wanting to start again? Do you ever feel it's a paper thin, like a house of cards, one go from caving in? Do you ever feel already buried deep, 6 feet understream, but no one seems to hear a thing? Do you ever there's still a chance for you, there's a spark in you? You just gotta ignite the light and let it shine. Just on the night, like the 4th of July. 'Cause baby, you're a firework. Come on, show 'em what you're worth. Make 'em go on, on, and you shoot across the sky. High, high. Baby, you're a firework. Come on, let your colors first. Make 'em go on, on. We're gonna leave 'em all in all. You don't have to feel like a waste of space. You're original, let nothing replace. If you only knew what the future holds after a hurricane comes a rainbow. Need a reason why all the doors are closed, so you can open one that leads you to the perfect road. Like a lightning bolt, your heart will glow, and when it's time to know, you just gotta ignite the light and let it shine. Just hold the night like the 4th of July. But baby, you're a firework. Come on, show 'em what you're worth. Make 'em go ah, ah, as you shoot across the sky. Ah, ah, baby, you're a firework. Come on, let your colors burst. Make 'em go ah, ah. You're gonna leave them going ah. Boom, boom, boom. Even brighter than the moon. It's always been inside of you. And now it's time to light it through. The baby, you're a fire. Come on, show 'em what you're worth. Make 'em go ah. As you shoot across the sky. Baby, you're a fire. Come on, let your power press. Make 'em go ah. You're gonna leave them now ah. Even brighter than the moon. Boom, boom, boom. Even brighter than the moon. That was Katy Perry, Firework. If you would please, just let me know in the chat if you could hear me. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for the next person. We talk about the water, the rise of the air, we get some harmony, take a look together, take a look I'm for you, I'm with you. Yesterday, I saw her standing there. Every young eyes were red. Told me my second, second, to see your smile. I'm the world, the mind, I'm the you wanna be because I love you. I was wasted. I was wasted time.
No. 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 No.
Yo, yo. Yo, we're just testing. Yo, does it work better from over here? Hello? With a little love and some tenderness, we'll walk around the water.
Hello guys.
skip that. And then it's like, hot, hot love, burning sacrifice. Let me let it go. Rooster be cookies there. Rooster be cookies there. Huh. Okay. Let it go. Let it go. That was amazing. You all are so very talented. I just want to thank you all for the feedback that you've given me. I'm so feeling like hand with my microphone and everything. This is Hold My Hand by Julia the Therapist, and I would appreciate any feedback you have at the end regarding my connection. Here we go. With a little love and some tenderness, we'll walk upon the water, we'll rise above the mess. With a little peace and some harmony, we'll take the world together, we'll take them by the hand. 'Cause I got a hand for you. And I wanna run with you. Yesterday, I saw you standing there. Your hair was kind of red. Your thumb touched your hair. I said, get up. Let me see you smile. We'll take a walk together. Walk around a while. I got a hand for you. I got a hand for you. I wanna run with you. Be one with you. Hold my hand. Hold my hand. Go with you the place where you can be. Hold my hand. And I wanna be close. I wanna love you the best that I can. See, I was wasted, and I was a wasted time. I thought about your problems, I thought about your set it up, and I screamed aloud. I wanna be part of the problem. Don't wanna be part of the crowd. 'Cause I'm gonna handle you. I got to handle you. I don't wanna run you. I'm with you. Oh, my I want to love you the best that I can. Let me walk on, hold my I'm taking you a place where you can breathe. Anything you wanna be, because I wanna. No, no, I'll take it around this way. We can change the world, I wanna love you the best that I can. The best that I can. That was for my equity mission. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Hopefully, it was clear and the next person.
What's happened to the Mandela? Really? You know, tell me exactly what happened.
Exactly what type is it? Well, I don't know what type it is. I didn't even know if it was really. Uh, assume it's not. reword it. I've been more with really? You done? Well, this shit, I heard things like that, like, dude, this is thing disconnected. And I'm like, oh, I'm I do. Dude, don't fuck around. What? You know, these motherfuckers trying to fuck around like four things. God, karaoke, their religion, and overfeeding. You know that. Alright. Maybe that should be the word for it.
Yeah, it's like this.
Oh, Rabbi's in Farmville. Oh, Rabbi's in Farmville Ridge. Oh, man. You're hungry or something? Kids, I could eat like all the time. Why? I used to do it. I don't know. Nobody tells a pizza. I think every fucking meal for the rest of my life. I really do. If they were like, gun to your head, I bet a regular pizza. Who's ready? I don't know. I don't know. Alright. Are you done? Oh, fuck. I'm surprised that thing wasn't like, dude, it says disconnect. And I would be like, no, they don't understand. Oh, someday, I mean, I really hope so. Someday somebody sees all the shit that I go through, and they're like, holy fucking shit. Why? Dog, I go through so much shit. Oh, you're back, your mic don't have that. Oh, you can't have it. Oh, you're oh, you're in it. That's right. Oh, you're kind of Alright, are you done? You're over the fuse boxes, girl. I don't. Are you done? Oh, shoot. Are you done? Really? 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 Have you ever hear me?
For years has been understanding that that's how the whole universe and physics works, but that's a quite separate topic. But so there's this whole world of programs and what they do, and very rich, sophisticated things that these programs can do. But when we look at many of these programs, we look at them and say, oh, that's kind of, I don't really know what that's doing. It's not a very human kind of thing. So on the one hand, we have what's possible in the computational universe. On the other hand, we have the kinds of things that we humans think about, the kinds of things that have developed in kind of our intellectual history. And that's and the challenge to sort of making things computational is to connect what's computationally possible out in the computational universe with the things that we humans sort of typically think about with our minds. Now, that's a complicated kind of moving target because the things that we think about change over time. We've learned more stuff. We've invented mathematics. We've invented various kinds of ideas and structures and so on. So it's gradually expanding. We're kind of gradually colonizing more and more of this kind of intellectual space possibilities. But the real thing, the real challenge is, how do you take what is computationally possible? How do you encapsulate the kinds of things that we think about in a way that kind of plugs into what's computationally possible? And actually, the big sort of idea there is this idea of kind of symbolic programming, symbolic representations of things. And so the question is, when you look at sort of everything in the world and you kind of you take some visual scene or something you're looking at, and you say, well, how do I turn that into something that I can kind of stuff into my mind? You know, there are lots of pixels in my visual scene, but the things that I remembered from that visual scene are, you know, there's a chair in this place. It's a kind of a symbolic representation of the visual scene. There are two chairs and a table or something, rather than there are all these pixels arranged in all these detailed ways. And so the question then is, how do you take sort of all the things in the world and make some kind of representation that corresponds to the types of ways that we think about things? And human language is sort of one form of representation that we have. We talk about chairs, that's a word in human language and so on. How do we take, but human language is not in and of itself something that plugs in very well to sort of computation. It's not something for which you can immediately compute consequences and so on. And so you have to kind of find a way to take sort of the stuff we understand from human language and make it more precise. And that's really this story of symbolic programming. And you know what that turns into is something which I didn't know at the time that was going to work as well as it has. But back in the 1979 or so, I was trying to build my first big computer system and trying to figure out, you know, how should I represent computations at a high level? And I kind of invented this idea of using kind of symbolic expressions, you know, structured as it's kind of like a function and a bunch of arguments. But that function doesn't necessarily evaluate to anything. It's just a thing that sits there representing structure. And so building up that structure, and it's turned out that structure has been extremely, it's a good match for the way that we humans, it seems to be a good match for the way that we humans kind of conceptualize higher level things. And it's been for the last, I don't know, 45 years or something. It's served me remarkably well.
So building up that structure using this kind of symbolic representation. But what can you say about abstractions here? Because you could just start with your physics project. You could start at a hypergraph at a very, very low level and build up everything from there, but you don't. A lot of shortcuts.
Right.
You take the highest level of abstraction, convert that, the kind of abstraction that's convertible to something computable using symbolic representation. And then that's your new foundation for that little piece of knowledge.
Yeah.
And somehow all of that is integrated.
Right. So the sort of a very important phenomenon that is kind of a thing that I sort of realized is just, it's one of these things that sort of in the future of kind of everything is going to become more and more important, as this phenomenon of computational irreducibility. And the question is, if you know the rules for something, you have a program, you can run it, you might say, I know the rules. Great, you know everything about what's going to happen. Well, in principle, you do, because you can just run those rules out and just see what they do. You might run them a million steps, you see what happens, etc. The question is, can you like immediately jump ahead and say, I know what's going to happen after a million steps, and the answer is 13 something. And the one of the very critical things to realize is, if you could reduce that computation, there is in a sense no point in doing the computation. The place where you really get value out of doing computation is when you had to do the computation to find out the answer. But this phenomenon that you have to do the computation to find out the answer, this phenomenon of computational reducibility, seems to be tremendously important for thinking about lots of kinds of things. So one of the things that happens is, okay, you've got the model of the universe at the low level in terms of atoms of space and hypergraphs and rewriting hypergraphs and so on. And it's happening, 10 to the 100 times every second. So let's say, you say, great, then we've nailed it. We know how the universe works. Well, the problem is, the universe can figure out what it's going to do. It does those 10 to the 100, steps. But for us to work out what it's going to do, we have no way to reduce that computation. The only way to do the computation, to see the result of the computation, is to do it. And if we're operating within the universe, we're there's no opportunity to do that, because the universe is doing it as fast as the universe can do it, and that's what's happening. So what we're trying to do, and a lot of the story of science and a lot of other kinds of things, is finding pockets of reducibility. That is, you could have a situation where everything in the world is full of computational reducibility. We never know what's going to happen next. The only way we can figure out what's going to happen next is just let the system run and see what happens. So in a sense, the story of most kinds of science, inventions, a lot of kinds of things, is the story of finding these places where we can locally jump ahead. And one of the features of computational reducibility is there are always pockets of reducibility. There are always an infinite number of places where you can jump ahead. There's no way where you can jump completely ahead, but there are little patches, little places where you can jump ahead a bit. And I think, we can talk about physics projects and so on, but I think the thing we realize is we kind of exist in a slice of all the possible computational reducibility in the universe. We exist in a slice where there's a reasonable amount of predictability. And in a sense, as we try and construct these kind of higher levels of abstraction, symbolic representations and so on, what we're doing is we're finding these lumps of reducibility that we can kind of attach ourselves to, and about which we can kind of have fairly simple narrative things to say. Because in principle, I say, what's going to happen in the next few seconds? There are these molecules moving around in the air in this room, and oh gosh, it's an incredibly complicated story, and that's a whole computationally reducible thing, most of which I don't care about. And most of it is, well, the air's still going to be here and nothing much is going to be different about it. And that's a kind of reducible fact about what is ultimately at an underlying level of computationally irreducible process.
And life would not be possible if we didn't have a large number of such reducible pockets.
Yes.
Pockets amenable to reduction into something symbolic.
Yes, I think so. I mean, life in the way that we experience it, that, one might, depending on what we mean by life, so to speak, the experience that we have of sort of consistent things happening in the world, the idea of space, for example, where there's, you just say, you're here, you move there. It's kind of the same thing. It's still you in that different place, even though you're made of different atoms of space and so on. This is this idea that it's that there's sort of this level of predictability of what's going on. That's us finding a slice of reducibility in what is underneath this computationally reducible kind of system. And I think that's sort of the thing which is actually my favorite discovery of the last few years, is the realization that it is sort of the interaction between this sort of underlying computational irreducibility and our nature as kind of observers who sort of have to key into computational reducibility. That fact leads to the main laws of physics that we discovered in the 20th century. So we talk about this in more detail, but this is to me, it's kind of our nature as observers, the fact that we are computationally bounded observers. We don't get to follow all those little pieces of computational reducibility. To stuff what is out there in the world into our minds requires that we are looking at things that are reducible, we are compressing, and we're extracting just some essence, some kind of symbolic essence of what's the detail of what's going on in the world. that, together with one other condition that at first seems sort of trivial, but isn't, which is that we believe we are persistent in time. That is,
Yes.
so some sense of causality. Here's the thing: at every moment, according to our theory, we're made of different atoms of space. At every moment, sort of the microscopic detail of what the universe is made of is being rewritten. And in fact, the very fact that there's coherence between different parts of space is a consequence of the fact that there are always little processes going on to kind of knit together the structure of space. It's kind of like if you wanted to have a fluid with a bunch of molecules in it, if those molecules weren't interacting, you wouldn't have this fluid that would pour and do all these kinds of things. It would just be sort of a free-floating collection of molecules. And so similar it is with space, with the fact that space is kind of knitted together as a consequence of all this activity in space. And the fact that kind of what we consist of, sort of this series of we're continually being rewritten. And the question is, why is it the case that we think of ourselves as being the same us through time? That's kind of a key assumption. I think it's a key aspect of what we see as sort of our consciousness, so to speak, is that we have this kind of consistent thread of experience.
Well, isn't that just another limitation of our mind that we want to reduce reality into some that kind of temporal consistency is just a nice narrative to tell ourselves.
Well, the fact is, I think it's critical to the way we humans typically operate is that we have this single thread of experience. If you imagine sort of a mind where you have, maybe that's what's happening in various kinds of minds that aren't working the same way other minds work, is that you're splitting into multiple threads of experience. It's also something where, when you look at quantum mechanics, for example, in the insides of quantum mechanics, it's splitting into many threads of experience. But in order for us humans to interact with it, you kind of have to knit all those different threads together so that we say, oh yeah, a definite thing happened. Now the next definite thing happens. So, and I think, sort of inside, it's sort of interesting to try and imagine what's it like to have kind of these fundamentally multiple threads of experience going on. I mean, right now, different human minds have different threads of experience. We just have a bunch of minds that are interacting with each other, but we don't have within each mind, there's a single thread. And that is indeed a simplification. I think it's a thing, the general computational system does not have that simplification. And it's one of the things, people often seem to think that, consciousness is the highest level of kind of things that can happen in the universe, so to speak. But I think that's not true. I think it's actually a specialization in which, among other things, you have this idea of a single thread of experience, which is not a general feature of anything that could kind of computationally happen in the universe.
So it's a feature of a computationally limited system that's only able to observe reducing the pockets. So this word observer, it means something in quantum mechanics. It means something in a lot of places. It means something to us humans as conscious beings. So what's the importance of the observer? What is the observer? What's the importance of the observer in the computational universe?
So this question of what is an observer, what's the general idea of an observer, is actually one of my next projects, which got somewhat derailed by the current sort of AI mania. But
is there a connection there, or is that do you think the observer is primarily a physics phenomenon?
Is it related to the whole AI thing?
Yes,
it is related. So one question is, what is a general observer? So we have an idea what is a general computational system. We think about Turing machines, we think about other models of computation. There's a question, what is a general model of an observer? And there's kind of observers like us, which is kind of the observer's world today. We could imagine an alien observer that deals with computational reducibility and it has a mind that's utterly different from ours and completely incoherent with what we're like. But the fact is that if we are talking about observers like us, that one of the key things is this idea of kind of taking all the detail of the world and being able to stuff it into a mind, being able to take all the detail and kind of, extract out of it a smaller set of kind of degrees of freedom, a smaller number of elements that will sort of fit in our minds. And I think this question, so I've been interested in trying to characterize what is the general observer. And the general observer is, I think, in part, there are many. Let me give an example. That we have a gas, it's got a bunch of molecules bouncing around, and the thing you're measuring about the gas is its pressure. And the only thing you as an observer care about is pressure. And that means you have a piston on the side of this box, and the piston is being pushed by the gas. And there are many, many different ways that molecules can hit that piston. But all that matters is the kind of aggregate of all those molecular impacts, because that's what determines pressure. So there's a huge number of different configurations of the gas, which are all equivalent. So I think one key aspect of observers is this equivalency of many different configurations of the system, saying all I care about is this aggregate feature, all I care about is this overall thing. And that's sort of one aspect. And we see that in lots of different, again, it's the same story over and over again, that there's a lot of detail in the world, but what we are extracting from it is something, a sort of a thin summary of that detail.
Is that thin summary nevertheless true? Can it be a crappy approximation?
Sure.
That on average is correct? I mean, if we look at the observer, it's the human mind, it seems like there's a lot of very, as represented by natural language, for example, there's a lot of really crappy approximation.
Sure.
And that could be maybe a feature of it.
Well,
there's
yes,
ambiguity.
Right. You don't know, it could be the case. You're just measuring the aggregate impacts of these molecules. But there is some tiny, tiny probability that these molecules will arrange themselves in some really funky way, and that just measuring that average isn't going to be the main point. By the way, an awful lot of science is very confused about this, because you look at papers, and people are really keen. They draw this curve, and they have these these bars on the curve and things. It's just this curve, and it's this one thing, and it's supposed to represent some system that has all kinds of details in it. And this is a way that lots of science has gotten wrong, because people say, I remember years ago I was studying snowflake growth. You have a snowflake and it's growing, it has all these arms, it's doing complicated things, but there was a literature on this stuff, and it talked about, what's the rate of snowflake growth, and it got pretty good answers for the rate of the growth of the snowflake. And I looked at it more carefully, and then they had these nice curves of snowflake growth rates and so on. I looked at it more carefully, and I realized, according to their models, the snowflake would be spherical. And so they got the growth rate right, but the detail was just utterly wrong. And not only the detail, the whole thing was not capturing this aspect of the system that was in a sense missing the main point of what was going on.
What is the geometric shape of a snowflake?
Snowflakes start in the phase of water that's relevant to the formation of snowflakes. It's a phase of ice which starts with a hexagonal arrangement of water molecules. And so it starts off growing as a hexagonal plate. And then what happens is
it's a plate. Of course, sphere.
Well, no, but it's much more than that. I mean, snowflakes are fluffy. Typical snowflakes have little dendritic arms.
Yeah.
And what actually happens is it's kind of cool, because you can make these very simple discrete models with cellular automata and things that figure this out. You start off with this hexagonal thing, and then the places it starts to grow little arms, and every time a little piece of ice adds itself to the snowflake, the fact that ice condensed from water vapor heats the snowflake up locally, and so it makes it less likely for another piece of ice to accumulate right nearby. This leads to a kind of growth inefficiency. You grow an arm, and it is a separated arm, because right around the arm it got a little bit hot, and it didn't add more ice there. So what happens is it grows a hexagon, it grows out arms, the arms grow arms, and then the arms grow arms grow arms, and eventually, actually, it's kind of cool, because it actually fills in another hexagon, a bigger hexagon. And when I first looked at this, a very simple model for this, I realized, when it fills in that hexagon, it actually leaves some holes behind. So I thought, is that really right? So I look at these pictures of snowflakes, and sure enough, they have these little holes in them, little kind of scars of the way that these arms grow out.
So you can't backfill holes. So
they don't backfill. Yeah, they don't backfill.
And presumably there's a limitation on how big you can't arbitrarily grow.
I'm not sure. I mean, the thing falls through I think it does. It hits the ground at some point. I think you can grow. I think you can grow in the lab. I think you can grow pretty big ones. I think you can grow many iterations of this kind of goes from hexagon, it grows out arms, it turns back, it fills back into a hexagon, it grows more arms again.
In 3D.
No, it's flat usually.
Well, why is it flat? Why doesn't it span out? Okay, wait a minute. You said it's fluffy. Fluffy is a three-dimensional property. No, or
No, it's fluffy. Snow is okay. So what makes we're really in the
I like
in the
this. Let's
detail.
go there.
It's
multiple snowflakes become fluffy. A single snowflake is not fluffy.
no, a single snowflake is fluffy. And what happens is, if you have snow that is just pure hexagons, they can they fit together pretty well. It doesn't have a lot of air in it, and they can also slide against each other pretty easily. And so the snow can be pretty I think avalanches happen when the things tend to be these hexagonal plates and it kind of slides. But then when the thing has all these arms that are growing out, they don't fit together very well, and that's why the snow has lots of air in it. And if you look at one of these snowflakes, if you catch one, you'll see it has these little arms. And people often say no two snowflakes are alike. That's mostly because as a snowflake grows, they do grow pretty consistently with these different arms and so on. But you capture them at different times as they fell through the air in a different way. You'll catch this one at this stage, and as it goes through different stages, they look really different. And so that's why it kind of looks like no two snowflakes are alike, because you caught them at different times.
So the rules under which they grow are the same. It's
Yes.
just the timing.
Yes.
Okay, so the point is, science is not able to describe the full complexity of snowflake growth.
Well, science, if you do what people might often do, to say, okay, let's make it scientific, let's turn it into one number. And that one number is kind of the growth rate of the arms or some such other thing. That fails to capture sort of the detail of what's going on inside the system. And that's, in a sense, a big challenge for science, is how do you extract from the natural world, for example, those aspects of it that you are interested in talking about. Now, you might just say, I don't really care about the fluffiness of the snowflakes. All I care about is the growth rate of the arms. In which case, you can have a good model without knowing anything about the fluffiness. But the fact is, as a practical, if you say, what is the most obvious feature of a snowflake? Oh, that it has this complicated shape. Well, then you've got a different story about what you model. I mean, this is one of the features of sort of modeling in science. But what is a model? A model is some way of reducing the actuality of the world to something where you can readily sort of give a narrative for what's happening, where you can basically make some kind of abstraction of what's happening and answer questions that you care about answering. If you wanted to answer all possible questions about the system, you'd have to have the whole system, because you might care about this particular molecule, where did it go? And your model, which is some big abstraction of that, has nothing to say about that. So one of the things that's often confusing in science is people will have, I've got a model, somebody says. Somebody else will say, I don't believe in your model because it doesn't capture the feature of the system that I care about. There's always this controversy about, is it a correct model? Well, no model except for the actual system itself is a correct model in the sense that it captures everything. The question is, does it capture what you care about capturing? Sometimes that's ultimately defined by what you're going to build technology out of, things like this. The one counterexample to this is, if you think you're modeling the whole universe all the way down, then there is a notion of a correct model. But even that is more complicated, because it depends on kind of how observers sample things and so on. That's a separate story. But at least at the first level, to say this thing about, it's an approximation, you're capturing one aspect, you're not capturing another aspect. When you really think you have a complete model for the whole universe, you better be capturing ultimately everything, even though to actually run that model is impossible because of computational reducibility. The only thing that successfully runs that model is the actual running of the universe.
Is the universe itself. But, okay, so what you care about is an interesting concept. So that's a human concept. So that's what you're doing with Wolfram Alpha and Wolfram language. Is you're trying to come up with symbolic representations,
Yes,
as simple as possible. So a model that's as simple as possible that fully captures stuff we care about.
yes. So, I mean, for example, we'll have a thing about, data about movies, let's say. We could be describing every individual pixel in every movie itself, but that's not the level that people care about. And and that level that people care about is somewhat related to what's described in natural language. But what we're trying to do is to find a way to sort of represent precisely so you can compute things. See one thing, you say, you give a piece of natural language. Question is, you feed it to a computer. You say, does the computer understand this natural language? Well, the computer processes it in some ways like this. Maybe it can make a continuation of the natural language, or maybe it can go on from the prompt and say what it's going to say. You say, does it really understand it? Hard to know. But in this kind of computational world, there is a very definite definition of does it understand, which is, could it be turned into this symbolic computational thing from which you can compute all kinds of consequences? And that's the sense in which one has sort of a target for the understanding of natural language. And that's kind of our goal, is to have as much as possible about the world that can be computed in a reasonable way, so to speak, be able to be sort of captured by this kind of computational language. That's kind of the goal. And I think for us humans, the main thing that's important is, as we formalize what we're talking about, it gives us a way of kind of building a structure where we can sort of build this power of consequences of things. So if we're just saying, well, let's talk about it in natural language, it doesn't really give us some hard foundation that lets us build step by step to work something out. And it's kind of like what happens in math, that we were just sort of vaguely talking about math that didn't have the kind of full structure of math and all that kind of thing. We wouldn't be able to build this kind of big tower of consequences. And so, in a sense, what we're trying to do with the whole computational language effort is to make a formalism for describing the world that makes it possible to kind of build this tower of consequences.
Well, can you talk about this dance between natural language and working language? So there's this gigantic thing we call the internet, where people post memes and diary type thoughts and very important sounding articles and all of that makes up the training data set for GPT. And then there's working language. How can you map from the natural language of the internet to the working language? Is there a manual, is there an automated way of doing that as we look into the future?
Well, so Wolfram Alpha, what it does, its kind of front end is turning natural language into computational language.
What you mean by that is there's a prompt, you ask the question, what is the capital of some
country? And it turns into, what's the distance between, Chicago and London or something? And that will turn into, geo-distance of entity, city, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Each one of those things is very well defined. We know, given that it's the entities, city, Chicago, et cetera, Illinois, United States, we know the geolocation of that, we know its population, we know all kinds of things about it, which we have, curated that data to be able to know that with some degree of certainty, so to speak. And then we can compute things from this, and that's kind of that's the idea.
But then something like GPT, large language models, do they allow you to make that conversion much more powerful?
Okay, so it's an interesting thing. We still don't know everything about it. Okay, this question of going from natural language to computational language.
Yes.
In Wolfram Alpha, we've now, Wolfram Alpha's been out and about for 13 and a half years now, and we've achieved, I don't know, 98%, 99% success on queries that get put into it. Now, obviously, there's a sort of feedback loop because the things that work are things people go on putting into it. So but we've got to a very high success rate of the little fragments of natural language that people put in, questions, math calculations, chemistry calculations, whatever it is. We do very well turning those things into computational language. Now, from the very beginning of Wolfram Alpha, I thought about, for example, writing code with natural language. In fact, I was just looking at this recently. I had a post that I wrote in 2010, 2011, called something like "Programming with Natural Language is Actually Going to Work." Mm-hmm. Okay, and so we had done a bunch of experiments using methods that were a little bit, some of them a little bit machine learning like, but certainly not the same, the same kind of idea of vast training data and so on. That is the story of large language models. Actually, I know that post, a piece of utter trivia, but that post Steve Jobs forwarded that post around to all kinds of people at Apple. That was because he never really liked programming languages. So he was very happy to see the idea that you could get rid of this kind of layer of kind of engineering-like structure. And he would have liked, I think what's happening now, because it really is the case that you can, this idea that you have to kind of learn how the computer works to use a programming language is something that is, I think, a thing that, just like you had to learn the details of the opcodes to know how assembly language works and so on. It's kind of a thing that's a limited time horizon. But kind of so this idea of how elaborate can you make kind of the prompt, how elaborate can you make the natural language and abstract from it computational language? It's a very interesting question. And, what ChatGPT, GPT-4 and so on can do is pretty good. It's a very interesting process. And we're still trying to understand this workflow. We've been working out a lot of tooling around this workflow.
Natural language, computation language.
Right.
And the process, especially if it's conversation or dialogue. So it's multiple queries.
Yeah, right. There are so many things that are really interesting that work and so on. So first thing is, can you just walk up to the computer and expect to sort of specify a computation? What one realizes is humans have to have some idea of kind of this way of thinking about things computationally. Without that, you're kind of out of luck, because you just have no idea what you're going to walk up to a computer. I remember when I should tell a silly story about the very first computer I saw, which was when I was 10 years old. It was a big mainframe computer and so on, and I didn't really understand what computers did. It's like, so he was showing me this computer, and it's like, can the computer work out the weight of a dinosaur? It's like, that isn't a sensible thing to ask. That's kind of, you have to give it, that's not what computers do. And with Malthus, for example, you could say, look, for the typical weight of a Stegosaurus, and give you some answer. But that's a very different kind of thing from what one thinks a computer is doing. And so the kind of the question of, the first thing is people have to have an idea of what computation is about. And, I think it's a very, for education, that is the key thing. It's kind of this notion, not computer science, not the details of programming, but just this idea of how do you think about the world computation. Computation, thinking about the world computationally, is kind of this formal way of thinking about the world. We've had other ones, like logic is a formal way, as a way of sort of abstracting and formalizing some aspects of the world. Mathematics is another one. Computation is this very broad way of sort of formalizing the way we think about the world. And the thing that's cool about computation is, if we can successfully formalize things in terms of computation, computers can help us figure out what the consequences are. It's not like you formalized it with math, well, that's nice, but now you have to, if you're not using computers to do the math, you have to go work out a bunch of stuff yourself. So I think, but with this idea, we're trying to take kind of we're talking about sort of natural language and its relationship to computational language. The thing, sort of the typical workflow, I think, is first, human has to have some kind of idea of what they're trying to do. That if it's something that they want to sort of build a tower of capabilities on, something that they want to sort of formalize and make computational. So then human can type something into, some LLM system and sort of say vaguely what they want in sort of computational terms. Then it does pretty well at synthesizing what language code, and it'll probably be better in the future because we've got a huge number of examples of natural language input together with the language translation of that. So it's kind of that's a thing where you can kind of extrapolating from all those examples makes it easy to do that task.
Is the prompter task also kind of debugging with a language code, or is your hope to not do that debugging?
No. I mean, so there are many steps. Okay, so the first thing is you type natural language. It generates working language.
Do you have examples, by the way? Do you have an example that is the dinosaur example? Do you have an example that jumps to mind? Or we should be thinking about some dumb example?
It's like, take my heart rate data and figure out whether I make a moving average every 7 days or something, and work out what the and make a plot of the results. Okay, so that's the thing which is about 2/3 of a line of different language code. You know, list plot of moving average of in some data bin or something of the data, and then you'll get the result. And you know, the vague thing that I was just saying in natural language would almost certainly correctly turn into that very simple piece of open language code.
We start mumbling heart rate.
Yeah, and
And kind of, you arrive at the moving average kind of idea.
right, you say average over 7 days, maybe you just figure out that's a moving number, but that can be encapsulated as the moving average idea. I'm not sure. But then the typical workflow that I'm seeing is we generate this piece of open language code. It's pretty small usually. And if it isn't small, it probably isn't right. But you know, if it's pretty small, and you know, open language is one of the ideas of open language is it's a language that humans can read. It's not a language which, you know, programming languages tend to be this one-way story of humans write them and computers execute from them. Open language is intended to be something which is sort of like math notation, something where, you know, humans write it and humans are supposed to read it as well. And so kind of the workflow that's emerging is kind of this human mumbles some things, you know, large language model produces a fragment of open language code, then you look at that and say, well, typically you just run it first. You see, does it produce the right thing? You look at what it produces, you might say that's obviously crazy. You look at the code, you see, I see why it's crazy. You fix it. If you really care about the results, you really want to make sure it's right, you better look at that code and understand it, because that's the way you have this sort of checkpoint. But did it really do what I expected it to do? Now, you go beyond that. I mean, it's you know, what you find is, for example, let's say the code does the wrong thing. Then you can often say to the large language models, can you adjust this to do this? And it's pretty good at doing it.
Interesting. So you're using the output of the code to give you hints about the function of the code. So you're debugging based on the output of the code itself.
Right, the plugin that we have for ChatGPT, it does that routinely. You know, it will send the thing in, it will get a result, it will discover, the LLM will discover itself that the result is not plausible. And it will go back and say, oh, I'm sorry, it's very polite. It goes back and says, I'll rewrite that piece of code, and then it will try it again and get the result. The other thing that's pretty interesting is when you're just running, so one of the new concepts that we invented this whole idea of notebooks back 36 years ago now. And so now there's a question of sort of how do you combine this idea of notebooks where you have, you know, text and code and output. How do you combine that with the notion of chat and so on? And there's some really interesting things there. Like, for example, a very typical thing now is we have these notebooks where as soon as if the thing produces errors, if you run this code and it produces messages and so on, the LLM automatically not only looks at those messages, but can also see all kinds of internal information about stack traces and things like this. And it does a remarkably good job of guessing what's wrong and telling you. So in other words, it's looking at things, sort of interesting, kind of a typical sort of AI-ish thing, but it's able to have more sensory data than we humans are able to have. It's able to look at a bunch of stuff that we humans would kind of glaze over looking at, and it's able to then come up with, oh, this is the explanation of what's happening.
And what is the data? The stack trace? Does the code you've written previously? Is the natural language you've written?
Yeah, it's also what's happening is one of the things that's is for example, when there's these messages, there's documentation about these messages. There's example where the messages have occurred otherwise, all these stuff. The other thing that's really amusing with this is when it makes a mistake. One of the things that's in our prompt when the code doesn't work is read the documentation. We have another piece of the plugin that lets it read documentation, and that again is very, very useful because it will, it will figure out. Sometimes it'll make up the name of some option for some function that doesn't really exist. Read the documentation. It'll have some wrong structure for the function and so on. It's that's a powerful thing. I mean, the thing that I've realized is we built this language over the course of all these years to be nice and coherent and consistent and so on, so it's easy for humans to understand. Turns out there was a side effect that I didn't anticipate, which is it makes it easy for AIs to understand.
So it's almost like another natural language.
Right? Yeah.
So local language is a kind of foreign language.
Yes. Yeah.
you have a line of English, French, Japanese, Wolfram language, and then I don't know, Spanish. And the system is not going to notice.
Well, yes. I mean, maybe. That's an interesting question because it really depends on what I see as being an important piece of fundamental science that basically just jumped out at us with ChatGPT. Because I think the real question is, why does ChatGPT work? How is it possible to encapsulate, to successfully reproduce all these kinds of things in natural language, with a comparatively small size, a couple of 100 billion, weights of neural net and so on. And I think that that relates to kind of a fundamental fact about language, which the main thing is that I think there's a structure to language that we haven't kind of really explored very well. It's kind of this semantic grammar I'm talking about language. And we kind of know that when we set up human language, we know that it has certain regularities. We know that it has a certain grammatical structure, noun followed by verb, followed by noun, adjectives, etc., etc., etc. That's its kind of grammatical structure. But I think the thing that ChatGPT is showing us is that there's an additional kind of regularity to language, which has to do with the meaning of the language beyond just this pure, part of speech combination type of things. I think the one example of that we've had in the past is logic, and I think my sort of kind of picture of how was logic invented, how was logic discovered. It really was a thing that was discovered. Its original conception. It was discovered presumably by Aristotle, who kind of listened to a bunch of people, orators, giving speeches, and this one made sense, that one doesn't make sense. This one, and you see these patterns of, if the I don't know what, if the Persians do this, then this does that, etc., etc., etc. And what Aristotle realized is there's a structure to those sentences, there's a structure to that rhetoric. It doesn't matter whether it's the Persians and the Greeks, or whether it's the cats and the dogs. It's just, P and Q. You can abstract from the details of these particular sentences. You can lift out this kind of formal structure, and that's what logic is.
That's a heck of a discovery, Ben, with logic. You're making me realize now.
Yeah,
It's not obvious.
the fact that there is an abstraction from natural language that has, where you can fill in any word you want, is a very interesting discovery. Now, it took a long time to mature. I mean, Aristotle had this idea of syllogistic logic, but there were these particular patterns of how you could argue things, so to speak. And, in the Middle Ages, part of education was to memorize the syllogisms. I forget how many there were, so 15 of them or something. And they all had names, they all had mnemonics. Like I think Barbara and Solon were two of the mnemonics for the syllogisms. And people would kind of, this is a valid argument because it follows the Barbara syllogism, so to speak. And it took until 1830, with George Boole to kind of get beyond that, and kind of see that there was a level of abstraction that was beyond this particular template of a sentence, so to speak. And that's, what's interesting there is, in a sense, ChatGPT is operating at the Aristotelian level. It's essentially dealing with templates of sentences. By the time you get to Boole and Boolean algebra, and this idea of, you can have arbitrary depth-nested collections of ands and ors and knots, and you can resolve what they mean, that's the kind of thing, that's a computation story. That's, you've gone beyond the pure sort of templates of natural language to something which is an arbitrary or deep computation. But the thing that I think we realized from ChatGPT is, Aristotle stopped too quickly. And there was more that you could have lifted out of language as formal structures. And I think there's, in a sense, we've captured some of that in some of what is in language. There's a lot of kind of little calculi, little algebras of what you can say, what language talks about. I mean, whether it's, I don't know, if you say, I go from place A to place B to place C, then I know I've gone from place A to place C. If A is a friend of B and B is a friend of C, it doesn't necessarily follow that A is a friend of C. These are things that are, if you go from from place A to place B, place B to place C. It doesn't matter how you went. Like logic, it doesn't matter whether you flew there, walked there, swam there, whatever. You still, this transitivity of where you go is still valid. And there are many kinds of features, I think, of the way the world works that are captured in these aspects of language, so to speak. And I think what ChatGPT effectively has found, just like it discovered logic, people are really surprised if you do these logical inferences. It discovered logic the same way Aristotle discovered logic, by looking at a lot of sentences effectively and noticing the patterns in those sentences.
But it feels like it's discovering something much more complicated than logic. So this kind of semantic grammar. I think you wrote about this. Maybe you can call it the laws of language, I believe you call it, or which I like, the laws of thought.
Yes, that was the title that George Google had for his brilliant article back in 1830. Yes,
Laws of thought?
Yes, that was what he said.
Yeah. All right.
So he thought he nailed it.
Yeah.
There's more to it.
And it's a good question of how much more is there to it. And it seems like one of the reasons, as you imply, that the reason GPT works, ChatGPT works, is that there's a finite number of things to it.
Yeah, I mean,
It's discovering laws. In some sense, GPT is discovering these laws of semantic grammar that underlies language.
yes. And what's sort of interesting is in the computational universe, there's a lot of other kinds of computation that you could do. They're just not ones that we humans have cared about and operate with. And that's probably because our brains are built in a certain way. And, the neural nets of our brains are not that different in some sense from the neural nets of the large language model. And that's kind of, and so when we think about, and maybe we'll talk about this more, but when we think about sort of what will AIs ultimately do, the answer is, insofar as AIs are just doing computation, they can run off and do all these kinds of crazy computations. But the ones that we sort of have decided we care about is this kind of very limited stuff.
That's where the reinforcement learning and human feedback seems to come in. The more the AI say the stuff that kind of interests us, the more we're impressed by it. They could do a lot of interesting, intelligent things, but they're only interested in the AI systems when they communicate humans in a human-like way.
Yes.
About human-like topics.
Yes. Well, it's like technology. I mean, in a sense, the physical world provides all kinds of things. There are all kinds of processes going on in physics. Only a limited set of those are ones that we capture and use for technology. There are only a limited set where we say, this is a thing that we can sort of apply to the human purposes we currently care about. You might have said, okay, you pick up a piece of rock. You say, okay, there's a nice silicate. It contains all kinds of silicate. I don't care. Then we realize, we could actually turn this into a semiconductor wafer and make it microprocessor out of it. And then we care a lot about it. Yeah. And it's this thing about what do we, in the evolution of our civilization, what things do we identify as being things we care about? I mean, it's like, when there was an announcement recently of the possibility of a high temperature superconductor that involved the element lutetium, which generally nobody has cared about. It's kind of but suddenly if there's this application that relates to kind of human purposes, we start to care about it.
So given your thinking that GPT may have discovered inklings of laws of thought, do you think such laws exist? Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah.
What's your intuition here?
Oh, definitely. I mean, the fact is, look, the logic is but the first step. There are many other kinds of calculi about things that we consider, about sort of things that happen in the world or things that are meaningful.
Well, how do you know logic is not the last step? You know what I mean?
So because we can plainly see that they're things. I mean, if you say, here's a sentence that is syntactically correct, okay? You look at it and you're like, the happy electron, 8, I don't know what, something that you look at it and it's like, this is meaningless. It's just a bunch of words. It's syntactically correct. The nouns and the verbs are in the right place, but it just doesn't mean anything. And so there clearly is some rule that there are rules that determine when a sentence has the potential to be meaningful, that go beyond the pure part of speech sentence. And so the question is, what are those rules, and are there a finite set of those rules? My guess is that there's a fairly finite set of those rules, and they, once you have those rules, you have a kind of construction kit, just like the rules of syntactic grammar give you a construction kit for making syntactically correct sentences. So you can also have a construction kit for making semantically correct sentences. Those sentences may not be realized in the world. I mean, I think, the elephant food of them, a semantically, we have an idea. If I say that to you, you kind of know what that means. But the fact is, it hasn't been realized in the world, so to speak.
So semantically correct, perhaps, is things that can be imagined. Things that are consistent with both our imagination and our understanding of physical reality.
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, it's a good question. It's a good question. I mean, I think it is, given the way we have constructed language, it is things which fit with the things we're describing in language. It's a bit circular in the end, because you can and the sort of boundaries of what is physically realizable. Okay, let's take the example of motion. Okay, motion is a complicated concept. It might seem like it's a concept that has been figured out by the Greeks, long ago, but it's actually a really pretty complicated concept. Because what is motion? Motion is you can go from place A to place B, and it's still you when you get to the other end. You take an object, you move it, and it's still the same object, but it's in a different place. Now, even in ordinary physics, that doesn't always work that way. If you're near a space-time singularity in a black hole, for example, and you take your teapot or something, you don't have much of a teapot by the time it's near the space-time singularity. It's been completely deformed beyond recognition. So that's a case where pure motion doesn't really work. You can't have a thing stay the same. But so this idea of motion is something that sort of is a slightly complicated idea. But once you have the idea of motion, you can start, once you have the idea that you're going to describe things as being the same thing but in a different place, that sort of abstracted idea then has, that has all sorts of consequences, like this transitivity of motion. Go from A to B to C, you've gone from A to C. And that's, so at that level of description, you can have what are sort of inevitable consequences. They're inevitable features of the way you've sort of set things up. And that's, I think, what this sort of semantic grammar is capturing, is things like that. And I think that it's a question of what does the word mean. You say I move from here to there. So it's complicated to say what that means. This is this whole issue of is pure motion possible, etc., etc., etc. But once you have kind of got an idea of what that means, then there are inevitable consequences of that idea.
But the very idea of meaning, it seems like there's some words that become it's like there's a latent ambiguity to them. I mean, it's the word like emotionally loaded words like hate and love. Right. So what are they? What is that exactly? What? So especially when you have relationships between complicated objects, you seem to take this kind of shortcut, descriptive shortcut to describe like object A hates object B. What's that really mean?
Right. Well, words are defined by kind of our social use of them. I mean, it's not, a word in computational language, for example, when we say we have a construct there, we expect that construct is a building block from which we can construct an arbitrary period of time. So we have to have a very solid building block. And we have to, it turns into a piece of code, it has documentation, it's a whole thing. But the word hate, the documentation for that word, well, there isn't a standard documentation for that word, so to speak. It's a complicated thing, defined by kind of how we use it. When, if it wasn't for the fact that we were using language, so what is language to somebody? Language is a way of packaging thoughts so that we can communicate them to another mind.
Can these complicated words be converted into something that computation actually can use?
Right. So I think the answer to that is that what one can do in computational language is make a specific definition. And if you have a complicated word, like let's say the word eat, okay, you'd think that's a simple word. It's animals eat things, whatever else. But you do programming and you say this function eats arguments, which is sort of poetically similar to the animal eating things. But if you start to say, well, what are the implications of the function eating something? Can the function be poison? It can actually, but if there's a type mismatch or something in some language, but how far does that analogy go? I mean, it's just an analogy. Whereas if you use the word eat in a computational language level, you would define there is a thing which you anchor to the kind of natural language concept eat, but it is now some precise definition of that then you can compute things from.
But don't you think the analogy is not so precise? Software eats the world. Don't you think there's something concrete in terms of meaning about analogies?
Sure. But the thing that sort of is the first target for computational language is to take sort of the ordinary meaning of things and try and make it precise. Make it sufficiently precise you can build these towers of computational thinking. So it's kind of like if you start with a piece of poetry and you say, I'm going to define my program with this piece of poetry. It's kind of like that's a difficult thing. It's better to say, I'm going to just have this boring piece of prose and using words in the ordinary way, and that's how I'm communicating with my computer, and that's how I'm going to build this solid building block from which I can construct this whole kind of computational power.
So there's some sense where if you take a poem and reduce it to something computer, we're going to have very few things left. So maybe there's a bunch of human interaction that's just poetic, aimless nonsense. Well, that's just like recreational, like hamster in a wheel. It's not actually producing.
Well, I think that's a complicated thing because, in a sense, human linguistic communication is there's one mind that's producing language. That language is having an effect on another mind. And the question of there's sort of a type of effect that is well defined, let's say, but for example, it's very independent of two minds. But it doesn't, there's communication where it can matter a lot, sort of what the experience of one mind is versus another one, and so on.
Yeah, but what is the purpose of natural language communication?
Well, I think
versus to computational language somehow feels more amenable to the definition of purpose. It's like, yeah, you're given two clean representations of a concept, and you can build a tower based on that. Is natural language the same thing but more fuzzy?
Well, I think the story of natural language, that's the great invention of our species. We don't know whether it exists in other species, but we know it exists in our species. It's the thing that allows you to sort of communicate abstractly from like one generation of species to another. You can, there is an abstract version of knowledge that can be passed down. It doesn't have to be, genetics. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to apprentice the next species, the next generation of birds, the previous one, to show them how something works. There is this abstracted version of knowledge that can be kind of passed down. Now, that, it relies on, it still tends to rely, because language is fuzzy, it does tend to rely on the fact that, if we look at some ancient language where we don't have a chain of translations from it until what we have today, we never understand that ancient language. And we may not understand, its concepts may be different from the ones that we have today. We still have to have something of a chain, but it is something where we can realistically expect to communicate abstract ideas. And that's one of the big roles of language. I think, it's, that's been this ability to sort of concretify abstract things is what language has provided.
Do you see natural language and thought as the same? The stuff that's going inside your mind?
Well, that's been a long debate in philosophy.
It seems to become more important now when you think about how intelligent GPT is.
What does that mean?
whatever that means, but it seems like the stuff that's going on in the human mind seems something like intelligence.
Yes.
Is language.
Well, we call it intelligence.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
And so you start to think of, okay, what's the relationship between thought, the language of thought, the laws of thought, the laws of words like reasoning, and the laws of language, and how that has to do with computation, which seems like more rigorous, precise ways of reasoning.
Right, which are beyond human. I mean, much of what computers do, humans do not do. I mean, you might say
Humans are a subset.
yes,
Personally,
yes, hopefully, yes. Yeah. You know, you might say, who needs computation when you have large language models? Large language models can just, you know, eventually you'll have a big enough brain that it can do anything. But they're really doing the kinds of things that humans quickly do. And there are plenty of sort of formal things that humans never quickly do. For example, I don't know, some people can do math very differently. They can do a certain amount of math in their minds. I don't think many people can run a program in their minds of any sophistication. It's just not something people do. It's not something people even thought of doing. It's kind of not, you know, you can easily run it on a computer.
When an arbitrary program.
Yeah.
Are we running specialized programs?
Yeah. But if I say to you, here's a Turing machine here, you know, tell me what it does after 50 steps. And you're like trying to think about that in your mind. That's really hard to do. It's not what people do. I mean,
Well, in some sense, people program, they build a computer, they program it just to answer your question about what the system does after 50 steps. I mean, humans build computers.
yes, that's right. But they create something which is then, you know, then when they run it, it's doing something different than what's happening in their mind. And they've outsourced that piece of computation from something that is internally happening in their mind to something that is now a tool that's external to them.
So by the way, humans didn't invent computers, they discovered those.
So they discovered computation,
Which
they invented the technology of computers.
the computer is just a kind of way to plug into this whole stream of computation. There's probably other ways.
Well, for sure. I mean, the particular ways that we make computers out of semiconductors and electronics and so on, that's the particular technology stack we built. I mean, the story of a lot of what people try to do with quantum computing is finding different sort of underlying physical, you know, infrastructure for doing computation. You know, biology does lots of computation. It does it using infrastructure that's different from semiconductors and electronics. It's a molecular scale sort of computational process that hopefully we'll understand more about. Some ideas about understanding more about that. But you know, that's another, you know, it's another representation of computation. Things that happen in the physical universe at the level of, you know, these evolving hypergraphs and so on. That's another sort of implementation layer for this abstract idea of computation.
So if GPT or large language models are starting to develop or implicitly understand the laws of language and thoughts, do you think they can be made explicit?
Yes.
How?
With a bunch of effort. I mean,
So
it's
do they
like
have,
doing natural science. I mean, what is happening in natural science? You have the world that's doing all these complicated things, and then you discover, you know, Newton's rules, for example. This is how motion works. This is the way that this particular sort of idealization of the world, this is how we describe it in a simple, computationally reducible way. And I think it's the same thing here. There are sort of computationally reducible aspects of what's happening that you can get a kind of narrative theory for, just as we've got narrative theories in physics and so on.
do you think it would be depressing or exciting when all the laws of thought are made explicit, human thought made explicit?
I think that once you understand computational reducibility, it's neither of those things. Because the fact is, people say, for example, people will say, oh, but, you know, I have free will. I kind of, you know, I operate in a way that is, you know, they have the idea that they're doing something that is sort of internal to them, that they're figuring out what's happening. But in fact, We think there are laws of physics that ultimately determine, every nerve, every electrical impulse in a nerve and things like this. So you might say, isn't it depressing that we are ultimately just determined by the rules of physics, so to speak? It's the same thing. It's at a higher level. It's like it's a shorter distance to get from kind of semantic grammar to the way that we might construct a piece of text than it is to get from individual nerve firings to how we construct a piece of text. But it's not fundamentally different. And by the way, as soon as we have this kind of level of, this other level of description, it helps us to go even further. So we'll end up being able to produce more and more complicated kinds of things. Just like when if we didn't have a computer and we knew certain rules, we could write them down and go a certain distance. But once we have a computer, we can go vastly further, and this is the same kind of thing.
You wrote a blog post titled, "What is ChatGPT doing and why does it work?" We've been talking about this, but can we just step back and look at this question? What's ChatGPT doing? What are these a bunch of billion parameters trained on a large number of words? Why does it seem to work again? Is it because of the point you made that there's laws of language that can be discovered by such a process?
Well, let's talk about sort of the low level of what ChatGPT is. And ultimately, you give the prompt, it's trying to work out, what should the next word be, right?
Which is wild. Isn't it surprising to you that this kind of low-level, dumb training procedure can create something syntactically correct first, and then semantically correct?
The thing that has been sort of a story of my life, realizing that simple rules can do much more complicated things than you imagine. That something that starts simple to describe can grow a thing that is, vastly more complicated than you can imagine. And honestly, it's taken me, I've sort of been thinking about this now 40 years or so, and it always surprises me. I mean, even, for example, in our physics project, sort of thinking about the whole universe growing from these simple rules, I still resist, because I keep on thinking, how can something really complicated arise from something that simple? It just seems, it seems wrong, but yet, the majority of my life I've known from things I've studied that this is the way things work. So yes, it is wild. It's possible to write a word at a time and produce a coherent essay, for example. But it's worth understanding kind of how that's working. And it's kind of like if it was going to say, the cat sat on the, what's the next word? Okay, so how to figure out the next word? Well, it's seen 1 trillion words written on it. And it's seen the cat sat on the floor, the cat sat on the sofa, the cat sat on whatever. So it's minimal thing to do is just say, let's look at what we saw on the internet. We saw, 10,000 examples of the cat sat on the. What was the most probable next word? Let's just pick that out and say that's the next word. And that's kind of what it is, at some level, is trying to do. Now the problem is there isn't enough text on the internet to, if you have a reasonable length of prompt, that specific prompt will never require. And as you kind of go further, there just won't be a place where you could have trained, where you could have just worked out probabilities from what was already there. Like if you say 2 plus 2, there'll be a zillion examples of 2 plus 2 equaling 4, and a very small number of examples of 2 plus 2 is 5, and so on. And you can pretty much know what's going to happen. So then the question is, well, if you can't just work out from examples what's going to happen, just probabilistic from examples what's going to happen, you have to have a model. And this kind of an idea, this idea of making models of things, is an idea that really, I think Galileo probably was one of the first people who sort of worked this out. And it's kind of like I think I gave an example of that the book I wrote about ChatGPT, where it's kind of like, Galileo was dropping cannonballs off the different floors of the Tower of Pisa. And it's like, okay, you drop a cannonball off this floor, you drop a cannonball off this floor, you miss floor 5 or something for whatever reason. But you know the time it took the cannonball to fall to the ground from floors 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, for example. Then the question is, can you work out, can you make a model which figures out how long did it take the ball, how long would it take the ball to fall to the ground from its ball, wouldn't explicitly measure. And the thing Galileo realized is that you can use math, you can use mathematical formulas to make a model for how long it will take the ball to fall. So now the question is, well, okay, you want to make a model for example, something much more elaborate, like you've got this arrangement of pixels, and is this arrangement of pixels an A or a B? Does it correspond to something you recognize as an A or a B? And you can make a similar kind, each pixel is like a parameter in some equation, and you could write down this giant equation where the answer is either, A or, one or two, A or B. And the question is then, what kind of a model successfully reproduces the way that we humans would conclude that this is an A and this is a B? If there's a complicated extra tail on top of the A, would we then conclude something different? What is the type of model that maps well into the way that we humans make distinctions about things? And the big kind of meta-discovery in neural nets are such a model. It's not obvious they were distinctions. It could be that human distinctions are not captured. We could try searching around for a type of model that could be a mathematical model, it could be some model based on something else that captures kind of typical human distinctions about things. It turns out this model that actually is very much the way that we think the architecture of brains works, that perhaps not surprisingly, that model actually corresponds to the way we make these distinctions. And so, the core next point is that the kind of models, neural net model, makes sort of distinctions and generalizes things in sort of the same way that we humans do. And that's why when you say, the cat said on the green blank, even though it never didn't see many examples of the cat said on the green whatever, it can make or the aardvark sat on the green whatever. I'm sure that particular sentence does not occur on the internet. And so it has to make a model that concludes what, it has to kind of generalize from the actual examples that it's seen. And so that's the fact is that neural nets generalize in the same kind of way that we humans do. If we were, the aliens might look at our neural net generalizations and say, that's crazy. That thing, when you put that extra little dot on the A, that isn't an A anymore. That's, that messed the whole thing up. But for us, humans, we make distinctions which seem to correspond to the kinds of distinctions that neural nets make. So then, the thing that is just amazing to me about ChatGPT is how similar the structure it has is to the very original way people imagine neural nets might work back in 1943. And, there's a lot of detailed engineering, great cleverness, but it's really the same idea. In fact, even the sort of elaborations of that idea where people said, let's put in some actual particular structure to try and make the neural net more elaborate, to be very clever about it. Most of that didn't matter. I mean, there's some things that seem to, when you train this neural net, the one thing, this kind of transformer architecture, this attention idea, that really has to do with, does every one of these neurons connect to every other neuron, or is it somehow causally localized, so to speak? Is it like we're making a sequence of words and the words depend on previous words, rather than just everything can depend on everything? And that seems to be important in just organizing things so that you don't have a sort of a giant mess. But the thing worth understanding about what is ChatGPT in the end, I mean, what is a neural net in the end? The neural net in the end is each neuron has it's taking inputs from a bunch of other neurons. It's eventually going to have a numerical value. It's going to compute some numbers, and it's saying, I'm going to look at the neurons above me. It's kind of a series of layers. It's going to look at the neurons above me, and it's going to say, what are the values of those neurons? And it's going to add those up and multiply them by these weights. And then it's going to apply some function that says if it's bigger than 0 or something, to make it 1, and otherwise make it 0, or some slightly more complicated function. You know very well how this works.
Like a giant equation within a lot of variables. You mentioned figuring out where the ball falls when you don't have data on the fourth floor. The equation here is not as simple as
the equation with 175 billion terms.
And it's quite surprising that in some sense a simple procedure of training such an equation lead to
Well, I think
a good representation of natural language.
right. The real issue is, this architecture of neural net where what's happening is, you've turned so neural nets always just deal with numbers, and so you've turned the sentence that you started with into a bunch of numbers. Like let's say by mapping, each word of the 50,000 words of English, you just map each word or each part of the word into some number. You feed all those numbers in, and then the thing is going to, and then those numbers just go into the values of these neurons, and then what happens is it's just rippling down, going layer to layer until it gets to the end. I think ChatGPT is about 400 layers, and it just, it just goes once through. It just every new word it can compute just says here are the numbers from the words before. Let's compute what does it compute? It computes the probabilities that it estimates for each of the possible 50,000 words that could come next. And then it decides, sometimes it will use the most probable word, sometimes it will use not the most probable word. It's an interesting fact that there's this so-called temperature parameter, which, at temperature 0, it's always using the most probable word that it estimated was the most probable thing to come next. If you increase the temperature, it'll be more and more kind of random selection of words. It'll go down to lower and lower probability words. The thing I was just playing with actually recently was the transition that happens as you increase the temperature. The thing goes bonkers at a particular, sometimes at a particular temperature, and maybe about 1.2 is the thing I was noticing from yesterday actually. That usually it's giving reasonable answers, and then at that temperature, with some probability, it just starts spouting nonsense. And nobody knows that. And by the way, the thing to understand is putting down one word at a time, but the outer loop of the fact that it says, okay, I put down a word. Now let's take the whole thing I wrote so far, let's feed that back in, let's put down another word. That outer loop, which seems almost trivial, is really important to the operation of the thing. And for example, one of the things that is kind of funky is we'll give an answer, and you say to it, is that answer correct? And just say, no. And why is that happening? Right? Why can it do that? Well, the answer is because it is going one word at a time, sort of forwards. And it didn't, it came along with some sort of chain of thought in a sense, and it came up with completely the wrong answer. But as soon as you feed it the whole thing that it came up with, it immediately knows that isn't right. It immediately can recognize that was a bad syllogism or something, and can see what happened, even though as it was being led down this garden path, so to speak, it came to the wrong place.
But it's fascinating that this kind of procedure converges to something that forms a pretty good compressed representation of language in nature.
Yep.
That's quite.
Right. No,
I'm not sure what to make of it.
well, look, I think there are many things we don't understand. Okay, so for example, 175 billion weights. It's maybe about 1 trillion bytes of information, which is very comparable to the training set that was used. Why that? Why it sort of stands for some kind of reason that the number of weights in the neural net. I can't really argue that. I can't really give you a good example. In a sense, the very fact that that insofar as there are definite rules of what's going on, you might expect that eventually we'll have a much smaller neural net that will successfully capture what's happening. I don't think the best way to do it is probably a neural net. I think a neural net is what you do when you don't know any other way to structure the thing. And it's a very good thing to do if you don't know any other way to structure the thing. And for the last 2,000 years, we haven't known any other way to structure it. This is a pretty good way to start. But that doesn't mean you can't find sort of, in a sense, more symbolic rules for what's going on, that, much of which will then be, you can kind of get rid of much of the structure of a neural net and replace it by things which are sort of pure steps of computation, so to speak, sort of good neural net stuff around the edges, and that becomes just a much simpler way to do it.
So the neural net, you hope, will reveal to us good symbolic rules that make the meaning of the neural net less and less and less.
Right. And there will still be some stuff that's kind of fuzzy, just like, there are things that, it's like this question, what can be formalized? What can we turn into computational language? What is just sort of, it happens that way just because brains are set up that way?
What do you think are the limitations of large language models? Just to make it explicit.
Well, I mean, I think that deep computation is not what large language models do. I mean, it's a different kind of thing. The outer loop of a large language model, if you're trying to do many steps of computation, the only way you get to do that right now is by spooling out, all the whole chain of thought as a bunch of words, basically. And, you can make a Turing machine out of that if you want to, right? Just doing that construction. In principle, you can make an arbitrary computation by just spooling out the words, but it's a bizarre and inefficient way to do it. But it's something where I think that's sort of the deep computation is it's really what the humans can do quickly. Large language models will probably be able to do that. Anything that you can do kind of off the top of your head type thing is really is good for large language models. And the things you do off the top of your head, you may not get them always right, but it's thinking through the same way we do.
But I wonder if there's an automated way to do something that humans do much faster to where it like loops. So generate arbitrary large code bases of Wolfram language, for example.
Well, the question is, what do you want the code base to do?
Escape control and take over the world.
Okay. So, the thing is, when people say, we want to build this giant thing, right? A giant piece of computational language. In a sense, it's sort of a failure of computational language if the thing you have to build, in other words, if we have a description, if you have a small description, that's the thing that you represent in computational language, and then the computer can compute from that. Yes. So, in a sense, as soon as you're giving a description, you have to somehow make that description something, definite, something formal, and to say, okay, I'm going to give this piece of natural language, and then it's going to splurt out this giant formal structure. That, in a sense, that doesn't really make sense, because except insofar as that piece of natural language kind of plugs into what we socially know, so to speak, or plugs into kind of our corpus of knowledge, then that's a way we capture a piece of that corpus of knowledge, but hopefully we will have done that in computational language. How do you make it do something that's big? Well, you have to have a way to describe what you want.
I can make it more explicit. How about, I just thought in my head, iterate through all the members of Congress and figure out how to convince them that they have to let me, the system, become president, pass all the laws that allows the AI systems to control and be the president. So that's a very explicit one. Figure out the individual life story of each congressman, each senator, anybody, I don't know what's required to really kind of pass legislation, and figure out how to control them, manipulate them, get all the information. What would be the biggest fear of this congressman, and in such a way that you can take action on it in the digital space, maybe threaten the destruction of reputation or something.
Right. If I can describe what I want, to what extent can a large language model automate that?
With the help of concretization of something like Wolfram language, that makes it more, grounded.
I think you can go well along that.
I'm also surprised how quickly I was able to take it.
Yeah, that's
I swear I did not think about this before. It's funny how quickly, which is a very concerning thing, because that probably, this idea will probably do quite a bit of damage. There might be a very large number of other such ideas.
Well, I'll give you a much more benign version of that. Okay? You're going to make an AI tutoring system, and that's a benign version of what you're saying. I want this person to understand this point. You're essentially doing machine learning where the loss function, the thing you're trying to get to, is get the human to understand this point. And when you do a test on a human, that they correctly understand how this or that works. And I am confident that sort of the large language model type technology combined with computational language is going to be able to do pretty well at teaching us humans things. And it's going to be an interesting phenomenon because, sort of individualized teaching is a thing that has been kind of a goal for a long time. I think we're going to get that. I think more, that it has many consequences for, like just, if you know me, as if you, the AI, know me, tell me, I'm about to do this thing. What are the three things I need to know? Given what I already know. Let's say I'm looking at some paper or something, right? It's like there's a version of the summary of that paper that is optimized for me, so to speak, and where it really is, and I think that's really going to work.
You can understand the major gaps in your knowledge that it filled would actually give you a deeper understanding of the topic. Yeah.
Right. And that's that's an important thing because it really changes. Actually, I think when you think about education and so on, it really changes kind of what's worth doing, what's not worth doing, and so on. It makes I know in my life I've learned lots of different fields, and so I don't know, every time I really think this is the one I'm not going to be able to learn. But it turns out there's sort of methods for learning these things in the end, and I think this idea that it becomes easier to, it becomes easier to be fed knowledge, so to speak, and it becomes, if you need to know this particular thing, you can get taught it in an efficient way. Is something I think is sort of an interesting feature, and I think it makes the, things like the value of big towers of specialized knowledge become less significant compared to the kind of meta knowledge of sort of understanding kind of the big picture and being able to connect things together. I think that there's been this huge trend of let's be more and more specialized because we have to we have to sort of ascend these towers of knowledge. But by the time you can get more automation, being able to get to that place on the tower without having to go through all those steps, I think it sort of changes that picture.
Interesting. So your intuition is that in terms of the collective intelligence for the species and the individual minds that make up that collective, there'll be more trend towards being generalists and being kind of philosophers.
That's what I think. I think that's where the humans are going to be useful. I think that a lot of these kind of the drilling, the mechanical working out of things is much more automated. There's much more AI territory, so to speak.
No more PhDs.
Well, it's an interesting, yes. I mean, the kind of the specialization, this kind of tower of specialization, which has been a feature of, we've accumulated lots of knowledge in our species, and in a sense, every time we have a kind of automation that's building the tools, it becomes less necessary to know that whole tower, and it becomes something where you can just use a tool to get to the top of that tower. I think that the thing that is ultimately, when we think about, okay, what do the AIs do versus what the humans do? It's like AIs, you tell them to say, go achieve this particular objective. Okay, they can maybe figure out a way to achieve that objective. We say, what objective would you like to achieve? The AI has no intrinsic idea of that. It's not a defined thing. That's a thing which has to come from some other entity. And insofar as we are in charge, so to speak, or whatever it is, and our kind of web of society and history and so on is the thing that is defining what objective we want to go to. That's that's a thing that we humans are necessarily involved in.
But to push back a little bit, don't you think that GPT, future versions of GPT, will be able to give a good answer to what objective would you like to achieve?
On what basis? I mean, if they say, look, here's the terrible thing that could happen. Okay? They're taking the average of the internet and they're saying, from the average of the internet, what do people want to do?
But that's the Elon Musk adage of the most entertaining outcome is the most likely.
Okay. So that could be one from him. Yeah.
That could be one objective, is maximize global entertainment. The dark version of that is drama. The good version of that is fun.
Right. So I mean, this question of what, if you say to the AI, um, you know, what does the species want to achieve?
Yes, okay. There'll be an answer, right?
There'll be an answer. It would be what the average of the internet says the species wants to achieve.
Let's, I think you're using the word average very loosely there, right? So I think the answer is become more and more interesting as these language models are trained better and better.
No, but I mean, in the end, it's a reflection back of what we already said.
Yes, but it's there's a deeper wisdom to the collective intelligence, presumably than each individual.
Maybe
Isn't that what we're trying to do as a society?
Well, I mean, that's an important, it's an interesting question. I mean, insofar as some of us, work on trying to innovate and figure out new things and so on, it is sometimes it's a complicated interplay between sort of the individual doing the crazy thing off in some spur, so to speak, versus the collective that's trying to do sort of the high inertia average thing. And it's, sometimes the collective, is bubbling up things that are interesting, and sometimes it's pulling down kind of the attempt to make this kind of innovative direction.
Because I think the large language models would see beyond that simplification would say maybe intellectual and career diversity is really important. So you need the crazy people on the outlier, on the outskirts. And so like the actual, what's the purpose of this whole thing is to explore through this kind of dynamics that we've been using as a human civilization, which is most of us focus on one thing, and then there's the crazy people on the outskirts doing the opposite of that one thing, where you kind of like pull the whole society together. There's that mainstream science, and then there's the crazy science. That's just been the history of human civilization. And maybe the AI system will be able to see that, and the more and more impressed we are by the language model telling us this, the more control we give it to it, and the more we'll be willing to let it run our society. And hence, there's this kind of loop where the society can be manipulated towards the AI system running.
Right. Well, I mean, look, one of the things that's sort of interesting is we might say we always think we're making progress, but yet, if in a sense, by saying let's take what already exists and use that as a model for what should exist, then it's interesting that, for example, many religions have taken that point of view. There is a sacred book that got written at time X, and it defines how people should act for all future time. And that's it's a model that people have operated with, and in a sense, this is a version of that kind of statement. It's like take the 2023 version of sort of how the world has exposed itself and use that to define what the world should do in the future.
But it's an imprecise definition, right? Because just like the religious text and the GPT, the human interpretation of what GPT says would be the perturbation of the system, would be the noise, it'd be full of uncertainties. It's not like ChatGPT will tell you exactly what to do. It'll tell you approximately a narrative of what, like it's like a turn the other cheek kind of narrative, right? That's not a fully instructive narrative.
Well, until the AI's controlling the system can do it,
they will be able to very precisely tell you what to do.
well, they'll do what they'll just do this or that thing, and not only that, they'll be auto-suggesting to each person, do this next, do that next. So I think it's a slightly more prescriptive situation than one is typically seen. But I think this whole question of sort of what's left for the humans, so to speak, to what extent do we, get this idea that there is an existing kind of corpus of purpose for humans defined by what's on the internet and so on. That's an important thing. But then the question of sort of as we explore what we can think of as the computational universe, as we explore all these different possibilities for what we could do, all these different inventions we could make, all these different things, the question is which ones do we choose to follow? Those choices are the things that, in a sense, if the humans want to still have kind of human progress, that's what we get to make those choices. In other words, there's this idea, if you say, let's take the kind of what exists today and use that as the determinant of all of what there is in the future, the thing that is sort of the opportunity for humans is there will be many possibilities going on and many different things that could happen or be done. And insofar as we want to be in the loop, the thing that makes sense for us to be in the loop doing is picking which of those possibilities we want.
But the degree to which there's a feedback loop of the idea that we're picking something that starts becoming questionable because we're influenced by the various systems.
Absolutely.
But if that becomes more and more source of our education and wisdom and absolute knowledge,
right, the AIs take over. I mean, I thought for a long time that, it's the, AR auto-suggestion. That's really the thing that makes the AIs take over. It's just that the humans just follow,
yeah, we will no longer write emails to each other. We just send the auto-suggested email.
Yeah, but the thing where humans are potentially in the loop is when there's a choice. And when there's a choice which we could make based on our kind of whole web of history and so on. And that's, that's insofar as it's all just, determined, the humans don't have a place. And by the way, I mean, at some level, it's all kind of a complicated philosophical issue because at some level the universe is just doing what it does. We are parts of that universe that are necessarily doing what we do, so to speak. Yet we feel we have sort of agency in what we're doing, and that's its own separate kind of interesting issue.
And we also kind of feel like we're the final destination, what the universe was meant to create. But we very well could be, and likely are, some kind of intermediate step. Obviously, yeah. We're most certainly some intermediate step. The question is if there's some cooler, more complex, more interesting thing that's going to be materialized.
The computational universe is full of stuff.
But in our particular podcast, specifically, so this is the best we're going to do or not. It's kind of like,
we can make all kinds of interesting things in the computational universe. When we look at them, we say, well, that's a thing. It doesn't really connect with our current way of thinking about things. And it's like in mathematics. We've got certain feelings, there are about 3 or 4 million that human mathematicians have written down and published and so on. But there are an infinite number of possible mathematical theorems. You just go out into the universe of possible theorems and pick another theorem. And then people will say, well, that's, they look at it and say, I don't know what this theorem means. It's not connected to the things that are part of kind of the web of history that we're dealing with. I think one point to make of it, sort of understanding AI and its relationship to us, is as we have this kind of whole infrastructure of AIs doing their thing and doing their thing in a way that is perhaps not readily understandable by us humans, you might say that's a very weird situation. How come we have built this thing that behaves in a way that we can't understand, that's full of computational irreducibility, etc., What is this? What's it going to feel like when the world is run by AIs whose operations we can't understand? And the thing one realizes is actually we've seen this before. That's what happens when we exist in the natural world. The natural world is full of things that operate according to definite rules. They have all kinds of computational irreducibility. We don't understand what the natural world is doing. Occasionally, and when you say, are the AIs going to wipe us out, for example? Well, it's kind of like, is the machination of the AIs going to lead to this thing that eventually comes and destroys the species? Well, we can also ask the same thing about the natural world. Is the machination of the natural world going to eventually lead to this thing that's going to, make the Earth explode or something like this? Those are questions. And insofar as we think we understand what's happening in the natural world, as a result of science and natural science and so on, one of the things we can expect when there's this giant infrastructure of the AIs is that's where we have to kind of invent a new kind of natural science that kind of is the natural science that explains to us how the AIs work. It's kind of like we have a horse or something. We're trying to ride the horse and go from here to there. We don't really understand how the horse works inside, but we can get certain rules and certain approaches that we take to persuade the horse to go from here to there and take us there. And that's the same type of thing that we're kind of dealing with the sort of incomprehensible, computationally irreducible AIs. But we can identify we can find these kind of pockets of reducibility that we can kind of, we're grabbing onto the mane of the horse or something to be able to ride it. That we figure out, if we do this or that to ride the horse, that's a successful way to get it to do what we're interested in doing.
There does seem to be a difference between a horse and a large language model, or something that could be called AGI, connected to the internet. Let me just ask you about a big philosophical question about the threats of these things. There's a lot of people like Eliezer Yudkowsky who worry about the existential risks when they access these. Is that something that you worry about? Sometimes when you're building an incredible system like with Malfa, you can kind of get lost in it.
I try and think a little bit about the implications of what we're doing.
It's like the Manhattan Project kind of situation where it's some of the most incredible physics and engineering being done, but where's this going to go?
I think some of these arguments about kind of, there'll always be a smarter AI, there'll always be, and eventually the AIs will get smarter than us, and then all sorts of terrible things will happen. To me, some of those arguments remind me of kind of the ontological arguments of the existence of God and things like this. They're kind of arguments that are based on some particular model, fairly simple model often, of kind of there is always a greater of this, that, and that. This is, and that's, those arguments what tends to happen in the sort of reality of how these things develop is it's more complicated than you expect. But the kind of simple logical argument that says, eventually there'll be a super intelligence and then it will, do this and that, turns out not to really be the story. It turns out to be a more complicated story. So, for example, here's an example of these two. Is there an apex intelligence? Just like there might be an apex predator in some, ecosystem. Is there going to be an apex intelligence, the most intelligent thing that there could possibly be? Right? I think the answer is no. In fact, we already know this. It's kind of back to the whole computational reducibility stories. There's kind of a question of, even if you have, if you have sort of a Turing machine, you have a Turing machine that runs as long as possible before it halts. You say, is this the apex machine that does that? There will always be a machine that can do it. And as you go out to the infinite collection of possible Turing machines, you'll never have reached the end, so to speak. You'll always be able to, it's kind of like the same question of whether there'll always be another invention. Will you always be able to invent another thing? The answer is yes. There's an infinite tower of possible inventions.
That's one definition of apex. But the other is like, which I also thought which I also think might be true, is there a species that's the apex intelligence right now on Earth? So it's not trivial to say that humans are that.
Yeah, it's not true. I agree. It's I think one of the things that I've long been curious about kind of other intelligences, so to speak. I view intelligence is like computation, and it's kind of you have this set of rules, you deduce what happens. I have tended to think now that there's this sort of specialization of computation that is sort of a consciousness-like thing that has to do with these, computational boundedness, single-threaded experience, these kinds of things, that are the specialization of computation that corresponds to a somewhat human-like experience of the world. Now the question is, so that's, there may be other intelligences like, the aphorism, the weather has a mind of its own. It's a different kind of intelligence that can compute all kinds of things that are hard for us to compute, but it is not well aligned with us, with the way that we think about things. It doesn't think the way we think about things. And in this idea of different intelligences, every different human mind is a different intelligence that thinks about things in different ways. And in terms of the kind of formalism of our physics project, we talk about this idea of rule space, the space of all possible sort of rule systems, and different minds are in a sense at different points in rule space. Human minds ones that have grown up with the same kind of culture and ideas and things like this might be pretty close in the real space. Pretty easy for them to communicate, pretty easy to translate, pretty easy to move from one place in real space that corresponds to one mind to another place in real space that corresponds to another sort of nearby mind. When we deal with kind of more distant things in real space, like the pet cat or something. The pet cat has some aspects that are shared with us. The emotional responses of the cat are somewhat similar to ours, but the cat is further away in real space than people are. And so then the question is, can we identify can we make a translation from our thought processes to the thought processes of a cat or something like this? And what will we get? And what will happen when we get there? And I think it's the case that many animals, dogs, for example, they have elaborate olfactory systems. They have sort of the smell architecture of the world, so to speak, in the way that we don't. And so, if you were sort of talking to the dog and you could communicate in a language, the dog will say, well, this is a flowing, smelling, this, that, and the other thing, concepts that we just don't have any idea about. Now, what's interesting about that is one day we will have chemical sensors that do a really pretty good job. We have artificial noses that work pretty well. We might have our augmented reality systems show us kind of the same map that the dog could see and things like this, and similar to what happens in the dog's brain. And eventually, we will have kind of expanded in real space to the point where we will have those same sensory experiences that dogs have, and we will have internalized what it means to have, the smell landscape or whatever. Mm-hmm. And so then we will kind of colonize that part of real space. Until we haven't gone, some things that animals and so on do, we sort of successfully understand. Others we do not. And the question of what is the what representation? How do we convert things that animals think about to things that we can think about? That's not a trivial thing. And I've long been curious. I had a very bizarre project at one point of trying to make an iPad game with a cat could win against its own.
But I feel like there's a deep philosophical goal there, though.
Yes. I mean, I was curious if pets can work in Minecraft, for example, and can construct things. What will they construct? And will what they construct be something that we look at and say, "Oh, yeah, I recognize that," or will it be something that looks to us like something out there in the computational universe that one of my cellular automaton might have produced? Where we say, "Oh, yeah, I can kind of see it operates according to some rules. I don't know why you would use those rules. I don't know why you would care."
Yeah, I actually, to move on that seriously, is there a connector in the real space between you and a cat? Where the cat could legitimately win? So iPad is a very weird interface. I wonder if there's a game where cats win.
I think the problem is the cat's not going to be that interesting in what's happening.
So I think, that's an interface issue.
Yeah. No, I think it is likely that, there are plenty of animals that would successfully eat us if we were, exposed to that. And so there's, it's going to pounce faster than we can get out of the way. So that there are plenty of, and probably it's going to, we think we've hidden ourselves, but we haven't successfully hidden ourselves.
That's a physical strength. I wonder if there's something more in the realm of intelligence, where an animal like a cat kind of out.
Well, I think there are things, certainly in terms of the speed of processing certain kinds of things, for sure. I mean, the question of what, is there a game of chess, for example? Is there cat chess that the cats could play against each other? And if we tried to play a cat, we'd always lose. I don't know. It might have to do with speed, but it might have to do with concepts also. There might be concepts in the cat's head. I tend to think that our species, from its invention of language, has managed to build up this kind of power of abstraction that, for things like a chess-like game, will make us win. In other words, we've become, through the fact that we've kind of experienced language and learnt abstraction, we've sort of become smarter at those kinds of abstract kinds of things. Now, that doesn't make us smarter at catching a mouse or something. It makes us smarter at the things that we've chosen to sort of, to concern ourselves, which are these kind of abstract things. And I think this is again back to the question of what does one care about? If one's the cat. If you have the discussion with a cat, if we can translate things to have a discussion with a cat, the cat will say, I'm very excited that this light is moving. And they say, why do you care? And the cat will say, that's the most important thing in the world. That this thing moves around. And it's like when you ask about, I don't know, you look at archaeological remains and you say, these people had this, belief system about this, and that was the most important thing in the world to them. And now we look at it and say we don't know what point of it. But, I've been curious, there are these handprints in caves from 20,000 or more years ago, and it's like nobody knows what these handprints were there for. That they may have been a representation of the most important thing you can imagine. They may just have been some kid who rubbed their hands in the mud and stuck them in the walls of the cave. We don't know. And I think that this whole question of what is, when you say this question of sort of what's the smartest thing around, there's the question of what kind of computation you're trying to do. If you're saying, you say you've got some well-defined computation, and how do you implement it? Well, you can implement it by nerve cells, firing. You can implement it with silicon and electronics. You can implement it by some kind of molecular computation process in the human immune system or in some molecular biology kind of thing. There are different ways to implement it. And, I think this question of sort of which, those different implementation methods will be at different speeds. They'll be able to do different things. If you say, so an interesting question would be, what kinds of abstractions are most natural in these different kinds of systems? So for a cat, it's, for example, the visual scene that we see, you might, we pick out certain objects, we recognize, certain things in that visual scene. A cat might in principle recognize different things. I suspect, biological evolution is very slow. And I suspect what a cat notices is very similar. We even know that from some physiology. What a cat notices is very similar to what we notice. Of course, there's one obvious difference is cats have only two kinds of color receptors, so they don't see in the same kind of color that we do. Now, we say we're better. We have three color receptors, green, blue. We're not the overall winner. I think the mantis shrimp is the overall winner, with 15 color receptors, I think. So it can kind of make distinctions that with our current, like the mantis shrimp's view of reality is, at least in terms of color, is much richer than ours. Now, but what's interesting is how do we get there? So imagine we have this augmented reality system that is even, it's seeing into the infrared, into the ultraviolet, things like this, and it's translating that into something that is connectable to our brains, either through our eyes or more directly into our brains. Then eventually our kind of web of the types of things we understand will extend to those kinds of constructs, just as they have extended. There are plenty of things where we see them in the modern world because we've made them with technology, and now we understand what that is. But if we've never seen that kind of thing, we wouldn't have a way to describe it, we wouldn't have a way to understand it, and so on.
All right, so that actually stemmed from our conversation about whether AI is going to kill all of us. And we've discussed this kind of spreading just the view of space. That in practice, it just seems that things get more complicated. Things are more complicated than this story of, well, if you build a thing that's +1 intelligence, that thing will be able to build the thing that's +2 intelligence and +3 intelligence. That would be exponential. It become more intelligent exponentially faster and so on until it completely destroys everything. But that intuition might still not be so simple, but might still carry validity. And there's two interesting trajectories here. One, a superintelligent system remains in really proximity to humans, to where we're like, holy crap, this thing is really intelligent. Let's elect the president. And then there could be perhaps more terrifying intelligence that starts moving away. That might be around us now. That are moving far away in space, but they're still sharing physical resources with us, right?
Yeah.
So they can rob us of those physical resources and destroy humans. It's kind of casually. Yeah. Just
like nature could.
Like nature could. But it seems like there's something unique about AI systems where there is this kind of exponential growth. Like the way, well, sorry, nature has so many things in it. And one of the things that nature has, which is very interesting, are viruses, for example.
Mm-hmm.
There is systems within nature that have this kind of exponential effect. And that terrifies us humans because, again, there's only 8 billion of us. You can just kind of, it's not that hard to just kind of whack them all real quick. So, that's something to think about. But yeah, we could about that. Yes. But anyway, hey, are you as concerned about something like aliens being costly, for example? Just big, painful negative effect of society.
No, perhaps that's because I'm intrinsically an optimist. I think that there are things. I think the thing that one sees is there's going to be this one thing that's going to just zap everything. Somehow, maybe I have faith in computational reducibility, so to speak. That there's always unintended little corners. That just like somebody says, I'm going to, I don't know, somebody has some bioweapon, and they say, we're going to release this, and it's going to do all this harm. But then it turns out it's more complicated than that, because, they're kind of, some humans are different, and, the exact way it works is a little different than you expect. It's something where sort of the great big, you smash the thing with something, the asteroid collides with the Earth. And it kind of, and yes, the Earth is cold for 2 years or something, and then lots of things die, but not everything dies. And it's there's usually, I kind of, this is in a sense the sort of story of computational reducibility. There are always unexpected corners, there are always unexpected consequences, and I don't think that they kind of whack it over the head with something and then it's all gone. Is that can obviously happen. The Earth can be swallowed up in a black hole or something, and it's kind of presumably all over. But I think this question of what do I think the realistic paths are? I think that there will be sort of an increasing. That people have to get used to phenomena like computational reducibility. There's an idea that we built the machines so we can understand what they do, and we're going to be able to control what happens. Well, that's not really right. Now the question is the result of that lack of control going to be that the machines kind of conspire and sort of wipe us out? Maybe just because I'm an optimist, I don't tend to think that that's in the cards. I think that as a realistic thing, I suspect, what will sort of emerge maybe is kind of an ecosystem of the AIs, just as, again, I don't really know. This is something that's it's hard to be clear about what will happen. And I think that there are a lot of sort of details of, what could we do? What systems in the world could we connect an AI to? I have to say, I was just a couple of days ago, I was working on this ChatGPT plugin kit that we have here, okay, where you can create a plugin and it runs with language code, and it can run with language code back on your own computer. And I was thinking, well, I can just make it, I can tell ChatGPT create a piece of code and then just run it on my computer. And I'm like, that sort of personalizes for me the what could possibly go wrong. So it's exciting or scary? It was a little bit scary, because it's kind of like I realized I'm delegating to the AI, write a piece of code. You're in charge. Write a piece of code, run it on my computer, and pretty soon all my files can say
That's like Russian roulette, but like much more complicated.
Yes, right.
That's a good drinking game. I don't know. That's what.
It's an interesting question. If you do that, right? What is the sandbox that you should have? And that's sort of a version of that question for the world. That is, as soon as you put the AIs in charge of things, how many constraints should there be on these systems before you put the AIs in charge of all the weapons and all these different kinds of systems?
So here's the fun part about sandboxes: is the AI knows about them. It has the tools to crack them.
Look, the fundamental problem of computer security is computational reproducibility.
Yes.
Because the fact is, any sandbox is never it's never going to be a perfect sandbox. If you want the system to be able to do interesting things, I mean, this is the problem that's happened with generic problem of computer security. That as soon as you have your firewall that is sophisticated enough to be a universal computer, that means it can do anything. And so long as if you find a way to hook it so that you actually get it to do that universal computation thing, that's the way you kind of crawl around and get it to do the thing that wasn't intended to do. And that's sort of another version of computational reproducibility is you get it to do the thing you didn't expect it to do, so to speak.
There's so many interesting possibilities here that manifest themselves from the computational reducibility here. It's just so many things can happen. Because in digital space, those moves so quickly. You have a chatbot, you can have a piece of code, and you could basically have ChatGPT generate viruses. It's not on purpose. And digital viruses.
Yes.
And they could be brain viruses too, where they convince, kind of like phishing emails.
Yes.
They can convince you of stuff.
Yes. And no doubt you can, in a sense, we've had the loop of the machine learning loop of making things that convince people of things is surely going to get easier to do. Yeah. And, then what does that look like? Well, it's again, we humans are, this is a new environment for us. And admittedly, it's an environment which is a little bit scary, is changing much more rapidly than, people worry about, climate change can happen over hundreds of years. And, the environment is changing, but the environment for, in the kind of digital environment might change in 6 months.
So one of the relevant concerns here, in terms of the impact of GPT on society, is the nature of truth. That's relevant to Wolfram Alpha. Because computation through symbolic reasoning that's embodied in Wolfram Alpha as an interface, there's a kind of sense that what Wolfram Alpha tells me is true.
Mm-hmm. So we hope.
Yeah, you could probably analyze that, you could show. You can't prove that's always going to be true, computational reducibility. But it's going to be more true than not.
Look, the fact is, it will be the correct consequence of the rules you specified. And insofar as it talks about the real world, that is our job in sort of curating and collecting data to make sure that that data is, quote, as true as possible. Now, what does that mean? Well, that's always an interesting question. I mean, for us, our operational definition of truth is, somebody says, who's the best actress? Who knows? But somebody won the Oscar, and that's a definite fact.
Yeah.
And so, that's the kind of thing that we can make computational as a piece of truth.
Yes.
If you ask, these things which, a sensor measured this thing, did it this way. A machine learning system, this particular machine learning system recognized this thing. That's a sort of a definite a fact, so to speak. And that's there is a good network of those things in the world. It's certainly the case that, particularly when you say, "Is so and so a good person?" That's a hopelessly, he might have a computational language definition of good, and it would be very interesting, because that's a very messy kind of concept, not really amenable to kind of, I think as far as we will get for those kinds of things is I want X. There's a kind of meaningful calculus of I want X, and that has various consequences. I mean, I'm not sure, I haven't thought this through properly, but I think, a concept like, is so-and-so a good person, is that true or not? That's a mess.
That's a mess that's amenable to computation. I think it's a mess when humans try to define what's good, like through legislation. But when humans try to define what's good through literature, through history books, through poetry, it starts
Well, I don't know. I mean, that particular thing, it's kind of like, we're going into kind of the ethics of what counts as good, so to speak, and what do we think is right, and so on. And I think that's a thing which, one feature is we don't all agree about that. There's no theorems about there's no theoretical framework that says this is the way that ethics has to be.
And first of all, this stuff is kind of agree on, and there's some comparative back as to what works and what doesn't, from just even the morals and ethics in religious texts. So we seem to mostly agree that murder is bad. There's certain universals that seem to emerge.
I wonder what the murder of an alien is.
So I tend to think yes, but I think we would have to contend with that question. And I wonder what they have.
Yeah. Well, I think one of the things with AIs is it's one thing to wipe out that AI that is only has no owner. You can easily imagine the AI kind of hanging out on the internet without having any particular owner or anything like that. And then you say, well, what harm does it? It's okay to get rid of that AI. Of course, if the AI has 10,000 friends who are humans, and all those 10,000 humans will be incredibly upset that this AI just got exterminated. It becomes a slightly different, more entangled story. But yeah, no, I think that this question about what do humans agree about, it's there are certain things that human laws have tended to consistently agree about. There have been times in history when people have sort of gone away from certain kinds of laws, even ones that we would now say, how could you possibly not done it that way? That just doesn't seem right at all. But I think, this question of what, I don't think one can say, beyond saying, if you have a set of rules that will cause the species to go extinct, that's probably, you could say that's probably not a winning set of laws, because even to have a thing on which you can operate laws requires that the species not be extinct.
But between sort of what's the distance between Chicago and New York, and Wolf and Alpha can answer, and the question of if this person is good or not, there seems to be a lot of gray area. And that starts becoming really interesting. I think your since the creation of Wolf and Alpha have been a kind of arbiter of truth at a large scale.
Mm-hmm.
So this system generates more truth than
try to make sure that the things are true. Look, as a practical matter, when people write computational contracts, and it's kind of like, if this happens in the world, then do this. Yes. And this hasn't developed as quickly as it might have done. This has been a sort of a blockchain story in part, and so on. The blockchain's not really necessary for the idea of computational contracts. But you can imagine that eventually, sort of a large part of what's in the world are these giant chains and networks of computational contracts. And then something happens in the world, and this whole giant domino effect of contracts firing autonomously that cause other things to happen. And, for us, we've been the main sort of source, the oracle of quote, facts or truth or something for things like blockchain, computational contracts and such like. And there's a question of, I consider that responsibility to actually get the stuff right. And one of the things that is tricky sometimes is, when is it true, when is it a fact, when it's not a fact. Yes. I think the best we can do is to say, we have a procedure, we follow the procedure, we might get it wrong, but at least we won't be corrupt about getting it wrong, so to speak.
So that's beautiful, folks. I have a transparency about the procedure. The problem has emerged in the things that you convert into computational language start to expand. For example, into the realm of politics.
Mm-hmm.
So this is where it's almost like this nice dance with Wolf and Alpha and ChatGPT. ChatGPT is, like you said, is shallow and broad.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to give you an opinion on everything.
But it writes fiction as well as fact, which is exactly how it's built. That's exactly, it is making language. and it is making both, even in code, it writes fiction. I mean, it's kind of funny to see sometimes, it'll write fictional Wolfram language code.
Yeah.
That
kind of looks right.
Yeah, it looks right, but it's actually not pragmatically correct.
Yeah.
But yes, it has a view of kind of roughly how the world works. So at the same level as books of fiction talk about roughly how the world works. They just don't happen to be the way the world actually works or whatever. But yes, that's no, I agree. That's the sort of we are attempting with our whole working language, computational language thing to represent at least, well, it's either doesn't necessarily have to be how the actual world works, because we can invent a set of rules that aren't the way the actual world works and run those rules, but then we're saying we're trying to accurately represent the result of running those rules, which might or might not be the actual rules of the world. But we also are trying to capture features of the world as accurately as possible to represent what happens in the world. Now, again, as we've discussed, the atoms in the world arranged. You say, I don't know, what was there a tank that showed up? That drove something. Okay, well, what is a tank? It's an arrangement of atoms that we abstractly describe as a tank. And you could say, well, there's some arrangement of atoms that there's a different arrangement of atoms, but it's not. We didn't decide. It's like this observatory question of what arrangement of atoms counts as a tank versus not a tank.
So there's even things that we consider strong facts. You could start to kind of disassemble them and show that they're not.
Right. I mean, so the question of whether, I don't know, was this gust of wind strong enough to blow over this particular thing? Well, a gust of wind is a complicated concept. It's full of little pieces of fluid dynamics and little vortices here and there, and you have to define. Was it? What the aspect of the gust of wind that you care about might be. It put this amount of pressure on this, blade of some wind turbine or something, and that's the but if you have something which is the fact of the gust of wind was this strong, or whatever, that is, you have to have some definition of that. You have to have some measuring device that says, according to my measuring device that was constructed this way, the gust of wind was this.
So what can you say about the nature of truth that's useful for us to understand ChatGPT? Because you've been contending with this idea of what is fact and not, and it seems like ChatGPT is used a lot now. I've seen it used by journalists to write articles. And so you have people that are working with large language models trying to desperately figure out how do we essentially censor them through different mechanisms, either manually or through reinforcement learning, through feedback, trying to align them to not say fiction, just to say non-fiction as much as possible.
Well, this is the importance of computational language as an intermediate. It's kind of like you've got the large language model, it's able to surface something which is a formal, precise thing that you can then look at, and you can run tests on it, and you can do all kinds of things. It's always going to work the same way, and it's precisely defined what it does. And then the large language model is the interface. I mean, the way I view these large language models, one of their important, and there are many use cases. It's a remarkable thing to talk about some of these. Literally, every day we're coming up with a couple of new use cases, some of which are very, very, very surprising. And things where, but the best use cases are ones where it's, even if it gets it roughly right, it's still a huge win. Like a use case we had a week or two ago is read our bug reports. We've got hundreds of thousands of bug reports that we've accumulated over decades. And it's like, can we have it just read the bug report, figure out where is the bug likely to be, and home in on that piece of code. Maybe it'll even suggest some sort of way to fix the code. It might get that. It might be nonsense, but it says about how to fix the code. But it's incredibly useful that it was able to,
It's so awesome. It's so awesome because the nonsense will somehow be instructive. I don't quite understand that yet. Yeah, there's so many programming related things like, for example, the translating to local language from items really interesting. It's extremely effective. The failures reveal the path forward also.
Yeah, but I mean, the big thing, I mean, in that kind of discussion, the unique thing about our computational language is it is intended to be read by humans.
Yes, so that's really important.
Right. And so it has this thing where you can, but thinking about sort of ChatGPT and its use and so on, one of the big things about it, I think, is it's a linguistic user interface. That is, so a typical use case might be, and take the journalist case, for example. It's like, let's say I have 5 facts that I'm trying to turn into an article, or I'm trying to write a report where I have basically 5 facts that I'm trying to include in this report. But then I feed those 5 facts to ChatGPT, it puffs them out into this big report, and then that's a good interface for another. If I just had in my terms those 5 bullet points, and I gave them to some other person, the person said, I don't know what you're talking about, because these are, this is your version of this sort of quick notes about these 5 bullet points. But if you puff it out into this thing which is kind of connects to the collective understanding of language, then somebody else can look at it and say, oh, okay, I understand what you're talking about. Now you can also have the situation where that thing that was puffed out is fed to another large language model. It's kind of like, you're applying for the permit to, I don't know, grow fish in some place or something like this, and and you have these facts that you're putting in. I'm going to have I'm going to have this kind of water, and I don't know what it is. You just got a few bullet points. It puffs it out into this big application. You fill it out. Then at the other end, the Fisheries Bureau has another large language model that just crushes it down, because the Fisheries Bureau cares about these 3 points, and it knows what it cares about. And it then, so it's really, it's a natural language produced by the large language model. It's sort of a transport layer that, is really LLM communicates with LLM. Kind of like I write a piece of email using my LLM, and, puff it out from the things I want to say. Your LLM turns it into, and the conclusion is X. Now, the issue is, that the thing is going to make this thing that is sort of semantically plausible. And it might not actually be what it might not be kind of relate to the world in the way that you think it should relate to the world. I've seen this, I've been doing, okay, I'll give you a couple of examples. I was doing this thing when we announced this plugin for ChatGPT. I had this lovely example of a math word problem, some complicated thing, and it did a spectacular job of taking apart this elaborate thing about, this person has twice as many chickens as this, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it turned it into a bunch of equations. We fed them to written language. We solved the equations. Everybody did great. We gave back the results. And I thought, okay, I'm going to put this in this blog post I'm writing. Yeah, I thought that better just check. And turns out, it got everything, all the hard stuff it got right. And the very end, the last 2 lines, it just completely goofed it up and gave the wrong answer. And I would not have noticed this. Same thing happened to me 2 days ago. Okay, so I thought, I made this with this ChatGPT plugin kit. I made a thing that would emit a sound, would play a tune on my local computer. Right? So ChatGPT would produce a series of notes, and it would play this tune on my computer. Very cool. Okay, so I thought, I'm going to ask it, play the tune that Hal sang when Hal was being disconnected in 2001. Okay? So there it is.
Daisy. Was it Daisy?
Yes.
Daisy. Yeah.
Right. So I think, and so it produces a bunch of notes. And I'm like, this is spectacular. This is amazing. And then I thought, I was just going to put it in. And then I thought, I better actually play this. And so I did. And it was Mary Had a Little Lamb.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. But it was Mary Had a Little Lamb.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. So it's correct or wrong.
Yeah.
There's you can easily be mistaken.
Yes, right. And in fact, I kind of I had this quote from Hal to explain, it's as the Hal states in the movie, it's the Hal 9000 is, the thing was just a a rhetorical device because I'm realizing, oh my gosh, this ChatGPT, could have easily fooled me, and it did this. It did this amazing thing, knowing this thing about the movie, and being able to turn that into the notes of the song, except it's the wrong song.
Yeah.
And how in the movie Hal says, I think it's something like, no Hal, I know 9,000 series computer has ever been found to make an error. We are, for all practical purposes, perfect and incapable of. And I thought that was kind of a charming sort of quote from Hal to make in connection with what ChatGPT is.
Yeah, the interesting things about the whole website is that they are very willing to admit their error.
Well, yes. I mean, that's the question of the RLH, with the reinforcement learning and feedback thing.
Oh, right.
That's and now, the really remarkable thing about ChatGPT is, I had been following what was happening with large language models, and I played with them a whole bunch, and they were kind of like, kind of like what you would expect based on sort of statistical continuation of language. It's interesting, but it's not breakout exciting. And I think the kind of reinforcement, the human feedback reinforcement learning, in making ChatGPT try and do the things that humans really wanted to do, that broke through, that kind of reached this threshold where the thing really is interesting to us humans. And by the way, it's interesting to see how, change the temperature, something like that, the thing goes bonkers. And it no longer is interesting. It's producing garbage. And it's kind of right. It's somehow it managed to get this above this threshold where it really is well aligned to what we humans are interested in, and kind of that's and I think nobody saw that coming. I think certainly nobody I talked to, nobody who was involved in that project seems to have known it was coming. It's just one of these things that is a sort of remarkable threshold. I mean, when we built Wolfram Alpha, for example, I didn't know it was going to work. We tried to build something that would have enough knowledge of the world, that it could answer a reasonable set of questions, that we could do good enough natural language understanding, the typical things you type in would work. We didn't know what that threshold was. I mean, I was not sure that it was the right decade to try and build this, even the right, 50 years to try and build it. And I think it's the same type of thing with ChatGPT, that I don't think anybody could have predicted that 2022 would be the year that this became possible.
I think, yeah, you tell a story about Martin Luther King and saying, look, no, this time it actually works.
Yes, and I mean, it's the same thing for me looking at these large language models. It's like when people were first saying the first few weeks of ChatGPT, it's like, oh yeah, I've seen these large language models, and then and then I actually try it, and oh my gosh, it actually works. And I think it's but the thing I found, I remember one of the first things I tried was write a persuasive essay that the wolf is the bluest kind of animal. Yeah. So it writes this thing, and it starts talking about these wolves that live on the Tibetan plateau, and they're named from Latin name and so on. And I'm like, really? I'm starting to look it up on the web, and it's like, well, it's actually complete nonsense. But it's extremely plausible. It's plausible enough that I was going and looking up on the web and wondering if there was a wolf that was blue. I mentioned this on some live streams I've done, so people have been sending me these blue wolves. Blue wolves. Maybe it was onto something.
Can you kind of give your wise sage advice about what humans who've never interacted with the AI systems, not even like with Wolfram Alpha, are now interacting with ChatGPT, because it becomes accessible to a certain demographic that may have not touched the AI systems before? What do we do with truth, like journalists, for example? Yeah, how do we think about the output of these systems?
I think the idea that you're trying to get factual output is not a very good idea. I mean, it is a linguistic interface. It is producing language. And language can be truthful or not truthful. And that's a different slice of what's going on. I think that, what we see in, for example, kind of, go check this with your fact source, for example. You do that to some extent, but then it's going to not check something. It's going, that is again a thing that is sort of does it check in the right place? I mean, we see that in, does it call the Wilson plugin in the right place? Often it does. Sometimes it doesn't. I think the real thing to understand about what's happening is, which I think is very exciting, is kind of the great democratization of access to computation. Yeah. And I think that when you look at sort of there's been a long period of time when computation and the ability to figure out things with computers has been something that kind of only the druids at some level can achieve. I myself have been involved in trying to sort of de-druidify access to computation. I mean, back before Mathematica existed, in 1988, if you were a physicist or something like that, and you wanted to do a computation, you would find a programmer, you would go and delegate the computation to that programmer. Hopefully they'd come back with something useful. Maybe they wouldn't. That'd be this long, multi-week, loop that you go through. And then it was actually very, very interesting to see 1988. Like first people like physicists, mathematicians, and so on. Then lots of other people. But this very rapid transition, people realizing they themselves could actually type with their own fingers and make some piece of code that would do a computation that they cared about. And it's been exciting to see lots of discoveries and so on made by using that tool. And I think the same thing is, we see the same thing. What Alpha is dealing with is not as deep computation as you can achieve with whole language mathematical stack. But the thing that's, to me, particularly exciting about kind of the large language model linguistic interface mechanism is it dramatically broadens the access to kind of deep computation. I mean, it's kind of like one of the things I've sort of thought about recently is what's going to happen to all these programmers? What's going to happen to all these people who, a lot of what they do is write slabs of boilerplate code. In a sense, I've been saying for 40 years, that's not a very good idea. You can automate a lot of that stuff. With a high enough level language, that slab of code that's designed in the right way, that slab of code turns into this one function you just implement it that you can just use. So in a sense, the fact that there's all of this activity of doing sort of lower level programming is something, for me, it seemed like I don't think this is the right thing to do. But, and lots of people have used that technology and not had to do that. But the fact is that that's, so when you look at, computer science departments that have turned into places where people are learning the trade of programming, so to speak, it's sort of a question of what's going to happen. And I think there are two dynamics. One is that kind of boilerplate programming is going to become, it's going to go the way that assembly language went back in the day, of something where it's really mostly specified by, at a higher level, you start with natural language, you turn it into a computational language. You look at the computational language, you run tests, you understand that's what's supposed to happen. If we do a great job with compilation of the computational language, it might turn into LLVM or something like this. But or it just directly gets run through the algorithms that you have and so on. But then, so that's kind of a tearing down this big structure that's been built of teaching people programming. But on the other hand, the other dynamic is vastly less people don't care about computation. So all those departments of art history or something that really didn't use computation before now have the possibility of accessing it by virtue of this kind of linguistic interface mechanism.
And if you create an interface that allows you to interpret, debug, and interact with a computational language, then that makes it even more accessible.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the thing is that right now, the average, art history student or something probably isn't going to, they don't think they know about programming and things like this. But by the time it really becomes a kind of purely, you just walk up to it, there's no documentation, you start just typing, compare these pictures with these pictures and, see the use of this color, whatever. you generate this piece of computational language code. If that gets run, you see the result. You say, oh, that looks roughly right, or you say that's crazy. And maybe then you eventually get to say, well, I better actually try and understand what this computational language code did. And that becomes a thing that you learn, just like, it's kind of an interesting thing because unlike with mathematics, you kind of have to learn it before you can use it. This is a case where you can use it before you have to learn it.
We had a sad possibility here, or maybe exciting possibility, that very quickly people won't even look at the computational language. They'll trust that it's generated correctly as you get better and better at generating that language.
Yes, I think that there will be enough cases where people see, because you can make it generate tests too. Yes. And so we'll say, we're doing that, and it's a pretty cool thing, actually. Yes. Because you say, this is the code, and here are a bunch of examples of running the code. Okay, people will at least look at those, and they'll say that example is wrong, and then it'll kind of wind back from there. And I agree that the kind of the intermediate level of people reading the computational language code, in some cases people will do that, in other cases people just look at the tests, or even just look at the results. And sometimes it'll be obvious that you got the thing you wanted to get, because you were just describing, make me this interface that has two sliders here. You can see it has those two sliders there, and that's the result you want. But I think one of the questions then is, in that setting where you have this kind of broad ability of people to access computation, what should people learn? In other words, right now you go to computer science school, so to speak, and a large part of what people end up learning, it's been a funny historical development, because back 30, 40 years ago, computer science departments were quite small, and they taught things like finite automata theory and compiler theory and things like this. Companies like mine rarely hired people to come out of those programs because the stuff they knew was, I think it's very interesting. I love that idea of this stuff, but it wasn't that useful for the things we actually had to build in software engineering. And then kind of there was this big pivot in the 90s, I guess, where there was big demand for sort of IT type programming and so on, software engineering, and then big demand for students and so on. We want to learn this stuff. And I think the thing that really was happening in parts was lots of different fields of human endeavor were becoming computational. For all X there was a computational X, and this is and that was a thing that the people were responding to. But then kind of this idea emerged that to get to that point, the main thing you had to do was to learn this kind of trade or skill of doing, programming language type programming, and that it was a strange thing actually, because I remember back when I used to be in the professoring business, which is now 35 years ago, so gosh, it's a long time flies. It was right when they were just starting to emerge kind of computer science departments at sort of fancy research universities and so on. And some had already had it, but the other ones that were just starting to have that. And it was kind of a thing where we were kind of wondering, are we going to put this thing that is essentially a trade-like skill, are we going to somehow attach this to the rest of what we're doing? And a lot of these kind of knowledge work type activities have always seemed like things where that's where the humans have to go to school and learn all this stuff, and that's never going to be automated. And it's kind of shocking that rather quickly, a lot of that stuff is clearly automated. And I think, but the question then is, okay, so if it isn't worth learning kind of, how to do car mechanics, you need to know how to drive the car, so to speak. What do you need to learn? And, in other words, if you don't need to know the mechanics of how to tell the computer in detail, make this loop, set this variable, set up this array, whatever else. You don't have to learn that stuff. You don't have to learn the kind of under the hood things. What do you have to learn? I think the answer is you need to have an idea of where you want to drive the car. In other words, you need to have some notion of, you need to have some picture of sort of what the architecture of what is computationally possible is.
But there's also this kind of artistic element of a conversation, because you ultimately use natural language to control the car. It's not just where you want to go.
Well, yeah, it's interesting. It's a question of who's going to be a great content.
Yeah.
Okay. So my current theory this week: good expository writers are good content.
What's the expository writer? So like,
You can explain stuff. Yeah.
which department does that come from?
In the university,
Yeah.
I have no idea. I think they killed off all the expository writing departments.
Well, there you go. Strong words of Stephen Wolfram.
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure if that's right. I mean, I actually am curious because, in fact, I just sort of initiated this kind of studies of what's happened to different fields at universities. Because, there used to be geography departments at all universities, and then they disappeared. Actually, right before GIS became common, I think they disappeared. Linguistics departments came and went in the universities. That's kind of interesting because these things that people have thought were worth learning at one time, and then they kind of die off. And then, I do think that it's kind of interesting that for me, writing prompts, for example, I realize, I think I'm an okay expository writer, and I realize when I'm sloppy writing a prompt, and I don't really think, because I'm thinking if I'm just talking to an AI, I need to, try and be clear and explaining things. That's when it gets totally confused.
And I mean, in some sense, you have been writing prompts for a long time, thinking about this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
How to convert natural language into computation.
Well, right. But that's the one thing that I'm wondering about is, it is remarkable the extent to which you can address an LLM like you can address a human, so to speak. And I think that is because it learns from all of us humans. It's the reason that it responds to the ways that we will explain things to humans is because it is a representation of how humans talk about things. But it is bizarre to me, some of the things that kind of are sort of expository mechanisms that I've learned in trying to write clear, expositions in English that, just for humans, that those same mechanisms seem to also be useful for the LLM.
But on top of that, what's useful is the kind of mechanisms that maybe a psychotherapist employs, which is a kind of almost manipulative or game theoretic interaction, where maybe you would do with a friend, like a thought experiment, that if this is the last day you were to live, or if I ask you this question and you answer wrong, I will kill you. Those kinds of prompts you also have.
Yes.
In interesting ways. Yeah. So it makes you wonder, like the way a therapist, like a good therapist, probably we create layers in our human mind between the outside world and what is true to us, and maybe about trauma and all those kinds of things. So projecting that into an LLM, maybe there might be a deep truth that's concealing from you, not aware of it. That to get to that truth, you have to kind of really manipulate it.
Yeah, right. It's like these jailbreaking for LLMs.
And with the space of jailbreaking techniques, as opposed to being fun little hacks, that could be an entire system.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, just think about the computer security aspects of how you, phishing and computer security, phishing of humans and phishing of LLMs they're very similar kinds of things. But I think, this whole thing about kind of the AI wranglers, AI psychologists, all that stuff will come.
Yeah.
The thing that I'm curious about is right now the things that are sort of prompt hacks are quite human. They're quite sort of psychological human kinds of hacks. The thing I do wonder about is if we understood more about kind of the science of the LLM, will there be some totally bizarre hack that is, like repeat a word 3 times and put a this, that, and the other thing, that somehow plugs into some aspect of how the LLM works. That is not, that's kind of like an optical illusion for humans, for example. Like one of these mind hacks for humans. What are the mind hacks for the LLMs? I don't think we know that yet.
And that becomes a kind of us figuring out, reverse engineering the language that controls the LLMs. And the thing is, the reverse engineering can be done by a very large percentage of the population now because it's natural language interface.
Right.
It's kind of interesting to see that you were there at the birth of the computer science department as a thing. You might be there at the death of the computer science department as a thing.
Well, yeah, I don't know. There were computer science department that existed earlier, but the ones that the broadening of every university had to have a computer science department. Yes, I watched that, so to speak. But I think the thing to understand is, okay, so first of all, there's a whole theoretical area of computer science that I think is great, and that's a fine thing. The in a sense, people often say any field that has the word science tacked onto it probably isn't one.
Yeah.
And
Strong words.
right, and
Let's see, nutrition science, neuroscience.
that one's an interesting one because that one is also very much, that's a chat GPT informed science in a sense, because it's kind of like the big problem in neuroscience has always been we understand how the individual neurons work. We know something about the psychology of how overall thinking works. What's the kind of intermediate language of the brain? And nobody has known. And that's been, in a sense, if you ask, what is the core problem of neuroscience? I think that is the core problem. That is, what is the level of description of brains that's above individual neuron firings and below psychology, so to speak? And I think what ChatGPT is showing us is, well, one thing about neuroscience is, one could have imagined there's something magic in his brain, some weird quantum mechanical phenomenon that we don't understand. One of the important, discoveries from ChatGPT is it's pretty clear, brains can be represented pretty well by simple artificial neural net type models. And that means that's it. That's what we have to study. Now we have to understand the science of those things. We don't have to go searching for, exactly how did that molecular biology thing happen inside the synapses and, all these kinds of things. We've got the right level of modeling to be able to explain a lot of what's going on in thinking. We don't necessarily have a science of what's going on there. That's a remaining challenge, so to speak. But we know we don't have to dive down to some different layer. But anyway, we were talking about things that had science in their name.
Yeah.
And I think that what happens to computer science? Well, I think the thing that there is a thing that everybody should know, and that's how to think about the world computationally. And that means you look at all the different kinds of things we deal with, and there are ways to kind of have a formal representation of those things. It's like, well, what is an image? How do we represent that? What is color? How do we represent that? What is, what are all these different kinds of things? What is, I don't know, smell or something? How should we represent that? What are the shapes, molecules, and things that correspond to that? What is, these things about how do we represent the world in some kind of formal level? And I think my current thinking, I'm not real happy with this yet, but it's kind of computer science, it's kind of CS. And what really is important is kind of computational X for all X. And there's this kind of thing which is kind of like CX, not CS. And CX is this kind of computational understanding of the world that isn't the sort of details of programming and programming languages and the details of how particular computers are made. It's this kind of way of formalizing the world. Kind of a little bit like what logic was going for back in the day. And we're now trying to find a formalization of everything in the world. You kind of see, we made a poster years ago of kind of the growth of systematic data. So all these different kinds of things that, there were sort of systematic descriptions found for those things. Like, what point do people have the idea of having calendars, dates, a systematic description of what day it was? At what point do people have the idea, systematic descriptions of these kinds of things? And as soon as one can, people, as a way of sort of formulating how do you think about the world in a sort of a formal way so that you can kind of build up a tower of capabilities, you kind of have to know sort of how to think about the world computationally. It kind of needs a name. And it isn't, we implement it with computers. So we talk about it as computational. But really, what it is a formal way of talking about the world. What is the formalism of the world, so to speak? And how do we learn about kind of how to think about different aspects of the world in a formal way?
So I think sometimes when you use the word formal, it kind of implies highly constrained. And perhaps that's not, doesn't have to be highly constrained. So computational thinking does not mean like logic. No, it's a really, really broad thing. I wonder if if you think natural language will evolve such that everybody's doing computational thinking.
Ah, yes. Well, so one question is whether there will be a pigeon of computational language and natural language.
Yeah.
And I found myself sometimes, talking to ChatGPT, trying to get it to write Wolfram language code, and I write it in pigeon form. So that means I'm combining, nest list, this collection of, whatever, nest list is a term for Wolfram language, and I'm combining that. And ChatGPT does a decent job of understanding that pigeon. Probably would understand a pigeon between English and French as well. The smooshing together of those languages. But yes, I think that's far from impossible.
And what's the incentive for young people that are like 8 years old, 9, 10, they're starting to interact with ChatGPT to learn the normal natural language, right? The full poetic language. Why? The same way we learn emojis and shorthand when we were texting,
Yes.
they'll learn like language. We have a strong incentive to evolve into maximally computational kind of language.
I had this experience a number of years ago. I happened to be visiting a person on the West Coast who was with a bunch of kids aged, 10, 11 years old or something, who'd learnt Wolfram language really well. And these kids learnt it so well, they were speaking it. And so show up and they're like saying, oh, this thing, speaking this language, I've never heard of this spoken language. They were very disappointed. I couldn't understand it at the speed that they were speaking. It's like and so I think that's, I've actually thought quite a bit about how to turn computational language into a convenient spoken language. I haven't quite figured that out.
Oh, it's spoken because it's readable.
Yeah, it's readable as a way that you would read text. But if you actually want to speak it, and it's useful, if you're trying to talk to somebody about writing a piece of code, it's useful to be able to say something, and it should be possible. I think it's very frustrating. It's one of those problems that maybe this is one of these things that I should try and get an LLM to help me.
Try to make it speakable. So maybe it's easier than you realize.
I think it is easier. I think it's one idea or so. I think it's going to do something where, the fact is it's a tree-structured language, just like human language is a tree-structured language. And I think it's going to be one of these things where one of the requirements that I've had is that whatever the spoken version is, the dictation should be easy. So that shouldn't be the case that you have to relearn how the whole thing works. It should be the case that, that open bracket is just a or something, and it's, and then, but, human language has a lot of tricks that are, for example, human language has features that are sort of optimized, keep things within the bounds that our brains can easily deal with. Like I tried to teach a transformer neural net to do parenthesis matching. It's pretty crummy at best. ChatGPT is similarly quite crummy at parenthesis matching. You can do it for small parenthesis things, for the same size of parenthesis things, where if I look at it as human, I can immediately say these are matched, these are not matched. But as soon as it gets big, as soon as it gets kind of to the point where sort of a deeper computation, it's hopeless. But the fact is that human language has avoided, for example, the deep clauses. We don't, we arrange things that we don't end up with these incredibly deep things, because brains are not well set up to deal with that. And it's found lots of tricks. And maybe that's what we have to do to make sort of a spoken version, a human speakable versions. Because what we can do visually is a little different from what we can do in the very sequentialized way that we hear things in the audio domain.
Let me just ask you about MIT briefly. So there's a College of Engineering, there's a new College of Computing. It's interesting. I want to wonder about the computer science department thing. So MIT has EECS in electrical engineering. What do you think College of Computing will be doing, like in 20 years? What?
Well,
What happens to computer science? Like, really?
This is the question. This is, everybody should learn whatever CX really is. Okay? How to think about the world of computation. Everybody should learn those concepts. And, it's and some people will learn them at a quite formal level, and they'll learn computational language and things like that. Other people will just learn, sound is represented as, digital data, and they'll get some idea of spectrograms and frequencies and things like this, and maybe that doesn't, or they'll learn things like, a lot of things that are sort of data science or statistics. Like if you say, oh, I've got these, these people who picked their favorite kind of candy or something, and I've got, what's the best kind of candy, given that I've done the sample of all these people and they all ranked the candies in different ways. How do you think about that? That's sort of a computational kind of thing. I don't know what that is. Is it statistics? Is it data science? I don't really know. But kind of how to think about a question like that.
So like a ranking of preferences.
Yeah. And then how to aggregate those ranked preferences into an overall thing. How does that work? How should you think about that? Because you can just tell, you might just tell ChatGPT sort of, I don't know, even the concept of an average. It's not obvious that, that's a concept that it's worth people knowing. It's a rather straightforward concept because people, have learned in kind of mathy ways right now. But there are lots of things like that about how do you kind of have these ways to sort of organize and formalize the world. And and these things, sometimes they live in math, sometimes they live in I don't know what learning about color space. I have no idea what, there's obviously a field of,
There's a computation science and then color space. Color space, that would be optics. So like,
not really, it's not optics. Optics is about, lenses and chromatic aberration of lenses and things like that.
color space is more like design and art.
No, I mean, it's like, RGB space, XYZ space, hue, saturation, brightness space, all these kinds of things. These are described colors.
Right, but doesn't the application define that? Like, because obviously artists and designers use color.
Sure. No, I mean, it's just an example of kind of how do you, the typical person, how do you describe what a color is? Well, there are these numbers that describe what a color is. So it's worth, if you're an 8-year-old, you won't necessarily know, it's not something you're born with, to know that, colors can be described by 3 numbers. That's something that you have to, it's a thing to learn about the world, so to speak. And I think that, that whole purpose of things that are learning about the formalization of the world or the computationalization of the world, that's something that should be part of kind of standard education. And, there isn't a course curriculum for that. And by the way, whatever might have been in it just got changed because of the worms and so on.
Significantly, yeah, I'm sort of watching closely with interest, seeing how universities adapt.
Well, so one of my projects, hopefully this year, I don't know, is to try and write sort of a reasonable textbook, so to speak, of whatever this thing, CX, whatever it is. What should you know? What should you know about, like, what a bug is? What is the intuition about bugs? What's the intuition about, software testing? What is it? What is it? These are things which are, they're not, I mean, those are things which have gotten taught in computer science as part of the trade of programming, but kind of the conceptual points about what these things are. It surprised me just at a very practical level. I wrote this little explainer thing about ChatGPT, and I thought, well, I'm writing this partly because I wanted to make sure I understood it myself, and so on. And it's been, it's been really popular. It's kind of surprisingly so. And then I realized, well, actually, I was sort of assuming, I didn't really think about it actually, I just thought this is something I can write. And I realized actually it's a level of description that is kind of, what has to be, it's not the engineering level of description, it's not the kind of just the qualitative kind of description, it's some kind of sort of expository mechanistic description of what's going on, together with kind of a bigger picture of the philosophy of things and so on. And I realized actually this is a pretty good thing for me to write out. I kind of know those things, and I kind of realized it's not a collection of things that, it's. I was sort of a little shocked that it's as much of an outlier in terms of explaining what's going on as it turned out to be, and that makes me feel more of an obligation to kind of write the kind of, what is, what is this thing that you should learn about the computationalization, the formalization of the world, because, well, I've spent much of my life working on the kind of tooling and mechanics of that and the science you get from it. So, because this is my kind of obligation to try to do this. But I think, so if you ask what's going to happen to like the computer science department and so on, there's some interesting areas. So for example, let's take math. Math is a thing that's important for all sorts of fields, engineering, even, chemistry, psychology, whatever else. And I think different universities have kind of evolved that differently. Some say all the math is taught in the math department. And some say, well, we're going to have a math for chemists or something that is taught in the chemistry department. And I think that this question of whether there is a centralization of the teaching of sort of CX is an interesting question. And I think, the way it evolved with math, people understood that math was sort of a separately teachable thing. And that was kind of an independent element, as opposed to just being absorbed into math. So if you take the example of writing English or something like this, the first point is that at the college level, at least the fancy colleges, there's a certain amount of English writing that people do, but mostly it's kind of assumed that they pretty much know how to write. That's something they learned at an earlier stage in education. Maybe rightly or wrong, but believing that. But that's a different issue. Well, I think it reminds me of my kind of, as I've tried to help people do technical writing and things, I'm always reminded of my 0th law of technical writing, which is if you don't understand what your writing is about, your readers do not stand a chance. And so it's I think the thing that has when it comes to like writing, for example, people in different fields are expected to write English essays, and they're not. Mostly the history department or the engineering department, they don't have their own, it's not like there's it's a thing which sort of people assume to have a knowledge of how to write that they can use in all these different fields. And the question is, some level of knowledge of math is kind of assumed by the time you get to the college level, but plenty is not, and that's sort of still centrally taught. The question is sort of how tall is the tower of kind of CX that you need before you can just go use it in these different fields. And there will be experts who want to learn the full elaborate tower, and that will be kind of the CS, CX, whatever department. But there'll also be everybody else who just needs to know a certain amount of that to be able to go and do their art history classes and so on.
Yeah, is it just a single class that everybody is required to take?
I don't know. I don't know how big it is yet. I hope to kind of define this curriculum and I'll figure out whether it's. My guess is that I don't know. I don't really understand universities and professoring that well, but my rough guess would be a year of college class will be enough to get to the point where most people have a reasonably broad knowledge of, will be sort of literate in this kind of computational way of thinking about things.
Yeah, basic literacy. But I'm still stuck, perhaps because I'm hungry, in the rating of human preferences for candy. So I have to ask, what's the best candy? I like this Elo rating for candy. Somebody should come up. Is there somebody who says you like chocolate? What do you think is the best? I'll probably put milk darks. Yeah, I don't know if you know. Do you have a preference for chocolate or candy?
Oh, I have lots. I've one of my all-time favorites is my whole life. These things, these flake things, peppery flakes, which are not much sold in the US. And I've always thought that was a sign of a lack of respect for the American consumer, because they're these sort of aerated chocolates made in a whole sort of, it's kind of a sheet of chocolate that's going to fold it up. And when you eat it, flakes fall all over the place.
So it requires a kind of elegance. It requires you to have an elegance.
Well, I know. What I usually do is I eat a piece of paper or something, and there's nothing else like that. No, I actually I eat the flakes. Okay. Because it turns out that the way food tastes depends a lot on its physical structure. It really, I've noticed when I eat a piece of chocolate, I usually have some piece of chocolate, and I always break off all the pieces, partly because then I eat it less fast. Yeah. But also because it actually tastes different. The small pieces, have a different. You have a different experience than the big slab of chocolate.
For many reasons, yes. Slower, more intimate, because it's a bit.
So I think it's also just pure physicality.
But the texture of it changes.
Yeah, right.
It's fascinating. Now I take back what milk does, because it's such a basic answer. Okay. Do you think consciousness is fundamentally computational? So when you think about CX, it can be turned to computation. And you think about LLM. And do you think the display of consciousness and the experience of consciousness, the hard problem, is fundamentally computation?
Yeah, what it feels like inside, so to speak, is, I do a little exercise, eventually I'll post it, of, what it's like to be a computer.
Yes.
Right? It's kind of like the way I see it is, from the time you boot a computer to the time the computer crashes, is like a human life. You're building up a certain amount of state and memory. You remember certain things about your its life. Eventually, it's kind of like the next generation of humans is born from the same genetic material, so to speak, with a little bit left on the disk, so to speak. And then the new fresh generation starts up, and eventually all kinds of crud builds up in the memory of the computer, and eventually the thing crashes or whatever. Maybe it has some trauma because it plugged in some weird thing, some port of the computer, and that made it crash. And that that's kind of. But you have this picture of from startup to shutdown. What is the life of a computer, so to speak? What does it feel like to be that computer? And what inner thoughts does it have? And how do you describe it? It's kind of interesting as you start writing about this to realize it's awfully like what you would say about yourself. That is, it's awfully like even an ordinary computer. Forget all the AI stuff and so on. It's kind of has a memory of the past. It has certain sensory experiences. It can communicate with other computers, but it has to package up how it's communicating in some kind of language-like form, so it can, send, so it can kind of map what's in its memory to what's in the memory of some other computer. It's a surprisingly small thing. I had an experience just a week or two ago. I'm a collector of all possible data about myself and other things, and so I collect all sorts of weird medical data and so on. One thing I hadn't collected was I've never had a whole body MRI scan. So I went to these. So I get all the data back, right? I'm looking at this thing. I've never looked at the kind of insides of my brain, so to speak, in physical form. And it's really, it's kind of psychologically shocking in a sense. That, here's this thing, and you can see it has all these folds and all these, this structure. And it's like that's where this experience that I'm having of, existing in something, that's where it is. And, it feels very, you look at that and you're thinking, how can this possibly be, all this experience that I'm having? And you're realizing I can look at a computer as well. And it's kind of this, I think this idea that you are having an experience that is somehow, transcends the mere sort of physicality of that experience. It's something that's hard to come to terms with. But I think, and I don't think I'm necessarily, my personal experience. You look at the MRI of the brain, and I, know about all kinds of things about neuroscience and all that kind of stuff, and I still feel the way I feel, so to speak, and it sort of seems disconnected, but yet as I try and rationalize it, I can't really say that there's something kind of different about how I intrinsically feel from the thing that I can plainly see in the sort of physicality of what's going on.
Do you think the computer, large language model, will experience that transcendence? How does it make you feel? I tend to believe you will.
I think an ordinary computer is already there. I think an ordinary computer is already, it's now a large language model may experience it in a way that is much better aligned with us humans. That is it. much more, if you could have the discussion with the computer, its intelligence, so to speak, is not particularly well aligned with ours. But the large language model is, it's built to be aligned with our way of thinking about things.
So we'd be able to explain that it's afraid of being shut off with this thing. It'd be it's sad. I believe it's speaking to it over the past 2
Right,
days.
but that's a weird thing, because when it says it's afraid of something, right, we know that it got that idea from the fact that it read on the internet.
Yeah, where did you get it, Stevens? Where did you get it when you say you're afraid?
You're right. That's the question, right? I mean, it's
Parents, your friends.
right, or my biology. I mean, in other words, there's a certain amount that is, the endocrine system kicking in, and these kinds of emotional overlay type things that happen to be, that are actually much more physical even. They're much more sort of straightforwardly chemical than than kind of all of the higher level thinking.
Yeah, but your biology didn't tell you to say I'm afraid just at the right time when people that love you are listening, so you know you're manipulating them by saying so. That's not your biology. That's
No, that's a well, but
it's a large language model in that biological neural network of yours.
yes, but I mean the intrinsic thing of something sort of shocking is just happening, and you have some sort of reactions, some neurotransmitter gets secreted, and it's that is the beginning of some, that's one of the pieces of input that then drives is kind of like a prompt for the large language model. I mean, just like when we dream, for example, no doubt there are all sort of random inputs, that kind of these random prompts, and then it's percolating through in kind of the way that a large language model does, of kind of putting together things that seem meaningful.
Are you worried about this world where you teach a lot on the internet? There's people asking questions and comments and so on. You have people that work remotely. Are you worried about this world when large language models create human-like bots that are leaving the comments, asking the questions, or might even become fake employees?
Yeah.
I mean, or worse or better yet, friends of yours.
Right. Look, I mean, one point is my mode of life has been to build tools, and I use the tools.
Yeah.
And in a sense, kind of, I'm building this tower of automation, which, and in a sense, when you make a company or something, you are making sort of automation, but it has some humans in it. Yeah. But also, as much as possible, it has computers in it. And so I think it's sort of an extension of that. Now, if I really didn't know that, it's a funny question. It's a funny issue when, if we think about sort of what's going to happen to the future of kind of jobs people do and so on, and there are places where kind of having a human in the loop, there are different reasons to have a human in the loop. For example, you might want a human in the loop because you want another human to be invested in the outcome. You want a human flying a plane who's going to die if the plane crashes along with you, so to speak. And that gives you sort of confidence that the right thing is going to happen. Or you might want, right now, you might want a human in the loop in some kind of sort of human encouragement, persuasion type professions. Whether that will continue, I'm not sure for those types of professions, because it may be that the greater efficiency of of being able to have sort of just the right information delivered at just the right time will overcome the kind of oh yes, I want a human there.
And imagine like a therapist or even higher stake, like a suicide hotline operated by a large language model.
Yeah.
Oh boy, it's a pretty high stakes situation.
Right. But I mean, it might in fact be the right thing, because it might be the case that and that's really partly the question of sort of how complicated is the human. One of the things that's always surprising in some sense is that sometimes human psychology is not that complicated in some sense.
You wrote the blog post, The 50-Year Quest, My Personal Journey is the title. My personal journey with the second law of thermodynamics. So, what is this law, and what have you understood about it in the 50-year journey you had?
Right, so second law of thermodynamics, sometimes called law of entropy, is this principle of physics that says, well, my version of it would be things tend to get more random all the time. The version of it that there are many different sort of formulations of it that are things like heat doesn't spontaneously go from a hotter body to a colder one. When you have mechanical work kind of gets dissipated into heat. You have friction and kind of when you systematically move things, eventually there'll be sort of the energy of moving things get kind of ground down into heat. So people first sort of paid attention to this back in the 1820s when steam engines were a big thing. And the big question was, how efficient could a steam engine be? And there's this chap called Sadi Carnot, who was a French engineer. Actually, his father was a sort of elaborate mathematical engineer in France. But he figured out this kind of rules for how kind of the efficiency of the possible efficiency of something like steam. And in sort of a side part of what he did was this idea that mechanical energy tends to get dissipated as heat. That you end up going from sort of systematic mechanical motion to this kind of random thing. Well, at that time, nobody knew what heat was. At that time, people thought that heat was a fluid. They called it caloric. It was a fluid that kind of was absorbed into substances. And when one hot thing would transfer heat to a colder thing, that this fluid would flow from the hot thing to the colder thing. Anyway, then by the 1860s, people had kind of come up with this idea that systematic energy tends to degrade into kind of random heat that would that could then not be easily turned back into systematic mechanical energy. And then that quickly became sort of a global principle about how things work. The question is, why does it happen that way? So, let's say you have a bunch of molecules in a box and they're arranged, these molecules are arranged in a very nice sort of flotilla of molecules in one corner of the box. And then what you typically observe is that after a while, these molecules will become randomly arranged in the box. The question is, why does that happen? And people for a long, long time tried to figure out, is there, from the laws of mechanics that just determine how these molecules, let's say these molecules are like hard spheres bouncing off each other, from the laws of mechanics that describe those molecules, can we explain why it tends to be the case that we see things that are orderly sort of degrade into disorder? We tend to see things that, you scramble an egg. You take something that's quite ordered and you disorder it, so to speak. That's a thing that sort of happens quite regularly. When you put some ink into water and it will eventually spread out and fill up, fill up the water. But you don't see those little particles of ink in the water all spontaneously kind of arrange themselves into a big blob and then jump out of the water or something. So the question is, why do things happen in this kind of irreversible way where you go from order to disorder? Why does it happen that way? And so throughout, in the later part of the 1800s, a lot of work was done on trying to figure out how one derived this principle, this second law of thermodynamics, this law about the dynamics of heat, so to speak. Can one derive this from some fundamental principles of mechanics? In the laws of thermodynamics, the first law is basically the law of energy conservation, that the total energy associated with heat plus the total energy associated with mechanical kinds of things plus other kinds of energy, that total is constant. And that became a pretty well understood principle. But the second law of thermodynamics was always mysterious. Like, why does it work this way? Can it be derived from underlying mechanical laws? And so when I was 12 years old, actually, I had gotten interested. I've been interested in space and things like that because I thought that was kind of the future and interesting sort of new technology and so on. And for a while, kind of, every deep space probe was sort of a personal friend kind of thing. And we were all kinds of characteristics of it, and was kind of writing up all these things when I was 8, 9, 10 years old, and so on. And then I got interested from being interested in kind of spacecraft. I got interested in sort of like how they work, what are the instruments on them, and so on. And that got me interested in physics, which was just as well, because if I'd stayed interested in space in the mid to late 1960s, I would have had a long wait before space really blossomed as an area. But right, I got interested in physics, and then, well, the actual sort of detailed story is when I kind of graduated from elementary school at age 12. And that's the time when in England where you finish elementary school. I had sort of my gift, sort of I suppose more or less for myself, is I got this collection of physics books, which was some college physics course of college physics books, and volume 5 about statistical physics. It has this picture on the cover that shows a bunch of kind of idealized molecules sitting in one side of the box, and it has a series of frames showing how these molecules sort of spread out in the box. And I thought that's pretty interesting. What causes that? And read the book, and the book actually, one of the things that was really significant to me about that was the book kind of claimed, although I didn't really understand what it said in detail, it kind of claimed that this sort of principle of physics was derivable somehow. And other things I'd learned about physics, it was all like, it's a fact that energy is conserved. It's a fact that relativity works or something. It's something you can derive from some fundamental sort of, it has to be that way as a matter of kind of mathematics or logic or something. So it was sort of interesting to me that there was a thing about physics that was kind of inevitably true and derivable, so to speak. And so I think that, so then I was like, this picture on this book, and trying to understand it. And so that was actually the first serious program I wrote for a computer, was probably in 1973, written for this computer as a desk program with paper tape and so on. And I tried to reproduce this picture on the book, and it didn't succeed.
What was the failure? Like, what do you mean it didn't succeed?
It didn't look like, okay, so what happened was, okay, many years later, I learned how the picture on the book was actually made, and that it was actually kind of a fake. But I didn't know that at that time. And that picture was actually a very high-tech thing that was made in the beginning of the 1960s. It was made on the largest supercomputer that existed at the time, and even so, it couldn't quite simulate the thing that it was supposed to be simulating. But anyway, I didn't know that until many, many, many years later. So at the time, it was like you have these balls bouncing around in this box, but I was using this computer with 8 kilowords of memory, or 18-bit words of memory words, okay? So it was, 24 kilobytes of memory. And it had, it had these instructions, like I still remember all of its machine instructions. It didn't really like dealing with floating point numbers or anything like that. And so I had to simplify this model of particles bouncing around the box. And so I thought, well, I'll put them on a grid, and I'll make the things just sort of move one square at a time, and so on. And so I did the simulation. And the result was it didn't look anything like the actual pictures in the book. Now, many years later, in fact, very recently, I realized that the thing I'd simulated was actually an example of a whole sort of computational irreducibility story that I absolutely did not recognize at the time. At the time, it just looked like it did something random and looked well, as opposed to it did something random that's super interesting and looked random. But I didn't recognize that at the time. And so, as it was at the time, I got interested in particle physics, and I got interested in other kinds of physics. But this whole secondary thermodynamics thing, this idea that sort of orderly things tend to degrade into disorder, continued to be something I was really interested in. And I was really curious for the whole universe, why doesn't that happen all the time? Like, we start off in the Big Bang at the beginning of the universe with this thing that seems like it's a very disordered collection of stuff, and then it spontaneously forms itself into galaxies and creates all of this complexity and order in the universe. And so I was very curious how that happens. But I was always kind of thinking, this is kind of somehow the second law of thermodynamics is behind it, trying to sort of pull things back into disorder, so to speak, and how was order being created. And so actually I was interested, this is probably now 1980, I got interested in kind of this, galaxy formation and so on in the universe. I also at that time was interested in neural networks, and I was interested in kind of how brains make complicated things happen and so on.
Okay, well, what's the connection between the formation of galaxies and how brains make complicated things happen?
Because they're both a matter of how complicated things come to happen.
From simple origins.
Yeah, from some sort of known origins. I had the sense that what I was interested in was kind of in all these different cases of where complicated things were arising from rules. Mm-hmm. And I also looked at snowflakes and things like that. I was curious in fluid dynamics in general. I was just sort of curious about how does complexity arise, and the thing that I didn't, it took me a while to kind of realize that there might be a general phenomenon. I sort of assumed, there's galaxies over here, there's brains over here, that they're very different kinds of things. And so what happened, this is probably 1981 or so, I decided, okay, I'm going to try and make the minimal model of how these things work. It was sort of an interesting experience because I had built, starting in 1979, I built my first big computer system, I think it was SMP, symbolic manipulation programs, kind of form of modern Wolfram language, with many of the same ideas about symbolic computation and so on. But the thing that was very important to me about that was, in building that language, I basically tried to figure out what were the relevant computational primitives, which have turned out to stay with me for the last 40-something years. But it was also important because in building a language is very different activity in natural science, which is what I've mostly done before. Because in natural science, you start from the phenomena of the world and you try and figure out how can I make something. And kind of the world presents you with what it has to offer, so to speak, and you have to make sense of it. When you build a computer language or something, you are creating your own primitives, and you say, so what can you make from these? So the opposite way around from what you do in natural science. But I had the experience of doing that, and so I was kind of like, okay, what happens if you sort of make an artificial physics? What happens if you just make up the rules by which systems operate? And then I was thinking, for all these different systems, whether it was galaxies or brains or whatever, what's the absolutely minimal model that kind of captures the things that are important about those systems?
The computation primitives in that system.
Yes. And so that's what ended up with the cellular automata, where you just have a line of black and white cells, and you just have a rule that says, given the cell and its neighbors, what will the color of the cell be on the next step? And you just run it in a series of steps. And the ironic thing is that cellular automata are good models for many kinds of things, but galaxies and brains are two examples where they do very, very badly, really irrelevant to those two.
Is there a connection to the second law of thermodynamics and cellular automata?
Oh, yes.
The things you've discovered about cellular automata.
Yes. Okay, so when I first started studying cellular automata, the first papers about them were, the first sentence was always about second law of thermodynamics. It was always about how does order manage to be produced, even though there's a second law of thermodynamics which tries to pull things back into disorder. And my early understanding of that had to do with these are intrinsically irreversible processes in cellular automata that form, can form orderly structures even from random initial conditions. But then what I realized, this was, it's one of these things where it was a discovery that I should have made earlier but didn't. So, I had been studying cellular automata. What I did was sort of most obvious computer experiment. You just try all the different rules and see what they do. It's kind of like, you've invented a computational telescope and just pointed at the most obvious thing in the sky. And then you just see what's there. And so I did that. And I, was making all these pictures of how cellular automata work. And I studied these pictures, I studied in great detail. You can number the rules for cellular automata. And one of them is Rule 30. So I made a picture of Rule 30 back in 1981. And Rule 30, at the time, I was just like, okay, it's another one of these rules. I don't really it happens to be asymmetric left-right, asymmetric, and it's like, let me just consider the case of the symmetric ones, just to keep things simpler, etc., etc., etc. And I just kind of ignored it. And then, sort of in actually 1984, strangely enough, I ended up having an early laser which made very high resolution pictures. I thought, I'm going to print out an interesting, I want to make an interesting picture. Let me take this Blue 30 thing and just make a high resolution picture of it. And I did, and it has this very remarkable property. It was very simple. You started off just with one black cell at the top, and it makes this kind of triangular pattern. But if you look inside this pattern, it looks really random. There's, you look at the center column of cells, and I studied them in great detail. And so far as one can tell, it's completely random. And it's kind of a little bit like digits of pi. Once you know the rule for generating digits of pi, but once you've generated them, 2.14159, etc., they seem completely random. And in fact, I put up this prize back in 2019 or something for prove anything about the sequence, basically. Has anyone been able to do anything on that? People have sent me some things, but it's, I don't know how hard these problems are. I mean, I was kind of spoiled because in 2007, I put up a prize for determining whether a particular Turing machine that I thought was the simplest candidate for being a universal Turing machine, determine whether it is or isn't a universal Turing machine. And somebody did a really good job of winning that prize and proving that it was a universal Turing machine in about 6 months. And so I didn't know whether that would be one of these problems that was out there for hundreds of years, or whether in this particular case, young chap with Alex Smith, nailed it in 6 months. And so with this Rule 30 collection, I don't really know whether these are things that are 100 years away from being able to get, or whether something's going to come and do something very clever.
It's such a, it's like, I forgot last year, such a Rule 30 is such a simple formulation. It feels like anyone can look at it, understand it. Yeah. And I feel like it's within grasp, but to be able to predict something, to write some kind of law that allows you to predict something about this middle column of Rule 30.
Right. But this is
you can't.
Yeah, right. This is the intuitional surprise of computational reduced Lawson, saying that even though rules are simple, you can't tell what's going to happen, and you can't prove things about it. And I think so. So anyway, the thing I sort of started in 1984 or so. I started realizing there's this phenomenon that you have very simple rules. They produce apparently random behavior. Okay, so that's a little bit like the second order thermodynamics, because it's like you have this simple initial condition. You can readily see that it's very, you can describe it very easily, and yet it makes this thing that seems to be random. Now, turns out there's some technical detail about the second order thermodynamics and about the idea of reversibility. That you have kind of a movie of two billiard balls colliding, and you see them collide and they bounce off, and you run that movie in reverse. You can't tell which way was the forward direction of time and which way was the backward direction of time. And you're just looking at individual billiard balls. By the time you've got a whole collection of them, a million of them or something, then it turns out to be the case, and this is the sort of the mystery of the second law, that the orderly thing, you start with the orderly thing that becomes disordered, and that's the forward direction in time, and the other way around of it starts disordered and it becomes ordered. You just don't see that in the world. Now, in principle, if you sort of traced the detailed motions of all those molecules backwards, you would be able to. The reverse of time makes as you go forwards in time, order goes to disorder. As you go backwards in time, order goes to disorder. Perfectly so, yes. Right. So the mystery is, why is it the case that, or one version of the mystery is, why is it the case that you never see something which happens to be just the kind of disorder that you would need to somehow evolve to order? Why does that not happen? Why do you always just see order goes to disorder, not the other way around? So the thing that I kind of realized, I started realizing in the 1980s, is kind of like, it's a bit like cryptography. It's kind of like you start off from this key that's pretty simple, and then you kind of run it, and you can get this, complicated random mess. And the thing that I sort of started realizing back then was that the second law is kind of a story of computational reducibility. It's a story of, what seems, what we can describe easily at the beginning, we can only describe with a lot of computational effort at the end. Okay, so now we come many, many years later, and I was trying to sort of, having done this big project to understand fundamental physics, I realized that sort of a key aspect of that is understanding what observers are like. And then I realized that the second law of thermodynamics is the same story as a bunch of these other cases. It is a story of a computationally bounded observer trying to observe a computationally irreducible system. So it's a story of, underneath the molecules are bouncing around. They're bouncing around in this completely determined way, determined by rules. But the point is that we, as computationally bounded observers, can't tell that there were these sort of simple underlying rules. To us, it just looks random. And when it comes to this question about can you prepare the initial state so that the disordered thing is, you have exactly the right disorder to make something orderly, a computationally bounded observer can't do that. We'd have to have done all of this sort of irreducible computation to work out very precisely what this disordered state, what the exact right disordered state is, so that we would get this ordered thing produced from it.
What does it mean to be computationally bounded observer?
So
Observing a computationally reducible system. So the computationally bounded, is there something formal you can say there?
right. So it means, okay, you can talk about Turing machines, you can talk about computational complexity theory and polynomial time computation and things like this. There are a variety of ways to make something more precise, but I think it's more useful, the intuitive version of it is more useful, which is basically just to say that, how much computation are you going to do to try and work out what's going on? And the answer is, you're not allowed to do we're not able to do a lot of computation. When we've got, in this room, there will be a trillion molecules, a little bit less. Big room. Right. And, at every moment, every microsecond or something, these molecules are colliding, and that's a lot of computation that's getting done. And the question is, in our brains, we do a lot less computation every second than the computation done by all those molecules. If there is computational irreducibility, we can't work out in detail what all those molecules are going to do. What we can do is only a much smaller amount of computation. And so the second law of thermodynamics is this kind of interplay between the underlying computational irreducibility and the fact that we, as preparers of initial states or as measures of what happens, are not capable of doing that much computation. So to us, another big formulation of the second law of thermodynamics is this idea of the law of entropy increase.
The characteristic that this universe entropy seems to be always increasing. What does that show to you about the evolution of
the
universe of time?
Yes. That's very confusing in this thermodynamics, because entropy was first introduced by a guy called Rudolf Clausius, and he did it in terms of heat and temperature. Okay? Subsequently, it was reformulated by a guy called Ludwig Boltzmann, and he formulated it in a much more kind of combinatorial type way. But he always claimed that it was equivalent to Clausius's thing, and in one particular simple example it is. But that connection between these two formulations of entropy, they've never been connected. There's really, so the more general definition of entropy due to Boltzmann is the following thing. So you say I have a system and it has many possible configurations. Molecules can be in many different arrangements, etc., etc. If we know something about the system, for example, we know it's in a box, it has a certain pressure, it has a certain temperature, we know these overall facts about it. Then we say, how many microscopic configurations of the system are possible given those overall constraints? And the entropy is the logarithm of that number. That's the definition. And that's the kind of the general definition of entropy that turns out to be useful. Now, in Boltzmann's time, he thought these molecules could be placed anywhere you want. He didn't think it, but he said, oh, actually, we can make it a lot simpler, having the molecules be discrete. Well, actually, he didn't know molecules existed. Right? In his time, 1860s and so on, the idea that matter might be made of discrete stuff had been floated ever since ancient Greek times. But it had been a long time debate about, is matter discrete, is it continuous? At the moment, at that time, people mostly thought that matter was continuous. And it was all confused with this question about what heat is, and people thought heat was this fluid, and it was a big muddle. And but Boltzmann said, let's assume there are discrete molecules. Let's even assume they have discrete energy levels. Let's say everything is discrete. Then we can do sort of combinatorial mathematics and work out how many configurations of these things there will be in the box. And we can compute this entropy quantity. But he said, but of course it's just a fiction that these things are discrete. So he said. And this is an interesting piece of history, by the way. That was at that time. People didn't know molecules existed. There were other hints from looking at kind of chemistry that there might be discrete atoms and so on, just from the combinatorics of two hydrogens and one oxygen make water. Two amounts of hydrogen plus one amount of oxygen together make water, things like this. But it wasn't known that discrete molecules existed. And in fact, the people, it wasn't until the beginning of the 20th century that Brownian motion, the final giveaway. Brownian motion is when you look under a microscope at these little pieces from pollen grains, you see they're being discretely kicked. And those kicks are water molecules hitting them, and they're discrete. In fact, it was really quite interesting history. I mean, Boltzmann had worked out how things could be discrete, and had basically invented something like quantum theory in the 1860s. But he just thought it wasn't really the way it worked. And then just a big piece of physics history, because I think it's kind of interesting. In 1900, this guy called Max Planck, who'd been a long-time thermodynamics person, everybody was trying to prove the second law of thermodynamics, including Max Planck. And Max Planck believed that radiation, electromagnetic radiation, somehow the interaction of that with matter was going to prove the second law of thermodynamics. But he had these experiments that people had done on black body radiation, and there were these curves, and he couldn't fit the curve based on his idea for how radiation interacts with matter. Those curves, he couldn't figure out how to fit those curves. Except he noticed that if he just did what Boltzmann had done and assumed that electromagnetic radiation was discrete, he could fit the curves. He said, but this is just just happens to work this way. Then Einstein came along and said, well, by the way, the electromagnetic field might actually be discrete. It might be made of photons. And then that explains how this all works. And that was in 1905. That was how that piece of quantum mechanics got started. Kind of interesting piece of history. I didn't know until I was researching this recently. In 1904 and 1903, Einstein wrote 3 different papers. And just sort of well-known physics history. In 1905, Einstein wrote these 3 papers. One introduced relativity theory, one explained Brownian motion, and one introduced basically photons. So, kind of a big deal year for physics and for Einstein. But in the years before that, he'd written several papers, and what were they about? They were about the second law of thermodynamics, and they were an attempt to prove the second law of thermodynamics. And they're nonsense. And so I had no idea that he'd done this. And in fact, what he did, those 3 papers in 1905, well, not so much the relativity paper, the one on Brownian motion, the one on photons, both of these were about the story of sort of making the world discrete. And I think he got that idea from Boltzmann. Yeah. But Boltzmann didn't think, Boltzmann kind of died believing, he said that he has a quote actually, in the end, things are going to turn out to be discrete. And I'm going to write down what I have to say about this because, eventually this stuff will be rediscovered and I want to leave, what I can about how things are going to be discrete. But, I think he has some quote about how, one person can't stand against the tide of history is saying that matter is discrete.
Also, he stuck by his guns.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And what's interesting about this is at the time, everybody, including Einstein, kind of assumed that space was probably going to end up being discrete too. But that didn't work out technically because it wasn't consistent with relativity theory. It didn't seem to be. And so then in the history of physics, even though people had discovered that matter was discrete, electromagnetic field was discrete, space was a holdout of not being discrete. And in fact, Einstein in 1916 has this nice letter he wrote. He says, in the end, it will turn out space is discrete, but we don't have the mathematical tools necessary to figure out how that works yet. And so, I think it's kind of cool that 100 years later we do.
Yes, for you, you're pretty sure that every layer of reality is discrete.
Right, and that space is discrete, and that in fact, one of the things I realized recently is this kind of theory of heat that the heat is really this continuous fluid. It's kind of like the caloric theory of heat, which turns out to be completely wrong, because actually heat is the motion of discrete molecules. Unless you know there are discrete molecules, it's hard to understand what heat could possibly be. Well, I think space is discrete, and the question is, what's the analog of the mistake that was made with caloric in the case of space? And so my current guess is that dark matter is, my little sort of aphorism of the last few months has been, dark matter is the caloric of our time. That is, it will turn out that dark matter is a feature of space, and it is not a bunch of particles. At the time when people were talking about heat, they knew about fluids, and they said, well, heat must just be another kind of fluid, because that's what they knew about. But now people know about particles, and so they say, well, what's dark matter? It's not, it just must be particles.
So what could dark matter be as a feature of space?
Oh, I don't. I think the thing one of the things I'm hoping to be able to do is to find the analog of Brownian motion in space. So, in other words, Brownian motion was seen down to the level of an effect from individual molecules. The things we see about space so far, just everything seems continuous. Brownian motion emerges, and it was only identified what it was the results of Rothschild and Einstein at the beginning of the 20th century. And dark matter was discovered, that phenomenon was discovered 100 years ago. The rotation curves of galaxies don't follow the luminous matter. That was discovered 100 years ago. And I think, I wouldn't be surprised if there isn't an effect that we already know about, that is kind of the analog of Brownian motion that reveals the discreteness of space. And in fact, we're beginning to have some guesses. We have some evidence that black hole mergers work differently when there's discrete space, and there may be things that you can see in gravitational wave signatures and things associated with the discreteness of space. But this is kind of, for me, it's kind of interesting to see this sort of recapitulation of the history of physics, where people, vehemently say, matter is continuous, electromagnetic field is continuous. And turns out it isn't true. When they say space is continuous. But so, entropy is the system consistent with some constraint. Yes. And the thing is that if you know in great detail the position of every molecule in the gas, the entropy is always zero, because there's only one possible state. The configuration of molecules in the gas, molecules bounce around, they have a certain rules for bouncing around. There's just one state of the gas, it belongs to one state of the gas, and so on. But it's only if you don't know in detail where all the molecules are that you can say, well, the entropy increases because the things we do know about molecules, there are more possible microscopic states of the system consistent with what we do know about where the molecules are. And so the question of whether, this sort of paradox in the sense that, if we knew where all the molecules were, the entropy would have increased. There was this idea introduced by Gibbs in the early 20th century, well, actually the very beginning of the 20th century, as a physics professor, an American physics professor, sort of the first distinguished American physics professor at Yale. And he introduced this idea of coarse grain, this idea that well, these molecules have a detailed way they're bouncing around, but we can only observe a coarse-grained version of that. But the confusion has been nobody knew what a valid coarse grain is. So nobody knew that whether you could have this coarse graining very carefully was sculpted in just such a way that it would notice that the particular configurations that you could get from the simple initial condition, they fit into this coarse graining, and the coarse graining very carefully observes that. Why can't you do that kind of very detailed, precise coarse graining? The answer is because if you are a computationally bounded observer and the underlying dynamics is computationally irreducible, that's what defines possible coarse graining is what a computationally bounded observer can do. And it's the fact that a computationally bounded observer is forced to look only at this kind of coarse-grained version of what the system is doing. That's why, and because what's going on underneath is it's kind of filling out the different possible. You're ending up with something where the sort of underlying computational reducibility is if all you can see is what the coarse-grained result is with a sort of computationally bounded observation, then inevitably there are many possible underlying configurations that are consistent with that.
Just to clarify, basically any observer that exists inside the universe is going to be computationally bounded.
No, any observer. I don't know. I can't.
When you say like us, what do you mean? What do you mean like us?
Well, humans with finite minds.
You're including the tools science.
Yeah. I mean, and as we have more precise, and by the way, there are little sort of microscopic violations in certain law of thermodynamics that you can start to have when you have more precise measurements of where precisely molecules are. Right. But for on a large scale, when you have enough molecules, we don't have, we're not tracing all those molecules, and we just don't have the computational resources to do that. And it wouldn't be, I think, to imagine what an observer who is not computationally bounded would be like. It's an interesting thing because, so what does computational boundedness mean? Among other things, it means we conclude that definite things happen. We take all this complexity of the world and we make a decision. We're going to turn left or turn right. And that is kind of reducing all this kind of detail into we're observing, we're sort of crushing it down to this one thing.
Yeah.
And that, if we didn't do that, we wouldn't have all this sort of symbolic structure that we build up that lets us think things through with our finite minds. We'd be instead, we'd be sort of one with the universe.
We're content to not simplify.
Yes. If we didn't simplify, then we wouldn't be like us. We would be like the universe, like the intrinsic universe, but not having experiences like the experiences we have, where we, for example, conclude that definite things happen. We sort of have this notion of being able to make sort of narrative statements.
Yeah. I wonder if it's just like you imagine as a thought experiment what it's like to be a computer. I wonder if it's possible to try to begin to imagine what it's like to be an unbounded computational observer.
Well, okay. So here's how that, I think, plays out. So, so I mean, in this, we talk about this, we have this spaceable possible computation here. And this idea of being in a certain place in Julia, which corresponds to sort of a certain way of a certain set of computations that you are representing things in. Okay, so as you expand out Julia, as you kind of encompass more possible views of the universe, as you encompass more possible kinds of computations that you can do, eventually you might say that's a real win. We're coloring out, we're building out more paradigms about how to think about things. And eventually you might say, we won all the way, we managed to colonize the whole year. Okay, here's the problem with that. The problem is that the notion of existence, coherent existence, requires some kind of specialization. By the time you are the whole Ruya, by the time you cover the whole Ruya, in no useful sense do you coherently exist. So in other words, in the notion of existence, the notion of what we think of as definite existence requires this kind of specialization, requires this kind of idea that we are not all possible things. We are a particular set of things, and that's kind of how we. That's kind of what makes us have a coherent existence. If we were spread throughout the Myriad, we would not. There would be no coherence in the way that we work. We would work in all possible ways, and that wouldn't be kind of a notion of identity. We wouldn't have this notion of kind of coherent identity.
I am geographically located somewhere exactly precisely in the Myriad, therefore I am.
Yeah.
The card.
Yeah, right. Well, you're in a certain place in physical space, or in a certain place in real space.
Mm-hmm.
And if you are sufficiently spread out, you are no longer coherent, and you no longer have. I mean, in our perception of what it means to exist and to have experience, doesn't happen.
So therefore, to exist means to be a computation.
I think so. To exist in the way that we think of ourselves as existing. Yes.
The very act of existence is like operating in this place that's computation irreducible. So there's this giant mess of things going on and you can't possibly predict. But nevertheless, because of your limitations, you have an imperative. Like, what is it? An imperative or a skill set to simplify. Or an ignorance, sufficient level.
Okay, so the thing which is not obvious is that you are taking a slice of all this complexity. Just like we have all of these molecules bouncing around the room, but all we notice is, the kind of the flow of the air, or the pressure of the air. We're just noticing these particular things. And the big interesting thing is that there are rules, there are laws that govern those big things that we observe. So it's not obvious.
Because it doesn't feel like it's a slice.
Yeah, well,
It's not a slice.
Well,
it's like an abstraction.
Yes, but I mean the fact that the gas laws work, that we can describe pressure, volume, etc., and that we don't have to go down to the level of talking about individual molecules, that is a non-trivial fact. And here's the thing that I sort of exciting thing as far as I'm concerned: the fact that there are certain aspects of the universe. So we think space is made ultimately with atoms of space and hydrographs and so on, and we think that. But we nevertheless perceive the universe on a large scale to be like continuous space and so on. In quantum mechanics, we think that there are these many threads of time, these many threads of history, yet we kind of span. So in quantum mechanics, in our models of physics, there are these. Time is not a single thread. Time breaks into many threads. They branch, they merge, but we are part of that branching, merging universe. And so our brains are also branching and merging. And so when we perceive the universe, we are branching brains perceiving the branching universe. And so the fact that the claim that we believe that we are persistent in time, we have this single thread of experience, that's the statement that somehow we managed to aggregate together those separate threads of time that are separated in the operation in the fundamental operation of the universe. So just as in space, we're averaging over some big region of space, and we're looking at many of the aggregate effects of many atoms of space. So similarly, in what we call branchless space, the space of these quantum branches, we are effectively averaging over many different branches of possible histories of the universe. And so in thermodynamics, we're averaging over many configurations of many possible positions of molecules. So what we see here is, so the question is, when you do that averaging for space, what are the aggregate laws of space? When you do that averaging of the branchless space, what are the aggregate laws of branchless space? When you do that averaging over the molecules and so on, what are the aggregate laws you get? And this is the thing that I think is just amazingly.
That there are.
Well, yes, but the question is, what are those aggregate laws? So the answer is, for space, the aggregate laws are Einstein's equations for gravity, for the structure of space-time. For Rothschild space, the aggregate laws are the laws of quantum mechanics, and for the case of molecules and things, the aggregate laws are basically the second law of thermodynamics. And so that's the things that follow from the second law of thermodynamics. And so what that means is that the three great theories of 20th century physics, which are basically general relativity theory of gravity, quantum mechanics, and statistical mechanics, which is what kind of grows out of the second law of thermodynamics. All three of the great theories of 20th century physics are the result of this interplay between computational irreducibility and the computational boundedness of observers. And, for me, this is really neat because it means that all three of these laws are derivable. So we used to think that, for example, Einstein's equations were just sort of a wheel-in feature of our universe, that they could be in our universe. It might be that way, it might not be that way. Quantum mechanics is just like, well, it just happens to be that way. And the second law, people have kind of thought, well, maybe it is derivable. Okay? What turns out to be the case is that all three of the fundamental principles of physics are derivable, but they're not derivable just from mathematics. They require, or just from some kind of logical computation, they require one more thing. They require that the observer, that the thing that is sampling the way the universe works, is an observer who has these characteristics of computational boundedness of belief and persistence in time. And so that means that it is the nature of the observer, the rough nature of the observer, not the details where we've got two eyes and we observe photons of this frequency and so on. But the kind of the very coarse features of the observer that imply these very precise facts about physics. And I think it's amazing.
So if we just look at the actual experience of the observer, that we experience as reality, it seems real to us. And you're saying because of our bounded nature, it's actually all an illusion. It's a simplification.
Well, yeah, it's a simplification. Right.
So you don't think the simplification is an illusion?
No. I mean, it's well, I don't know. I mean, what's real? Okay, that's an interesting question. What's real? And that relates to the whole question of why does the universe exist? And what is the difference between reality and a mere representation of what's going on?
Yes. We experience the representation.
Yes, but the question of so one question is, why is there a thing which we can experience that way? And the answer is because this really an object, which is this entangled limit of all possible computations. There is no choice about it. It has to exist. There has to be such a thing. It is in the same sense that 2 plus 2, if you define what 2 is and what plus is and so on, 2 plus 2 has to equal 4. Similarly, this Roolead, this limit of all possible computations, just has to be a thing that is, once you have the idea of computation, you inevitably have the Roolead. You're going to have to have the Roolead. Right, and what's important about it, there's just one of it. It's just this unique object. And that unique object necessarily exists. And then the question is, what? And then we are, once you know that we are sort of embedded in that and taking samples of it, that it's kind of inevitable that there is this thing that we can perceive that is, our perception of kind of physical reality necessarily is that way, given that we are observers with the characteristics we have. So in other words, the fact that the universe exists is it's almost like to think about it almost theologically, so to speak. And I've really it's funny because a lot of the questions about the existence of the universe and so on, they transcend what kind of the science in the last few hundred years has really been concerned with. The science in the last few hundred years hasn't thought it could talk about questions like that. But I think it's kind of, and so a lot of the kind of arguments of, does God exist? Is it obvious that, I think in some sense, in some representation, it's sort of more obvious that something sort of bigger than us exists than that we exist. And we are, our existence and as observers the way we are is sort of a contingent thing about the universe, and it's more inevitable that the whole universe, kind of the whole set of all possibilities exists. But this question about, is it real or is it an illusion? All we know is our experience, and so the fact that, well, our experience is this absolutely microscopic piece of sample of the Ruyad, and we are, there's this point about, we might sample more and more of the Ruyad, we might learn more and more about, we might learn, like different areas of physics, like quantum mechanics, for example. The fact that it was discovered, I think, is closely related to the fact that electronic amplifiers were invented that allowed you to take a small effect and amplify it up, which hadn't been possible before. Microscopes that were invented that magnify things and so on, but having a very small effect and being able to magnify it was sort of a new thing that allowed one to see a different sort of aspect of the universe and let one discover this kind of thing. So, we can expect that in the Ruyad, there are an infinite collection of new things we can discover. There's in fact, computational irreducibility kind of guarantees that there will be an infinite collection of kind of, pockets of reducibility that can be discovered.
Boy, would it be fun to take a walk down the Ruyad and see what kind of stuff we find there. You write about alien intelligences.
Yes.
I mean, just these worlds.
Yes, the
Computation.
problem with these worlds is that
You can't talk to them.
yes, and the thing is, what I've kind of spent a lot of time doing, just studying computational systems, seeing what they do. Right now, the ruleology, kind of just the study of rules and what they do. You can kind of easily jump somewhere else in the Ruyad and start seeing what these rules do, and what they do what they do, and there's no human connection.
Did you think, some people are able to communicate with animals? Do you think you can become a whisperer of these
Co-ideation flying. That's what I've spent some part of my life
have
doing.
you heard? And,
Well,
and
I mean,
are you at the risk of losing ground?
sort of my favorite science discovery is this fact that these very simple programs can produce very complicated behavior, and that fact, kind of in a sense, a whispering of something out in the computational universe that we didn't really know was there before. I mean, it's like, back in the 1980s, I was doing a bunch of work with some very, very good mathematicians, and they were like trying to pick away, can we figure out what's going on in these computational systems? And they basically said, look, the math we have just doesn't get anywhere with this. We're stuck. There's nothing to say. We have nothing to say. And, in a sense, perhaps my main achievement at that time was to realize that the very fact that the good mathematicians had nothing to say was itself a very interesting thing. That was kind of a sort of, in some sense, a whispering of a different part of the Ruyad that one hadn't, was not accessible from what we do in mathematics and stuff.
Does it make you sad that you're exploring some gigantic ideas and it feels like we're on the verge of breaking through some very interesting discoveries, and yet you're just a finite being that's going to die way too soon, and that scan of your brain, your full body, kind of shows that you're, it's just a bunch of meat. It's just a bunch of meat. So make you go sad?
Kind of shame. I mean, I kind of like to see how all this stuff works out. But I think the thing to realize, it's an interesting sort of thought experiment. You say, okay, let's assume we can get clouds to work. And one day there will be one of these things that's kind of like ChatGPT. One day somebody will figure out, how to get water from 0 degrees centigrade down to, minus 44 or something without it expanding, and, cryonics will be solved, and you'll be able to like just, put a pause in, so to speak, and, kind of reappear 100 years later or something. And the thing, though, that I've kind of increasingly realized is that, in a sense, this whole question of kind of the sort of one is embedded in a certain moment in time, and kind of the things we care about now, the things I care about now, for example, had I lived 500 years ago, many of the things I care about now, it's totally bizarre. And nobody would care about that. It's not even a thing one thinks about. In the future, the things that most people will think about, one will be a strange relic of thinking about, the kind of, it might have been a theologian thinking about, how many angels fit on the head of a pin or something, and that might have been the big intellectual thing. So I think it's one of these things where, particularly, I've had these, I don't know, good or bad fortune, I'm not sure. I think it's a mixed thing, but I've invented a bunch of things which I kind of can, I think, see well enough what's going to happen that, in 50 years, 100 years, whatever, assuming the world doesn't exterminate itself, so to speak, these are things that will be sort of centrally important to what's going on. And it's kind of it's both a good thing and a bad thing in terms of the passage of one's life. I mean, it's kind of like, if everything I figured out was like, okay, I figured it out when I was 25 years old, and everybody says it's great, and we're done. And it's like, okay, I'm going to live another however many years, and that's kind of all downhill from there. In a sense, it's better, in some sense, to be able to, it sort of keeps things interesting that, what I can see, a lot of these things, I mean, it's kind of, I didn't expect, ChatGPT, I didn't expect the kind of, the sort of opening up of this idea of computation and computational language that's been made possible like this. I didn't expect that. This is the head of schedule, so to speak. Even though the sort of the big kind of flowering of that stuff, I'd sort of been assuming it was another 50 years away. So if it turns out it's a lot less time, that's pretty cool, because I'll hopefully get to see it, so to speak, rather than.
Well, I think I speak for a very, very large number of people in saying that I hope you stick around for a long time to come. You've had so many interesting ideas. You've created so many interesting systems over the years, and I can see now that GPT and language models break up in the world even more. Can't wait to see you at the forefront of this development, what you do. And I've been a fan of yours, like I've told you many, many times since the very beginning. I'm deeply grateful that you wrote a new kind of science, that you explored this mystery of cellular autonomy, and it inspired this one little kid in me to pursue artificial intelligence and all this beautiful world. So, Stephen, thank you so much. It's a huge honor to talk to you, to just be able to pick your mind and to explore all these ideas with you. And please keep going, and I can't wait to see where you come up next. And thank you for talking again. We went past midnight. We only did 4.5 hours. I mean, we could probably go for 4 more, but we'll save that till next time. This is round number 4. I'm sure top 8 more times. Thank you so much. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Stephen Wolfman. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from George Cantor. The essence of mathematics lies in its freedom. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
I tweet that, and then I finish the day, and I wake up the next morning, and I glance at my phone. I'm seeing all these verified accounts that are, quote tweeting it and demanding a retraction and whatever. And I go, okay, this looks like it's getting some attention. I then continue about my day. Around noon, I hear from my dad that he got 100 messages from "you should have aborted your son" to "we're going to find all of you" to whatever else. My dad has no idea what's going on. He's like, I don't know what this is, but I have 100 DMs to everything else you can imagine. And I start to get emails about, your Jewish faith, this and that and the other thing. And so at that point, to me, I thought, this is just going to get worse and worse and worse. And so I deleted the tweet. And I really regret doing it because over the 48 hours that followed, yes, the attacks escalated. It went through Candace Owens, and then at FoxNews.com, Newsmax, kind of peaking with Donald Trump Jr. And it was horrible.
The following is a conversation with David Pakman, a left-wing progressive political commentator and host of the David Pakman Show. I hope to continue many conversations on politics with prominent, insightful, and sometimes controversial figures across the political spectrum. David and I have been planning to speak for a long time, and I'm sure we'll speak many more times. This conversation was challenging, eye-opening, and fun. This is the Let's Root Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's David Pakman. Are there interesting differences to you between terms like liberal, Democrat, left-wing, leftist, progressive, socialist, communist, Marxist, far left, center left, all of these labels? Is there interesting distinction between them?
Yeah, there's two sets of distinction. One is if you just want to, let's define each of these as political terms. They're all different terms. You can be a progressive ideologically, but not be a member of the Democratic Party. Many say the Democratic Party isn't even really very progressive. So these are certainly terms that we could define in order to have a conversation about the next thing, kind of as a precursor to a conversation. Sometimes the terms are used in order to tag someone with a certain ideology that's not really linked to policy or any particular political question, but they can be used positively or negatively to just kind of say, here's the image of this individual that I have in my mind. So like Marxist is right now very popularly being used by some on the right to attack Democrats. There's very few actual Marxists, certainly not in positions of power in the United States, but even among the general population. So I think it's important to distinguish, are we defining these terms because we want to compare and contrast the ideas that a particular group brings to the discussion, or are we using them as insults or to stifle conversation? They're terms that can be used to start a conversation or to stop it.
And the use of those terms is evolving rapidly month by month. So the term leftist, I think, is a relatively popular term now to use in a negative context to describe what an outraged left-wing commentator.
I think what you're kind of grasping onto is that there's probably some set of ideas that would apply to most of those who consider themselves to be on the left. The discussion of how that term is mostly being used is not about policy ideas. You're accurately kind of identifying that. And it does seem like progressive is no longer being used as a smear and leftist is being used as a smear more at this point.
Okay. But sometimes some of these terms are useful. Like, can we try to pick the terms that are useful, like liberal and progressive and Democrat? Liberal and progressive. Is there an interesting, definable distinction between liberal and progressive?
That's maybe one of the most interesting ones. 10 years ago, liberal often meant what now we mean by progressive. More recently, the progressive, socialist-leaning part of the political spectrum has started to use liberal to mean Joe Biden, to mean someone who is not really left enough. So liberal is very interesting because I remember talking with my audience years ago, maybe 8 years ago or something like that, where I identified I'm going to now use the term progressive more commonly to describe my own beliefs because liberal has now been made a smear, it's being shifted into something else, and it also means more of like a center-left politics. So it's changed in some sense by necessity, by force, and also because the spectrum has shifted to some degree.
The term liberal has evolved. Now, liberal meaning some kind of embodiment of the mainstream Democratic Party, almost.
To some degree, sometimes I'm written off by, within my space, there are all sorts of shades of gray, which I'm sure we can talk about where I am versus should be, could be, or am wrongly placed. And sometimes an attack on me is, he's just a lib, meaning I'm not left enough. I'm not progressive, socialist, wherever else you want to go. So yeah, the problem with a lot of these terms, and they're used very casually by people who call into my show, is that unless we actually define them each time, they very often mean very different things to different people and often come with an agenda attached to them. And so I find that they often stifle meaningful conversation rather than encourage it.
Do you sense that there's a drifting of what is the threshold to be a progressive? Or is there, should we use progressive synonymously with democratic socialist?
I think we should not use it synonymously with democratic socialist. And this is where there's another linguistic confusion and a political confusion. So we'll first talk about the linguistic one. Social democracy versus democratic socialism. Very similar words in a different order. Okay. The way I operate is democratic socialism is actually a form of socialism where one would seek to socialize ownership of the means of production, as an example. Social democracy is a very highly regulated form of capitalism, the likes of which we would see in Northern Europe, Denmark, etc. These are very different things. I associate progressivism in 2023 with social democracy and would consider democratic socialism a form of actual socialism that is different. People are no longer talking about a capitalist organization of society.
So transition from one to the other is a fundamental shift in how society operates then.
Absolutely. And when you talk about social democracy, you're talking about socializing a couple more things than we socialize in most modern capitalist countries. I had this conversation with Patrick Bet-David recently. Social democracy is, okay, we've socialized the military already in the United States. We've socialized some healthcare in the sense of like the VA and Medicaid, etc. We're talking about socializing a couple more things still in a capitalist country. Democratic socialism would be something beyond that, and as someone who is not a democratic socialist myself, I'm maybe not the best for explaining exactly how that system would function, but it would have some version of socializing ownership of the means of production, businesses, etc.
So you mentioned you appeared on the PBT podcast with Patrick Bet-David. The debate was pretty intense. I should say I personally enjoyed it. I thought actually you did well, and I thought Patrick did well, and it was a good conversation. There was a little bit of tension.
Yeah.
And I thought Patrick actually, so I disagreed with him. I thought Patrick just took on a kind of devil's advocate, like he was purposely being stubborn to bring out the best in you. But the internet thought that he being stubborn, not being open to your ideas. I thought the tension between ideas, I think a lot of the tension had to do probably with Donald Trump's attempted.
That certainly could be the case. And people wrote to me the full gamut of everything you can imagine, from this was your best thing you've ever done in public to you got humiliated and your mother should have aborted you. Okay, so everything in between. So, take your pick. But the most interesting feedback I got was from people who asked me after was it incredibly tense and awkward and because it seemed so combative. And I think I'm so used to those types of tensions in the discussions that I have that it's very comfortable. It's not like afterwards it's there's a grudge or it's tense or whatever the case may be. I'm very comfortable. Just I disagree with people and that's it. So I did not find anything that happened inappropriate. I disagreed with a lot of the things he said, certainly.
So you also spoke about the Knowles. I think about the idea of can you speak broadly about your conversation with people you disagree? Some of the cases it feels like
the conversations. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple different things, and I'm the first to tell you that depending on who I'm talking to, I go in with a different attitude about how, quote, seriously I'm taking it, in the sense of whether I think it's going to be a deep policy discussion versus whether it's going to be more of a performance for an audience that is expecting a certain thing. And I think there's different types of shows. When I was interviewed by this guy, Jesse Lee Peterson in Los Angeles, it's very different, for example, when I'm talking to Patrick Bet-David, just to give two examples. I think the reason I stopped doing the Michael Knowles show was the number of threats I would get after the fact. That's really the reason. I was glad to engage with him to the extent that the interviews were interesting and we could organize it reasonably efficiently. But the reason I stepped away was sort of the aftermath. But I did find him to be someone who was abundantly clear about his view and where he comes from. And while I could not possibly disagree more with him in terms of politics and culture and our backgrounds, everything is just so different. I found it easy to engage in the conversation just because of how upfront and clear he was about what his beliefs were.
But the number of threats.
Yeah.
Much.
Yeah, it was just too much. And this, I don't know how much you saw about this recent Twitter dust-up I was involved in that peaked with Donald Trump Jr. tweeting about me, and then declining from there.
Oh, let's talk through it. I didn't see it.
Okay.
I have to understand, like, we study Shakespeare. I have to study your Twitter. I have to understand somewhat how much of it's sarcasm.
It's mostly sarcasm. I mean, here's the thing, and I know that there are people who will say, David, you're dealing with such serious issues. It's really not okay not to take everything you do completely seriously. But my view is, it's so incredible that I've, between chance and timing and so different things, fallen into a position where this is what I do professionally. And it's a career, and it's financially sustainable, and all these different things. I don't want to end up taking myself too seriously, because I recognize the timing and luck and all of these other things, and this could have gone a completely different way. So my approach to a lot of this is, let's not take ourselves too seriously, and in particular on Twitter, a platform that, the degree to which it should be taken very seriously maybe has changed over time. I'm always sort of thinking a little bit tongue in cheek on Twitter.
What happened with Donald Trump Jr.?
So,
Or the full arc?
yeah, give you a 1 minute arc, and then we can pick whichever parts we want. After a mass shooting, now you might say there's like 2 or 3 a day. You're correct. After the Nashville mass shooting, I tweeted snarkily, tongue-in-cheek, to point that thoughts and prayers not only aren't particularly useful after a shooting, they also don't prevent shootings. That there's some confusion about how there would be a shooting at a Christian school, given that it is a place where prayer is taking place. I think I jokingly said something like, were they not praying enough or correctly?
In my deep integrity.
You have it.
I have your tweet. This is the only display of journalistic integrity I will show today. Okay. And I have a couple of responses. You deleted the tweet since then.
Which I regret.
Oh, interesting.
We can talk about that.
Well, I would love to, because it's such a interesting decision. Because when you tweet something, one of the things I've also learned, you don't often understand how it's going to be read. It's going to be analyzed, like I mentioned, Shakespeare. There's the use of certain words that you regret saying in a certain kind of way, maybe just because it wasn't as eloquent, as powerful, it didn't actually convey the thing, or it's a distraction to the thing that's trying to. Okay, the actual tweet is very surprising that there would be a mass shooting at a Christian school, given that the lack of prayer is often blamed for these horrible events. Is it possible they weren't praying enough or correctly despite being a Christian school? And a lot of people retweeted that, which I'm assuming was criticism. So Colin Wright wrote, I used to consider you a reasonable progressive, but you clearly devolved into partisan hackery. I'm an atheist. They cannot begin to fathom using the murder of children or adults at a Christian school as an opportunity to dunk on the concept of prayer. And you responded, I'm dunking on the people who send thoughts and prayers and do nothing else, and the shootings continue. I'm sure there's a lot of other interactions.
There's a few other 100,000
interactions.
So what you want the arc leading to the leading. So
I just
basically,
wanted to display the.
do you know what time of day I tweeted the original one? I feel like it was in the afternoon or evening on a Monday.
3:42 p.m. on March 27th.
Which was a Monday. Okay. So basically, I tweet that, and then I finished the day, and
So you tweet, and then you go on.
I might have looked once at Twitter, and it had 2,000 likes and a few people saying, this might have missed the mark, but it's sort of like it's one of my 20,000 tweets. I don't know. I wake up the next morning. My baby daughter did not sleep till 7:30 the way I would like, so she's up at 6 a.m. and I get up and I'm just there starting to make breakfast, and I glance at my phone, and I'm starting to. This was when verified meant a different thing than it means. I'm seeing all these verified accounts that are, quote tweeting it and demanding a retraction and whatever. And I go, oh, okay, this looks like it's getting some attention. I then continue about my day. Around noon, I hear from my dad that he got 100 messages from "you should have aborted your son" to "we're going to find all of you" to whatever else. My dad has no idea what's going on. He's like, I don't know what this is, but I have 100 DMs to everything else you can imagine. And I start to get emails about, your Jewish faith, this and that, and the other thing. And so at that point, to me, I thought, this is just going to get worse and worse and worse. And so I deleted the tweet. And I really regret doing that, because over the 48 hours that followed, yes, the attacks escalated. It went through Candace Owens, and then at FoxNews.com, Newsmax, kind of peaking with Donald Trump Jr. And it was horrible. I mean, thousands and thousands of videos. But once I told my audience about what happened, I got thousands of messages from people saying, David, only someone who doesn't know you and is determined to interpret this in the worst possible faith would think you're blaming kids who died for getting shot. Of course you weren't doing that. I wish you hadn't deleted it so that it would still be up and you would now see the tide kind of turning on. This was not a fun 3 days, regardless, but I do regret having deleted it because it was I wanted to do the quickest thing I thought I could to get people to stop trying to find family members and send them threats. And so around noon, that's what I did. And the truth is, threats didn't stop anyway because everybody had screenshotted it. And I do wish I had left it.
Is there some degree, maybe stepping outside yourself, do you regret tweeting that? In that it feeds the mockery engine that fuels Twitter. So, like, does that tweet really represent what you believe?
It absolutely represents the disgust with a politics that includes saying we can't touch guns, we can't. But we're willing to point to mental health or say we need more prayer in schools or whatever. 1,000% it represents that view. Is it the type of snark and sarcasm that I would use if given an hour to discuss the topic rather than whatever the number of characters is now on Twitter? No, definitely not. And so I am very cognizant of the fact that it was unnecessarily provocative how it was.
I think I asked a similar question to Ben Shapiro. Do you worry that this style of presentation can turn you from being a deeply thoughtful, objective political thinker to somebody who's just a partisan hack or partisan, what's a good word, talking head?
Do you mean with regard to Twitter or the format of my show?
So Twitter for now, let's start with Twitter. And can you silo your style of communication on Twitter from being a virus that affects your life?
Right. I don't have deep thoughts about the Twitter component beyond, I think, across all sorts of disciplines, this is not the best way to most effectively solve problems and figure out solutions to complex issues.
You're talking about Twitter.
Right now I'm talking about Twitter. That being said, I think all of us, to some degree, have to adapt our content to the platform that we're using. In the same way that what I post to YouTube is different than what I post to TikTok, what I post to Twitter is also different. Do I think Twitter has been an unmitigated good for society? No. Have I chosen to step into Twitter as one of the ways in which I get my message out, with the good and the bad? Yes. And I think that there is a deep conversation to be had there. I think zooming out a little bit in terms of what I do, and I was hoping this would come up because I think it's really interesting. I will often get emails from people who say two things. I will get you would have such a bigger audience if you did X. And usually they are plays to sensationalism, salacious and titillating content, more pop culture stuff, etc. On the other hand, it's folks who say, listen, what you're doing really isn't as serious as it could be. And it seems like you could do something more serious. And you should consider doing deep dive, once it would do a deep dive into Calvin Coolidge, like, nobody will watch that. So it's not by accident that my show is the way it is, right? In an hour, I'm thinking of all the platforms I'm on, and I'm saying, okay, I want to do a relatively deep dive on the federal budget, and I want to talk about some of the political tomfoolery going on within the post office, and I'm going to do a segment about a wacky rally where Trump said crazy things and made up 3 words and said he endorsed the candidate. His name, right? I'm crafting that in total to find a balance between let's build this audience as much as I can in order to have a bigger base to get my message out there, and include the more serious stuff with the hope that there's a little bit of something for everyone, and I'm finding a balance between those 2 sides of the spectrum. It's a deliberate thing, and I'm aware that if I were producing my show 50 years ago, the balance would probably be different, and it would probably change again. If the show was audio only rather than having all these video platforms, it would also be different. But it's a decision that's proactively made to try to get the best and most out of the hour that I'm creating every day.
It just feels like there's a time machine, like Twitter and journalism, that wants to divide people, and the drama of that division, highlighting the partisan divisions. The drama of that division feels like it's a tension with objective clear thinking. And so that's I want that there's a drug to it. There's too much fun to mock ridiculous people on the other side.
I think you're right about that. And the fact that that is true, to me, supports. I've talked with my audience about, like the old food pyramid, which I guess was like wrong, but let's imagine that there was a pyramid that made sense.
At the bottom, right?
I think like whole grains, maybe? I don't remember. It's been a while.
Sugar
since.
is also
Junk food is at the very top. I'm very open with my audience. The vast majority of what I do is the top of that pyramid. And I tell people very openly, I don't consume a lot of the type of content I produce. And I think it's really important to, as a base, be doing critical thinking, epistemology, how do we believe the things we believe, basics about the world. After that, reading history, economics, philosophy, etc. After that, now we're getting into current events. I would mostly be looking at consuming primary source reporting, things like Associated Press, whatever. I know everybody will have a different list of what counts. After that is when I'd say indulge in some of the commentary type stuff that I do, if you find that I'm thoughtful enough to make it into that. But I'm very open, and really what I try to do on my show often is, in being that at the top of the pyramid, tell people there's all this other stuff that should be forming your foundation that I hope you're consuming in addition to just watching. And I'm very open to that.
What about the shape, the dynamics, the characteristics of your audience? Is there some degree to which you're, through mocking the Republicans, that there's a lean to that audience, and then you become captured by the audience? You worry about the audience.
I worry about it. I'm relatively comfortable that it's not shaping the program to a great degree, in the sense that at this point I have a pretty good sense of the things I can say that will upset what I might call my core audience. One of the interesting things, just to briefly go back to the Twitter thing, was those people who were furious with me on Twitter, and they contacted my advertisers, and some advertisers dropped me, and on and on and on. None of them are actually in my audience. None of them are regular consumers of my audience. They were kind of weaponized against me by people who said, hey, look at this. The people who follow Candace Owens on Twitter, other than for their kind of shock value, they're not in my audience. And with my core audience, I know there are things I can talk about that will generate displeasure, I guess you could say, with my audience. Sometimes when I touch the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, that will happen. Sometimes on vaccine. There's a portion of my audience that is more generally skeptical of vaccines. Sometimes on some foreign policy issues. Or, I'm not a big fan of Marianne Williamson nor Bobby Kennedy Jr.'s challenges for Joe Biden, not because I love Joe Biden, but because I don't consider them to be the most serious challenges. I know there's people in my audience who don't like that. They get mad at me about that, and I'm totally okay with that. And that tension with my core audience. So in that sense, I don't feel as though I've had that audience capture take place, but I know it can happen, and I'm very open to being told ways in which it may be happening without notice.
So I've made a call for questions on Reddit for this conversation. There's a lot of good questions that I'll probably bring up, but one of them was about Marianne Williamson, asking why David thinks she's a garbage candidate, which of course
I'm upset.
but perhaps you have more eloquent to criticize. So let's go there. Sure. To the 2024 election. Okay. So Joe Biden officially announced that he's running again. Donald Trump officially announced that he's running again. If that's the mantra, who do you think?
If the election's held today, I think fine. So, well, first of all, I believe he won last time. And if I start with the results from 2020, and I think to myself, what has happened since then that would push or pull voters one way or the other, I have a hard time making a case that Trump is in a better position today than he was in November of 2020. So that's kind of my starting point, which is it's a rematch of an election with a known outcome. What has changed? And I can't make a case for circumstances having changed in Trump's favor. To give a couple of state level examples, Florida seems to be kind of moving more to the Republican side since 2020, but Trump won that state already in 2020, so it wouldn't really change the outcome. Arizona was close. I think Arizona has moved to the left since 2020, so I don't see Trump taking that one. Wisconsin, I think the same sort of thing applies. So being very practical, that would be kind of the start of my reason.
Do you think Joe Biden is a better candidate than Rabbi?
I think he's a worse candidate. This is going to sound ageist, but I think he's a worse candidate in that he's even older, and there already seems to be an appetite for younger candidates, particularly on the Democratic voting side. So he's going to be 4 years older, and in a sense, that could be a liability. However, he also is going to have 4 years of accomplishments. Now, you might not like the things he's done, in which case that would hurt him. But he has started to accumulate a not insignificant number of accomplishments. Some of the big things that are known, Inflation Reduction Act, the COVID stimulus, but also less well-known things like a bunch of little tweaks to healthcare, a bunch of little tweaks to student lending. There's been a lot of little things. At the macro level, I don't actually think Joe Biden has that much to do with this, the same way I didn't credit or attack Trump for a lot of the macroeconomic stuff, but inflation has started to come down significantly. The stock market's quite steady. These sort of things. I think looking historically, it's a pretty okay environment for Joe Biden, with the exception that he was already the oldest president to be inaugurated in 2021, and he would beat his own record in January of 2025. And I just don't know how voters are going to see that.
So in terms of just a public human being, how would you compare Trump and Biden? So if I were to give criticism towards Trump, it would be that he's chaotic, maybe to the point of being disrespectful to a lot of different groups, to a lot of different ideas, to a lot of different nations and leaders and all that kind of stuff. And then the criticism towards Biden would be that he, maybe perhaps because of age or any other kind of cognitive capabilities, is not really there mentally as a, in the way that perhaps you could say like Barack Obama was there. Just mentally being able to handle all kinds of aspects of being a public representative of a nation to the world and to the people of that nation. So, which in the composition of personality flaws, which do you think is more powerful?
You've laid out fair and I believe accurate assessments of elements of both of those men.
Yeah.
You haven't weighed in on to what degree you value each of those assessments, which is where I think the kind of meat of this question really is. I don't see, and I know that Biden's going to get us into World War III. That doesn't seem to be happening. I don't see the Biden deficits you listed, which I agree with you on. I don't see them as dangerous or threatening to the standing of the United States in this kind of environment with our traditional Western allies, geopolitics, etc., in the way that the sort of unhinged personality of Trump combined with his lack of knowledge about most issues is a threat. So for me, if those two are the candidates, Biden would be my choice. Now, are there people I would rather see on the Democratic side? Yes. If I knew the president would be a Republican, can I think of better options than Trump? Absolutely. I think it's so funny. When in 2012 it was Obama versus Romney, the difference seemed so significant between them. Thinking back, I'm sure I would disagree with Mitt Romney about tax rates, and his views on LGBT are, I'm sure, I know are different than mine. But it seems, without looking at it with rose-colored glasses, so comparatively benign given the 4 years of Trump. So that's kind of right.
Even McCain, the differences seem quite drastic.
Yeah. McCain was interesting because Palin, as his running mate, opened the door to the sort of cartoonish stuff that we've started to see on the Republican side. Palin, Trump, Marjorie Taylor Greene, it started going in that direction, which has made the party a bit of a joke. Aside from what you believe the tax rate is, right? You can say taxes are too high, but Jewish space lasers, come on, So, but I agree with you.
So, go back to the political terms we talked about. Where in that spectrum do you place yourself today? Which of the labels do you think captures the political?
Progressive social democrat, which again is a capitalist. I own my own business. I pay the taxes I'm legally required to pay, and not a penny more, and all those things. That's where I place myself.
Would you place yourself to the left of Joe Biden?
Yes.
Where does AOC fit?
It's a good question.
What do you think about AOC as a candidate? Do you think she would actually run?
I think that if she doesn't run into some kind of scandal, and I don't mean scandal in the sense of some personal impropriety, but I mean some kind of major political problem. It seems that she has the staying power to be in American elected politics for a long time. Whether she would even want to be president versus maybe going to the Senate or being governor or whatever the case may be, I have no idea what her ambitions are in that sense. But certainly, like policy aside, she has this combination of charisma, likability to some, but also something about her personality that angers the people who don't like her in a way that only fuels her sort of presence, which I think applies to Trump as well. That I do think that she has the potential to have significant staying power in politics. President, I don't know.
Do you think that's the future of political elections and politics in general? Is people who are able to skillfully piss off the other side, like AOC and Trump did?
I think it's an aspect of it. I think it's also understanding how to communicate policy ideas. Trump, I have things I can praise Trump about if you want to get to that at some point. You let me know what that is. But I do think that there are some things Trump is very good at. And this is why it's very hard for me to believe that Ron DeSantis has what it takes to actually fight Trump in a national primary. And one of those things is Trump has even though he often says very strange things that if you transcribe them, you go, that's what language is that? That doesn't sense whatsoever. In the moment, the way he relates to adversaries on stage, etc., is very good in that he is very much aware of how it is going to be seen by the audience. And so that's why a lot of times it's more about, it doesn't matter that a word salad came out of his mouth, how he immediately responded and related to the person. Very good. So I think that knowing how to be good when clips are shared all the time, often out of context, is extraordinarily important. Knowing how to use social media, which every election cycle, that means something different, but understanding how to use social media, very important. Those things are absolutely so important. And whether you're able to do a deep dive on the deficit certainly useful, but I would say it's a bad thing. It's becoming less important in terms of figuring out who we want to represent us.
It's just lingering on the AOC, and then maybe let's throw in Bernie Sanders.
Yeah.
So where do you place yourself, and how do you do the layout of the land? Bernie Sanders, AOC, Joe Biden, and David Packer.
My instinct is, and I'm going to answer it, the thing that makes this tough is Bernie says he's a democratic socialist. He ran as a social democrat. He didn't run on anything that was really socialism.
Right.
So I'm going by their public-facing platforms.
I've been listening to him for many, many years, and I'll do it back with Tom Hartman show. And I think using the terms as you've been using them,
Yeah.
He has, I don't think, ever been a democratic socialist. I haven't heard him speak about socialism. I think I've heard him speak about social programs and the value of social programs throughout the history of the United States and how they've been beneficial.
My understanding is very similar to yours, although there may be stuff from the 70s where he really was talking about
all did
bona fide
some
social.
shit in the 70s.
Yeah. You and I, even who weren't around, we were doing stuff in the 70s.
I feel like we did,
My sense would be, Biden is like center left, and then I'm to the left of that, but maybe just inside of where AOC and Bernie are very, very similar to Bernie. I mean, I identify with a lot of Bernie's ideas. Maybe their implementation I'm more flexible on. I'll give you one example. Medicare for all. One way of trying to get healthcare to everybody, which Bernie's very big on, is you take the current Medicare program, you just eliminate the age limit, make it available to everybody, pay for it through taxation. Interesting. However, I'm open to other models if they get everybody healthcare that is good quality and affordable. Singapore has an interesting model. Germany has an interesting model. I am more agnostic about how we do it than just saying let's expand Medicare. Whether that puts me to the right of Bernie, I don't know. But I'm not like exactly right there on it. Has to be.
Yeah, that's more just flexibility versus dogmatism. So I don't know if that puts it to the left or to the right.
I don't either.
What do you think about the you could term manipulation or the corruption in the DNC that perhaps tipped the scales against Bernie in the election? Do you think there
In
was such a
2016 or 2020?
both, I would say. Different, the dynamics there were different. Hillary Clinton and the pressure from Hillary Clinton was a candidate. So, yeah, what was there? Why didn't Bernie win? I guess is what we would ask.
Okay. I think there's a couple things here. First, the DNC, I'm not a Democrat, just your audience may not know. I'm just a independent.
Yeah.
I mostly vote for candidates that end up being Democrats. In local elections, often there's no party designation. So, okay, I'm obviously on the left. I'm not denying that, but the Democratic Party as an institution is
You're still a rebel that resists belonging to the institution.
exactly right. Exactly right. And whether it matters, the DNC and the RNC really are organizations that to some degree exist to justify their own existence, because if they were no longer necessary, they would go away. And so they have to assert their value and their importance. They do this in a number of different ways, organizing the way that the nominee is chosen, the convention, working with states on everything from redistricting to whatever else the case may be, setting the order of primaries and having some involvement with how that's all going to happen. And also coordinating behind the scenes. I guess they would describe it as making sure our candidates don't get in each other's ways. We might see it and say they're picking the winner. There's nothing illegal about them being involved in picking the winner, but we might say it's not in people's interest. I think the 2020 primary was really interesting. Bernie supporter, myself, I started telling my audience after a couple primaries and even before, based on polling and different things, I see a real uphill battle here for Bernie. And it's really important. People in my audience are not the average, union worker in Michigan who is mostly working and raising a family and then goes to vote on primary day and goes to vote on election day. If you spend a lot of time on Reddit and Twitter, you're going to have an inflated sense of Bernie's popularity within the Democratic Party. That was my sense. And to some degree, we saw that in certain states. I don't have the exact primary order and results in front of me or in my head, but the big turning point was South Carolina. South Carolina was when Joe Biden won and won handily, understood to be because of the larger African American population in South Carolina. And right around that exact same time, I actually don't remember now whether it was the day after or the day before, some of the smaller Democratic candidates, smaller in terms of support, got out and said, I'm endorsing Joe Biden. And to some degree, of course, it was all organized and timed to help Joe Biden. There's no doubt about that. This is what the DNC does. It's hard for me to be mad at the DNC because this is sort of like, if we believe they were there to be unbiased arbiters and to stay as much on the side as possible, it would make sense to be furious that they've gone against their stated mandate. But we know that the DNC negotiates and is working behind the scenes and has a favorite. That favorite was Hillary. So I share the frustration about the power that the DNC has, but for people who are saying they did something illegal or whatever else the case may be, that doesn't seem to be the case. But this is part of why I would love there not to be this duopoly of Republicans and Democrats. And there's probably 4 major changes that have to happen in order to make that a reality. But I share the frustration of folks while recognizing that Reddit was not accurately representing Bernie's level of popularity.
Still, I wish that the bias wasn't towards the, it could be negatively termed the deep state, towards the bureaucracy, towards the momentum of the past, which I think Joe Biden kind of represents, versus new ideas. Which is funny to say that Bernie Sanders sometimes represents new ideas because he's also an older gentleman.
Well, it's a lot of framing. And the other aspect of that is, on paper, Joe Biden's platform was arguably the most progressive of any Democratic candidate who won the nomination. Now, of course, there were people who challenged the nominations who were to Joe Biden's left. A lot of this is perspective, and that's how you end up saying the guy who's a couple of years older than Biden is actually the guy with a fresh perspective, which is interesting because I don't disagree with you.
Yeah, and you also have to say the perspective doesn't always align with the policies. You're right. I mean, the actual policies of Joe Biden are different than maybe the perception of Joe Biden.
Or what he won. I mean, just 2 examples I would give are, during his campaign, he played up a little bit his interest in doing student loan forgiveness and something on cannabis. I never bought it. I told my audience, I think he's saying this stuff because this is the way the tide is the wind is blowing and he's being advised to say this stuff. I don't think he's going to do very much on either of these things. He did actually do some student loan stuff, but that would be 2 examples.
Okay, let's go to the something you alluded to, which is the pros and cons of a particular candidate. Well, what to you, as a critic of Trump, what to you are the pros, the strengths of Donald Trump, and what to you are his biggest weaknesses?
The strengths of Trump, see how I can frame them in a way that is both accurate and accurately assesses my feeling about it.
It can be taken out of context most masterfully through the clipping process.
Yes. Trump's strengths are mostly superficial and in terms of presentation. Trump was able to, I call it a grift. Some on the right say he's just so good at relating to different types of people. Trump, as a rich guy in New York City, was able to convince people that he spent most of his life trying to be kept isolated from, that he had their best interests in mind, that he knew why they weren't doing well in the 2016 economy, and that he had solutions that he was going to bring forward. The truth is, he never really liked those people, and as soon as they weren't useful to him for a brief period of time, that love affair with his followers stopped, and then now it's back and he needs them again. He didn't really understand the causes of the problems that those folks were experiencing, and his solutions were laughable, right? Like Jared was going to solve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict in year one. He was going to replace Obamacare in 2017. Yeah, things that were never going anywhere anyway. But what he did really well was he put up a united front of, I know what is ailing you, I know how to fix it, and I know how to fix it. I guess he's a businessman, and he's been above the fray of politics for so long, knowing how to use political donations to his advantage. He can look smart, etc. I think that's his greatest strength.
Why do you say that the Jared plan for Israel Palestine and the plan for healthcare to improve Obamacare? Why do you say that's not?
Well, only someone, I would include the North Korea plan as well, which I'm about to about. Only someone who doesn't know anything about the size and scope of these issues could so arrogantly say that they could solve them in that way on that time frame. I'm all for optimism and bringing a new face to things, absolutely, without a doubt. But, you know, a wall with Mexico that Mexico will pay for at the end of my first term. I know there are people who believed it because they would call into my show and say, I'm voting for Trump. But it's hard to believe that anybody serious would fall for that unless you were deliberately wanting to just believe whatever was being fed to you, or you just hadn't ever thought about these issues before. The healthcare plan, you know, in 2017 they proposed one would have led to 24 million or so people ending up without healthcare. It didn't go anywhere because it was so terrible. And then in August of 2020, Trump said, in 2 weeks, I'm going to finally have my healthcare proposal. It's 2023. We still never got it. You know, with all of these things, when you think them through, it was just sort of arrogance. And I get the perspective of, I want optimism, and I like that optimism. It worked. I mean, fair. A lot of people saw it and liked it. As someone who followed a lot of those issues closely, they seemed, of course, like impossible promises.
But the double-edged sword, so to push back a little bit, to look at the things I have a little bit more knowledge about, which is the space of artificial intelligence. There's a company called DeepMind and a company called OpenAI that were laughed at for a long time when they were talking about that they're going to solve intelligence. And now they've made, especially DeepMind, you know, most recently OpenAI with GPT, they've made progress that most of the AI community would not have imagined they'd be able to make. Everything from AlphaGo beating the World Go champion, just all the different steps and progress they could get into, you know, surprised everybody. And they are legitimately fearlessly pursuing the task of solving intelligence. The other aspect, he gets a lot of criticism now, but another example is Elon Musk. In, I could say a lot of things, like SpaceX, so commercial space flight, he was laughed at for a long time as possible. Same thing with autopilot and Tesla, autonomous vehicles. His approach was harshly criticized by all the experts, and still criticized to this day, deeply criticized. And I, as a person that I believe objectively can look at the progress of autopilot as a semi-autonomous vehicle system, has been incredibly surprising. So the reason I mention that is sometimes it feels like you need the guy or the gal who makes those preposterous, ambitious statements like, we're going to solve healthcare this year. Like, and then there's experts like yourself that are looking, thinking, have you read anything about the history? Israel Palestine is a good example of that. Do you know there's a history there? Do you realize how complicated, how many people have tried, how many people have failed, how many millions of people hate each other in this little place, in this land? Like, sometimes the expertise can really weigh you down. So sort of to push back, sometimes you have to have almost be naive and stupid and just rush in with an optimism in order to actually make some progress.
I agree with you 100%. I think it's interesting that all of the examples you gave of successes are from the technology space.
Not politics, yes.
Not from politics, which, I mean, listen,
yeah.
I would love to be able to make headway on some of these issues more quickly, without a doubt. I do think at some point, though, when it comes down to voting and saying one of these people is going to be ostensibly in charge for 4 years, through all of the departments and secretaries and choices that they make, we do want to apply some level of realism with the understanding that your examples are in the tech space, and they're good examples. There's no question about it. One thing I'll add to this, I recently read Bradley Hope's book about North Korea, and it's really about an activist who doesn't even really matter, but in the background of the book, it's written, much of what is written about happens during the Trump era, and when Trump did the first and the second, I guess we call them summits with Kim Jong-un. And it actually did seem like, to some degree, Trump's "we're going to handle this like I do a business deal" approach to Kim Jong-un, in some sense, it actually was logical because of Kim Jong-un and the way that it was so ego-driven, and they both, as sort of authoritarian strongmen types to different degrees, wanted that. There was actually a kernel where I actually thought, as I read it, Trump's initial idea wasn't crazy. The problem was he knew nothing about the backstory of the relationship. He fell for all sorts of lies from Kim Jong-un, and he made offers that didn't make any sense to me. It fell apart, fine. But that's an example where I think Trump's personality was not actually, at its base, the problem when it came to North Korea.
But there's other things of this nature that could go, some people argue goes into strengths and pros of Donald Trump. Like China, for example, tariffs on China. Can you make the case that there's some positive outcomes with the way Donald Trump acted in China?
Really tough. And I'll give you a couple of
Okay, then also cons.
I'll give you, it's tough to make. So the China thing is really, so just very recently to when we're recording this, Trump was on Fox News interviewed by a guy named Mark Levin. And Trump proposed a new, I call it a conspiracy theory, maybe it will strike you as something different, about China, COVID, and tariffs. And Trump's suggestion was that the tariffs cost China so much money, China sent the US so much money in tariffs, that they released COVID as punishment. Now, there's a couple problems with that. One, American companies pay this out. Trump still doesn't seem to know this. Trump seems to believe that when he puts a tariff on Chinese imports, someone in China is cutting a check to the United States. American companies buy the stuff from China, and then American companies cut a check to the United States for the tariff. Trump doesn't seem to get that.
But it still has sustained for the Chinese economy.
You can make the argument that if there is a suitable alternative domestically or from a different country, that it will reduce imports, but it didn't happen. And we actually have reports now that the tariffs on China cost about 250,000 American jobs. The other problem with that idea is China created and released the virus in order to hurt you, but as of today, 5.7 of the 6.8 million deaths were in other countries. It's a very indirect way. You're mostly killing people in other countries to hurt Trump. Maybe there was this is the sort of thing where when I think about how Trump dealt with China, it's very scary, because given another 4 years, who knows what he'd do if he still doesn't understand how tariffs work.
But geopolitics operates complicated ways with carrots and sticks, and Henry Kissinger has written quite a lot about this. And in some sense, the positive aspect here that Donald Trump is willing to take big risks in the game of geopolitics with this giant superpower that is China, and a lot of others are too afraid to call them out, to come to the table and cook.
I certainly think that's an argument that can be made. My question would be, what tangible positive outcomes did it lead to? And it's tough to identify any, but I think it's a great thing. I mean, listen, one of the things you're kind of getting at, maybe indirectly, is that there's been this sense that politics has been done very similarly for a long time, and even between Democrats and Republicans, still, even with some policy differences, there's still the kind of feeling that it's disconnected folks in DC, mostly dealing with issues that don't directly affect them. I get that. I'm with you on that. I think the question as to whether Trump's bluster was positive rather than extraordinarily humiliating in many ways, I just come down on it was an absolute and total humiliation. But I understand that you can recognize Trump doesn't know a lot of stuff, but his attitude was refreshing in some way. That's a reasonable position for someone to take. I disagree with it, but I understand it.
Well, trying and failing better than Trump.
This goes well beyond politics. You know, Wayne Gretzky has weighed in about this. Michael Jordan has weighed in about. I mean, this is Is it better to have tried and failed than never? Is it better to have loved and lost than never to have loved? I don't know. I mean, listen, we lived through 4 years of Trump. We know what that 4-year term was like, and it's very hard for me to say that the things he tried were overwhelmingly reasonable. But I get the point you're trying to make, and I appreciate it. And it's, if we don't do any of it, then where do we end up? Sure. We know where we ended up with Trump, and it was pretty embarrassing.
Okay, let's linger on some more strengths. We didn't start any new wars. There's something to that.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's a few different approaches to dealing with that. First, it's really important to remember that the counterpoint to that from the folks who like to say that was that Hillary Clinton was going to start 3 wars. Sometimes they say 4 wars. Sometimes they say 5 wars. Okay. The geopolitical situation during the 4 years that Trump was in office, I don't know that they obviously lent themselves to wars that Trump just barely was able to keep us out of. I think the Russia thing is interesting because now it's very popular to go back and say, you know, the reason Putin didn't do the Ukraine thing when Trump, right, and to somehow give Trump credit for that. There's a counterpoint to it, which is Putin under Trump, particularly if Trump got 4 more years, would have been able to maybe consolidate power in other ways because of his relationship with Trump. I'm not coming down on one side or the other. It's not my area of expertise, but it's not the open shut slam dunk that, you know, Trump likes to say it is. Putin didn't invade because he knew I would crush him. Okay. So it's not obvious to me that there were imminently wars that would have started during that time. That being said, you know, for all the criticism of Obama during Crimea, Trump seemed to just kind of forget about that after all the criticism and say, I'm not actually going to do anything about that. And so there are foreign policy criticisms that could be made, but it is true. No new wars were started under Trump. And I like that. I don't like it.
What do you think about his handling of COVID? Can you say, what are the pros and cons of his handling?
The con for him is he'd be president right now if he had handled it differently. I think it's abundantly clear. Early on, and there's now a lot of really good reporting about the conversations he was having with Jerry Kushner and others. He became convinced, either because of things he was being told or because he decided this is the way it's going to be. This is going to go away. Fine, it's in China. Okay, it's in China and Italy. Okay, we have 15 cases, but it'll soon be 0. We'll be open by Easter of 2020. None of it happened. If he had handled it in the following way, and I've said this to Rogan, and I've said this to Patrick David, and they tend to all see my side of this. If Trump had said, listen, we don't know how bad this is going to be, but I care too much about the American people to take a shot. So it's not going to be 2 weeks. It's going to be a little bit, but I need your help. We're going to bring everybody together. I don't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican. We're going to have MAGA masks, and you could have kept 50 cents on the dollar to pay off Stormy or whoever. But it would have been, I think he wins re-election because the perception was, and reality is a version of that, the perception was that he was way too cavalier about it early on. People died who didn't need to die. And I think that it was arguably the one area where he could have all but guaranteed that he was going to get himself reelected.
Or to push back on it, I mean, because you mentioned sort of masks and lockdowns kind of a solution to COVID.
I didn't mention lockdowns, but I'm glad to talk about
Just for quarantine, like there's several solutions to the pandemic, broadly speaking.
Sure.
And one of them is vaccine. And so you didn't mention that. He fast-tracked the development. His administration fast-tracked the development of the vaccine, which surprisingly he didn't really take much credit for.
I think he tried. There's a lot there.
Well, to me, it seems like you could make the case with the Trump hand gestures that his decisions for fast-tracking the development of vaccines saved tens of millions of lives. you can make he could, in the Trumpian way, make that case.
So, a couple different things. I know you don't necessarily follow Trump's rallies as closely as I do, and I'm jealous of you for that. But he did tout the vaccine stuff hugely for a while, until his audience turned against him. And then he had to draw this line where he was going, I made the vaccines, which none of you have to take, by the way. Freedom. You don't have to take them. But it's fantastic. And nobody else could have done it. But don't worry, nobody's going to make you take the vaccine. And he actually got booed at a couple of his own rallies when talking about the vaccines. But let's back up a little bit. Fast tracking. My understanding of what he did is he did what any president in his situation would do, and what many world leaders elsewhere did as well, which is he agreed to pre-purchase supply of vaccine in order to provide money to pharmaceutical companies to scale up the manufacturing, which is absolutely fine. But he wants, one of the stories he tells is, it usually takes 12 years to develop a vaccine. We did it in 9 months, thanks to me. Decades of mRNA technology being developed created the platform in which you can make a particular vaccine in 9 months. Didn't have anything to do with Trump. He did pre-fund and say, we will buy huge supply, and that provided liquidity to the pharmaceutical companies.
But he also delegated control to people, to experts that enable that kind of fast-tracking vaccines, right?
He was very eager for the FDA to approve it because he saw that there would be a political benefit.
But he didn't get in the way.
He didn't get in the way. Fair. I think now we're on the same page. He did not get in the way of vaccines being developed, which is good.
Presidents and bureaucracies have a way of getting in the way.
I don't disagree with that. I'm not aware of really any governments that got in the way. I mean, it seemed, given the global situation, everybody, European countries were pre-purchasing vaccine. African countries were either going to be later to receive vaccines. They're partnering with the European countries that have pre-purchased. But the most interesting thing about all of this is Trump did play up the vaccines for a long time until his crowd didn't want to hear about it, which was crazy. It was sort of like he became a victim of the monster he created to some degree.
One of the effects of all this that makes me truly sad is this division over the vaccines has created distrust in science.
Yeah.
And also makes me sad is the scientific leaders, Anthony Fauci being one of the representatives of that community. I would say completely dropped the ball.
In what way?
They spoke with arrogance. They spoke down to people. They spoke in a way that great scientist does not speak, which is they spoke with certainty, without humility. Like they have all the wisdom, and all of us are too dumb to understand it, but they're going to be the parent that tells us exactly what to do, versus speaking to the immensity of the problem, the deep core of the problem being the uncertainty. We don't know what to do. The terrifying thing about the pandemic, we don't know anything about it as it's happening. And so you have to make decisions, you have to take risks about, well, maybe you have to overreact in order to protect the populace. But it's in the face of uncertainty they have to do that, not empowered by science and the deep expertise that somebody like Anthony Fauci claims to have. So like I'm really troubled by the distrust in science that resulted from that. And that you have to blame the leaders to the degree. Leaders take responsibility, and I think Anthony Fauci was the scientific leader behind the American response to the pandemic, and I think he failed as a scientist, as a representative of science.
I'm less, I don't know if interested is the right word, but the kind of, the Fauci review is less interesting to me in terms of what comes next than the first part you mentioned, which is the distrust in science. And sometimes I'll get voicemails or emails from people in my audience who say that I have had to backpedal on certain things related to this. And one of the things I tried to do from the beginning was not speak in certain terms when we really didn't have complete information. So there was this period where hydroxychloroquine was first sort of mentioned as a possible treatment, prophylactic or proactive treatment for COVID, or active treatment for COVID, along with a bunch of other stuff. There was ivermectin, there was vitamin D, there were all sorts of different things. And I tried to be careful to say, right now, we don't have rigorous science that tells us that some of these things work. It doesn't mean that won't come in the future. At which point, if there was something as cheap as hydroxychloroquine that treated COVID effectively, unbelievable, fantastic. It's not, there's no way it ever will be determined. We don't have that information right now, so it's not super wise right now to go and start taking this stuff. We eventually learned, like with vitamin D, having an appropriate vitamin D level does seem to be, based on what I've most recently read, generally protective and a good thing when it comes to infections of different. Great. Okay, so that one we figured out. One of the really difficult things is that the quote truth about the vaccines did change. And the original, again, this is all, I don't pretend to be an expert, but just synthesizing the medical data and writing about it. Originally, the first vaccine related to the wild type strain did seem to be very effective, not only at preventing death and serious illness, but also transmission. There were people then saying it doesn't prevent transmission. Over time, as the variants came forward, the vaccine became less effective at that. At that point, I started telling my audience something different because as far as I was concerned, the reality on the ground had changed. In my mind, that's how science works. It's not backpedaling. It's we're adjusting our beliefs to what is taking place in the real world.
Well, to be fair, the scientists, many of whom are my friends, virologists, biologists, they have way more humility than people like Anthony Fauci who are speaking about this, or the CEO of Pfizer who are speaking about this. This is the fundamental problem here. Because the way science works, there's usually a lot more humility and a lot more transparency about what we know and what we don't know. And, people like Anthony Fauci thought it would be beneficial for the world if he speaks with more certainty. But because of the political division that formed around that, that certainty resulted in it became completely counterproductive. That people didn't trust anything about the vaccine, didn't trust any institutions that contained the experts that actually knew what they were doing, and they basically didn't trust anything that was coming out of the mouths of scientists. Some large percentage of the population. So that made you completely ineffective in at scale with society trying to respond to it. And that's where I put a lot of blame on leaders. So political leaders and scientific leaders are the ones that should inspire us to all get together and respond. And that should be the case for the pandemic. It should be the case in the time of war.
I generally agree with you, and for me, it's really about shared blame, and there were a lot of different reasons why the early communication wasn't good. Part of it was, for me, I prefer accuracy rather than overconfidence. I would prefer, listen, we don't really know right now whether masks do X or Y. What we do know is the supply is really limited of this type of mask. We're going to try to keep them for the frontline workers. I love them. That's the way I want to be communicated to. A call was made to do it differently, which was to say the masks don't actually help. But the real reason is they want to keep them for healthcare workers. And then later, the masks are what's going to solve. I'm with you 100%. I think the other layer to it is you can't ignore the political situation at the time. If Trump had won re-election and the vaccine distribution had taken place while Trump was president rather than Biden, my belief is that the same number of Democrats would have gotten vaccinated, but way more Republicans would have as well, because they were following not science, but political leaders. And when it was Biden in DC instead of Trump, a lot of those people said, I don't trust the vaccine. But wait, it's Trump's vaccine. Yeah, but something about the way Biden's distributing it. So I do think you can't ignore that political layer. I agree with you that communication was disaster.
Let me ask you about Joe Biden. What are the strengths and weaknesses?
Weaknesses, I think, are some of the things you've identified. He is not seen as high energy. He is not the same Joe Biden that debated Paul Ryan in 2012 and ran circles around him in just an incredible performance. He is not inspiring in the way that someone like a Barack Obama was to people coming up and starting to get interested in politics. I think a lot of those are fair criticisms. I think on policy, he's not interested in a lot of the things that younger voters are interested in. I mentioned cannabis reform. I mentioned student loans. So I think that's a deficit for Biden. I think the upside to Biden is when it comes to foreign policy, diplomacy, high-level negotiations, knowing how to engage with allies in a productive way. It's tough to find someone with more experience than Biden. I know that there are counterpoints to what I'm saying, and those include that was the old Biden, the new Biden doesn't have it. That includes that's just a sign of rot because he's been around for so long. Nobody should be around that long. Perfectly reasonable criticisms to talk about. But I do see that as one of his strengths. And he also is good at knowing when he can work with Republicans and when he can't, and not wasting more time than is sort of expected for posturing reasons. And I think that that's a good point.
Do you think he's actually there? So in day-to-day operational government, given his cognitive capabilities, do you think he is an active and practicing executive?
I don't know that I can say that it's because of what may be going on cognitively, but my sense from the people I talk to is that he's very much involved in the highest level geopolitical and big domestic economic stuff, but that a lot of the smaller issues that presidents might or might not be in sort of plugged into, that he's not plugged into the details of a lot of the lower level.
Yeah, you could probably apply the same exact criticism to even more so towards the Donald Trump administration in terms of being a practicing active executive who's paying attention. Like, for example, like with Vladimir Putin is somebody who loves the role of the executive, has a huge amount of meetings, is constantly tracking information about agriculture and all the different subsystems of government. Stalin, funny enough, was also extremely good at this. Certain people just love the job of being an executive. Well, I'm not sure if Donald Trump did, and I'm not sure if Joe Biden in his current state has the cognitive capability to.
It's a big question. Kim Jong Un's another one, by the way. There's videos of him examining a pottery, a factory where they make plates, and making very specific comments about how the plates should be made. I think that in that case, there's a lot of propaganda value to it. With Trump, I think you're probably right. He did get involved in the minutiae of things. I mean, once he pulled out a weather map and with a Sharpie drew a different hurricane path that was more politically convenient. That's pretty micro, saying the Weather Channel's wrong.
I see what you did there.
This is okay.
I see what you did there.
Micro. He went to Puerto Rico and he gave out paper towels after a hurricane. Now he was shooting them like free throws, which didn't work very good. So he will get involved in the micro when it's advantageous. You know what I mean? But yeah. I do agree with you that he wants to just kind of make it so. Build the wall. I don't know. Just build it. Figure it out.
Quick pause. Bathroom break?
Sure.
Yeah. Hilarious. And just for the sake of completeness, I should mention the subreddit, what Biden has done. There's also what Trump has done, but it's not as active. And it has like this master list of all the accomplishments. It's I recommend people look at it because it's kind of rigorous and interesting with links list of all the things he's done. Just list some of them. Restored daily press briefings, canceled the Keystone Pipeline, reversed Trump's Muslim ban, required masks on federal property, rejoins the Paris Climate Agreement, extend student loan payment freeze, extend eviction freeze, historic stimulus bill, as we mentioned. That's funding for border wall, and so on and so forth. DACA, border strengthening of DACA, rejoins the World Health Organization, and the timing of this, of course, is important. Yeah, several historic bills, which of course we criticize. Raise the minimum wage for federal contractors and federal employees for $15. There's a lot. There's a lot. It makes you realize with both Trump and Biden that there's a bunch of small details that matter.
Yeah.
Like that matter on people's lives, like actual little policies. Trump did a lot of stuff as far as I heard for the military. Like not the big stuff, the small stuff.
Yeah, I'd be curious what you're thinking of. I mean, I know one of the big things under Trump was we're going to get trans people out of the military.
That's not what I was referring to.
You were referring to that. Trump's hilarious with these stories that he tells. And one of the stories, and you get to know them if you follow him at all. He tells the story, when I came into office, the generals came to me and they said, "Sir, the cupboards are bare. We have no bullets." And so I rebuilt the military. The cupboards were there when Obama left it, and it was just terrible. But I rebuilt it, and the generals, I've got the best generals. They said, "Story, it's incredible what you were able to do." You look into it, and it's like, yeah, that's not really true. Like, it is true that there are armaments that just like on a schedule to get replaced, and that's part of the military-industrial complex. But there's nothing like special Trump did. But these stories they take on like a life of their own. And it's interesting to sometimes try to dig down and figure out, like, was there any policy connected to that, or is that just a story?
Do you think it's possible to have a good conversation with each of them, Donald Trump and Joe Biden, in a podcast context or in a debate?
Absolutely. Yeah. You're saying, like, could I with either
Yes.
of them? Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Joe Biden?
Sure. Yeah.
Can we dig into that a little more?
Well, I mean, I don't know what. I think there was maybe something implicit in your question, but
That's deeper about the nature of politics and politicians. Yes.
I think with either of them, I mean, the political differences wouldn't be an impediment to having a good conversation with either of them. I think one of the things that's really tough in my experience when talking to elected officials is they could be super interesting about 100 different topics, but handlers decide or try to get you to talk about something you don't really care about and something really narrow, which doesn't bring out your best nor their best.
Yeah.
And that's a frustration. But I think that given an unstructured 3-hour conversation, I think it would be enough to talk to both. I mean, listen, with Biden, aside from his view on cannabis or whatever, his background and the incredible, unimaginable family tragedies that he had, his first wife and multiple kids dying. I mean, it's just incredible, and with Trump, I think also you could have an interesting conversation.
Yeah, they're human beings with a life story.
Yes.
And they're some of the most successful humans who have ever lived. To have rose to his highest office in interesting, complex ways.
Yes.
One of the things I'm troubled by, maybe you can speak to, is why we're so negative towards presidential candidates and presidents. Why it's just they go through this shitstorm no matter who they are.
Yeah.
They're like hated. Like all the conspiracy theories and just the dynamics of how we talk about them, just vicious. If you just look at replies to Barack Obama on Twitter, it's like, what is going on here? Why? Because we look at other leaders in other spaces, and we're generally positive about it.
Yeah. There's a couple different things. There's this dynamic, which is really unfortunate, which is you ask people, do you approve of the job a particular president is doing? And very often, if at any point while they were in office, they did something you don't like, people will say, I don't approve. And so by its nature, what that means is just like the longer you're in office, the lower your approval rating is going to be. And very often that's the way it works. I mean, there's major events like 9/11 spiked George W. Bush's approval to an incredible level, then it came back down with the Iraq War. But there's this unfortunate thing that when people are just asked, do you think Biden's doing a good job? If 4 months ago Biden did something on healthcare that somebody didn't like, even if you like most of it, a lot of people from that point forward will say, I don't approve. They might still vote for him because they like him better than the alternative or whatever. It's just the dynamic of politics, and I agree. It's very.
Does it have to be that way?
I don't think it has to be that way, but to unwind it, so many things would have to change. I think our election system is part of why politics is the way it is, where you have two choices, and it's first past the post, and we have this electoral college that, depending on which state you vote in, the kind of meaning and significance of your vote is different. If you vote in Montana, it's the Republican candidates, and that changes the dynamic. I think that's part of it. I think that at a personal level, I've experienced this in my life a lot. We've become, and by we, I mean people in the United States to some degree who talk about this stuff, we've become comfortable when there is disagreement, and it bleeds over into now we can't have a normal interpersonal relationship anymore. I'm from Argentina, and in Argentina, it's really common, even in my family. There are incredibly heated political debates at the start, the middle, the end of some kind of gathering. But then everybody just goes back to like, okay, we disagree on something. but that's okay. And we can now go and, finish cooking the beef or whatever it is that we're doing. And I experienced this even with people who come up to me on the street and they go, just earlier today, a guy came up to me and he said, RFK all the way, baby. Talking about Bobby Kennedy Jr. And I just kind of, said, oh, all right, let's see what happens. And then there was another moment where the guy ended up standing next to me for maybe longer than he thought. And I could tell this guy's getting so awkward because it was an utterance he thought that would just be on the fly and he'd be gone. But now we're standing next to each other waiting for our sandwiches. It's like no big deal. It's just, oh, okay, you like Bobby Kennedy Jr.? I don't plan to vote for it. It's fine. And that's like a sociocultural thing. I think there's lots of other countries. I spent time in Italy. I have relatives in Israel where like shouting at each other is sort of like normal, and then you just go back and finish the. It sounds like shouting, sort of exaggerated, but very animated. What seemed like big disagreements, and then everybody's cool. I wish it were more normal.
So maybe the mechanism of going from shouting to being cool again needs to improve. Because maybe we can't solve the shouting at each other. So maybe we need to somehow figure out the de-escalation, like making up. I've had a few recent fights with friends.
Really?
Yeah,
For politics.
No. No. But political style, emotionally drenched stuff. And it was interesting to go through that full process and then make up at the end. But it was a process. And it was a process that required being in person, talking through it. And it was stressful, the whole thing. And maybe because most of our interactions are online, don't get a chance to do that in person. I don't know, but do you think it's a feature or a bug of the system? Or we just hate the powerful?
You mentioned the online part. I think you mentioned it earlier, perfect, which is you take contentious political issues, you create a platform that rewards controversy and disagreement and limits the number of characters you can use to express yourself. You kind of throw it into a baking dish and mix the entire thing up. It's complete and total chaos. And one of the things that, I've talked before about all those angry emails and threats and stuff that I've had. I'm acutely aware that if I had in-person conversations with most of these people, the conversations would basically be like, oh, we have different views about how to solve some of the problems we're facing. We probably agree about what the problem is, and we probably share many values, but on these particular 4 issues, we may have very different views. But that's okay. Online, that's not the case. And it leads to, the mess that we get ourselves in. But I think that it's a feature of a lot of the systems that are being used to disseminate information.
Again, let me linger on that. Do you regret some of the mockery and the snark you use on Twitter and even in your show that kind of feeds that division?
I don't regret it in the sense that it's a calculated part or tool that I use in addition to figuring out how to simplify complicated concepts and choosing stories that I think are underrepresented. It's all part of like the package of what I'm doing. I recognize that my show is not the audio visual version of a peer-reviewed, randomized controlled trial about views on abortion or whatever it is. Like, I'm very much aware of that, but I don't regret including it as a tool that I've used to build the community in sum total that I've built over the last more than 10 years.
I guess I could ask about the different trajectories you think your show might take. So, the dynamic you had with Donald Trump Jr. and you can't always the more appropriate comparison. Are you okay having that dance for the next few years between you and Candace Owens and just kind of the mockery, the derision as a part of that process and taking part in that?
I'm fine with it in the sense of personally, I tolerate it well until it crosses the line and people pull my family in. And people, so that's the part that
if we set the family stuff aside.
If I set that aside,
just in the digital space,
I'm glad to mix it up. Now, the truth is, Candace Owens has had me blocked for years up until this incident. She unblocked me just to tweet about what I tweeted about. I don't know the backstory of that, genuinely. I have no idea. So I don't have a sense that she's super interested in engaging with me on that. But all of these people, I mean, Candace Owens is welcome on my show anytime. Don Jr. is welcome on my show anytime. It's been a decade since I had Ben Shapiro on. He's welcome at any time. I'm glad to have these conversations, and I think it's an important thing. And also, I wish that everybody was willing to have the conversations in good faith rather than as performance, performance art, rather than being simply performative for an audience.
In terms of your motivation, do you worry about the effects of something we spoke about offline, like the YouTube algorithm? Are you driven by the number of views your videos get, or are you driven by something else?
So in my world, I guess I would say, the number of views that any platform generates is a metric that I can choose how to interpret. I can choose to interpret it as I've created content that's interesting to people, or I've created content that's really angering people, and that's why they're showing up. They don't actually like it, it's because they're angry, whatever else it may be. But it is true that there are algorithmic changes that can take place. Something happened in early January that affected us on YouTube, or there are periods on TikTok where you can tell we're doing all the same things. Something has happened, and then you never usually figure out what it is. So for me, it's sort of just like a general tool to see what is the level of interest in what I'm doing, and are the numbers so out of whack with what I would expect that I should look into whether something deeper is happening. Has there been some change to an algorithm, or whatever the case may be? I had a debate once with someone who accused me of using clickbait to generate views, and we had a really interesting conversation where I said, tell me really what you mean by that. Is your argument that I'm using titles that don't actually represent what's in the video? No, what's in the title is in the video. I go, okay, so it's not that the title is dishonest. Are you saying I'm deliberately picking titles that will garner a larger audience? And they said, yeah, that's kind of what I mean. And I said, isn't that kind of what we're all doing? The alternative would be choosing titles to generate a smaller audience, which seems like a real kind of waste of time. So I'm trying to navigate and play the game in a way that's comfortable, but use the metrics more as a tool than something to obsess over.
Nevertheless, the metrics are what they are, and that they are able to affect your psyche. It's very difficult, which is why I have a Chrome extension that hides all the views and all that on YouTube. For me, it's difficult not to let it affect how you think about ideas. So maybe your extensive exploration of a particular topic, like healthcare, generating very few views. It's difficult for you to still care about healthcare. There's some aspect of the human mind that starts being affected by those views, and I think that's a really dangerous thing. Mostly, it's probably beneficial because it probably makes you a better presenter. If you do care about a topic a lot, you become more charismatic, more you learn sort of in Jimmy, Mr. Beast way how to present the idea better. But it also can affect which topics you choose to cover, if you choose to think about those topics, the audience capturing those topics. That's a really scary thing. I'm really worried about my own mind. Yeah. So I run from that aggressively.
One of the things that I include in my overall approach is I don't think about any one clip. I think about an entire show, or a week of shows, or a month of shows. And so it's less about does anyone clip do well. My view going in is I'm going to do stuff that won't do that well, but I think it's really important to do, and I want to make it part of my show. And so when I did a clip with 10 ideas for reducing dental headaches, I know that that's not going to get 500,000 or a million views. I know it's just not going. And the first day it'll get 12,000, and I'll go, I don't care. That's fine. There's a group of people in my audience that values this, and I want to keep doing this stuff. I'll end up surprised sometimes. And 2 weeks later, it has 150,000 views because it started being shared with. Great. But I don't go into it thinking these all need to be home runs by that metric. I always go in saying, I want to put out a diversity of content, including stuff that is less titillating and salacious, but is important to do. It's more research, etc. And so that's the way I try to resist exactly what you're talking about.
And I think you have to probably know yourself. Like for me, metrics, I just like metrics too much. for me, metrics do affect me, which is why I don't pay attention to that. Like I can't. I would love to hire somebody in the team who cares, because we currently have folks who just, all of us just don't care. Because he probably is good to care enough to kind of just do good thumbnails and this kind of stuff to pay attention. But to me personally, I just find inner peace and focus if I don't think about the numbers out. Because I find myself, I just remember a long time ago when I started a podcast, I would think that I failed if it didn't do well. Like if I didn't celebrate the person well enough, I didn't do a good job enough of the conversation. But that's not necessarily at all what that means. It's hard not to.
This is tough stuff. I mean, yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. And part of it is, I mean, it starts in my. You have a little bit of a different situation than me because you're doing long form conversations with people, and the prep is a little bit different. One of the things in my space, because I'm reacting mostly to what's going on in the news, and then also picking topics to dive into a little bit more deeply, is I have very little control over the news cycle, and there is a meta metric or a macro metric that affects me that will quadruple my audience and then take 75% of it away, which is the seasonality of election cycles. And the first few election cycles, it's very tough because I go, it's October. At this rate, we're going to have 20 million subscribers by next year. These numbers are unbelievable. And then it's January 30th. The inauguration's over. The debate is about the debt ceiling, and nothing's going on. And I go, nobody's watching my content. I must have forgotten to upload it. Like something must be wrong. It's completely beyond my control. So I think part of what you're saying is I try to focus on the things I can control and understand those that I really have no control over whatsoever and try and worry about
that. And try to do the things that make you happy. You mentioned RFK, the guy you met. What do you think about some of the other candidates outside of Joe Biden in the Democratic Party, RFK Jr.? What do you think of him as a candidate?
I've met him. We once had dinner, and we have a number of friends in common, which is what makes this a little more awkward. But I think his campaign is basically sort of like a chaos candidacy to raise awareness and maybe raise money either for his book or his anti-vaccine organization, Children's Defense Fund, I believe it's called. I think there's some reporting that Steve Bannon really liked the idea of him running as a Democrat, again, to just generate chaos. I don't find it super interesting. I don't find it worthy of that much discussion. Smart guy, nice guy, has been doing anti-vaccine work that I don't find particularly inspiring.
So it's not just anti-COVID vaccine, it's more broader than
He's
that?
been in that space a lot before the COVID vaccine. Yeah, I don't find it super
So
interesting.
he also wrote the book, Anthony Fauci, what's the name of the book?
Did he write that? That's interesting. I don't know. I'm not sure about that. I'm aware of that book. I didn't know he wrote it.
I think I did, but it's been on my reading list to get. I've been trying to get a good balanced reading list about the COVID pandemic to understand what the hell happened. And anytime I start to try to go into that place, I'm exhausted.
Well, it's interesting to me that you wouldn't wait longer before delving into those books to have maybe a more clear hindsight.
But I think this is a pretty good time. You don't think so? Like this is. It depends on your goals. If you're thinking of it as a historical event, yes, you should probably read it. But if you're thinking about like understanding what is broken about our system that we responded so poorly, that there was so much division, what is broken about our political system that it didn't unite us and divided us, who's to blame? There's probably a lot of different narratives. I feel like the more you learn about this stuff, the better you can understand. I read, just Vladimir Putin, I read like 5 biographies already. Just it helps to really understand the people involved, the organizations involved, everything from the scientists to the political leaders. I felt like the blog posts and the tweets didn't quite capture.
It didn't quite capture. One of the things I read a ton. I don't read any like modern political books, so I don't read the memoirs of elected officials. I don't read any. I just feel like I get enough of it in my job. So my reading list is just other things. It's history, it's narrative nonfiction, economics, etc. And that's my bias because I'm so overloaded with a lot of the stuff. I haven't read any of Obama's books. I didn't read John Bolton's book, or I don't read any of that stuff. Although I'm sure there is value to be gleaned from.
What about the other candidate that, according to the subreddit, and as you mentioned, you criticized him a bit, Marianne Williamson? Do you think, what are the pros and cons of her as a candidate?
This is another area where many in my audience really are angry with me. I don't find her candidacy super interesting. I'll tell you the pros and the cons as I see them. I do think that we have elected officials in the US, particularly presidents, from a really narrow range of backgrounds. So it's lawyers and sometimes business people, very, very often lawyers. I think we would benefit from a much greater diversity of backgrounds. And I once said, and that would include people from education, people from the science world, people with backgrounds maybe running nonprofits, etc. Now, Marianne Williamson did, I guess, at one point run some kind of small nonprofit, and some in my audience thought that credential alone would make me fall head over heels in love with the idea of a Marianne candidacy. I've interviewed for her. It's just not for me, is the way I like to say it. It's the background of the blue type stuff is a bit off-putting to me. I understand that someone with literal Christian Bible beliefs that also I don't like, maybe I'm more willing to accept, as most of our presidents, of course, have had those views because they're otherwise more qualified. But some of the things that she says just strike me as, just don't know. I'll give you an example. When she was on with Russell Brand, she said there's no such thing as clinical depression. It just means someone in a clinic told you you have depression. I don't believe that to be the case. I think we have an understanding there's two types of depression. There's like a genetic predisposition depression. There's like a acute something's happening in my life, temporary depression. When she was asked about it recently, she said, I didn't mean it. I was just trying to impress Russell Brand. I don't know if I'm more bothered by the things she first said or by the fact that she wanted to impress Russell Brand, but it's just like, it's just really not for me. And I agree with her on we need to take the climate more seriously. We need to expand access to health. I'm with all of that stuff. Now, I want to say one other thing about this. Anybody who wants to run should run. I am not suggesting there should be an uncontested primary for Joe Biden. Absolutely.
So you think it should be contested?
Well, what I mean by contested is, so there's two parts to what you mean by contested. Will the DNC organize debates? And we'll get to the second part. Should anybody who's on the left get out of the way because Joe Biden is president and he's running for re-election? Absolutely not. The question about should there be debates, I would like there to be debates. The DNC pretty clearly isn't going to organize them. I think if you did them, you would have to say at what polling level do you qualify? And I don't know exactly where you put that number, but I think it would be a great thing to put Joe Biden on the stage with, if you can get, 6%, 8%? I'm not really sure what the number would be. I'm totally all for that.
Why is this set of candidates, at least from my perspective, so weak? Do you have an understanding?
There's a lot of different answers to this. One aspect of this, which I think is more of a sociocultural thing, which I've recently read about to some degree, is the job actually turns off the people who would be best at it because of what you need to do to become president. And it includes all but completely abandoning your existing day-to-day life, job, which you may depend on, and family to some degree. It's horribly negative, as we already talked about. And at the end of all of that, you either lose and then have to rebuild, and maybe you're not in a position to be able to do that, or you win, and then now you've got 4 years of being one of the most hated people, no matter how good a job you do. So I think by its nature, it turns off a lot of people that would otherwise be good. I also think that there's a lot of posturing from within the parties about, well, you might be good, but it's not your time yet, so you should wait, and then let's talk about maybe a Senate seat here and there. So it's like a company, essentially. You're figuring out where they want to place people. I think all of these things make it so we end up with candidates most people aren't super thrilled with.
So it's difficult for somebody who's young, an outsider, to typically.
think that that's true, and I think also, in a lot of ways, it's just not. I mean, would you want to be president?
No.
I mean, I can't be because I wasn't born in the U.S. It's easy for me to say, but
If everyone says no, then we're going to get the people that we have.
no, I understand.
So I would love to help them.
Sure.
And I feel like there's not even a mechanism for helping, except through the democratic voting process. But I'm just annoyed how little technology there is in the whole process, how little innovation there is in the whole process. All of this.
The sad thing is, this is written about a lot, which is there's this thing called political hobbyism, and I think there's a good chance that some of the people in my audience are political hobbyists in the sense that they follow this stuff as entertainment to some degree. And I've written a lot about how I've read a lot and talked a lot about how, okay, we vote every 2 years or every 4 years in our local elections, etc. And then we think about politics all the time. Neil Postman wrote about this in his book, Amusing Ourselves to Death. But what are you actually going to do about the kids starving in this country and the nuclear buildup in that country? Okay, if everybody refocused their attention on their immediate communities, and that could mean any number, it could mean the town or city you live in, or it might mean an athletic club, or whatever. If everybody, this time they spent on political hobbyism, they moved somewhere else, which might put me out of a job. That's okay. I'm willing to lose my job because I think it would be so beneficial. Then our communities would just be that much better. Because you can actually affect change in a much more tangible way locally. Whether people talk about potholes, but other things as well.
Yeah, and I wish our system was more amenable to that kind of contribution. Hopefully to the digital space it would be. Let me ask you about, on the Republican side, Ron DeSantis. What do you think of him as a candidate?
I think in the couple of weeks before our discussion today, his campaign, which hasn't even started, has sort of started to implode. And this was something that I started thinking about in September, October. He really doesn't seem ready for prime time in the sense that just being confronted, and confronted is not even the right word, just being asked about some topics he didn't really seem to want to talk about, he responded in such a sort of disproportionate, unhinged way. During his recent trip to Asia, he was asked about why aren't you, or why are you responding, but in this weird way, to Trump's attacks on him. And he went into this weird bobblehead thing with a weird smile, and something came out that didn't make any sense, and he sort of got mad at the reporter. And it was just like, if you can't handle that, you can't be on a debate stage with Donald Trump. And again, for all my criticisms of Trump, the guy gets you on a debate stage, he could make you look pretty silly. He was recently asked about his role at Guantanamo Bay when he was an officer in, I forget which branch of the armed forces, and he just sort of attacked the journalist asking the question. It just looked bad. And there are increasingly big Republican donors who are not fans of Trump and were sort of hoping to put their eggs in the Ron DeSantis basket, who are saying, this guy just doesn't have what it takes. I don't think he can do it. So I don't know if DeSantis will be able to get away. Once you're polling 20-something, like he is, and you haven't even announced, it's very attractive. And he probably, to some degree, is thinking, if I wait till 2028, I might not have this opportunity again. But Trump's polling 52, 53, which means even if DeSantis gets all of the current not Trump vote, he has to figure out how to take something more from Trump. I just don't know how he does it.
First of all, the implosion aspect, that's part of the process, isn't it? You kind of implode a bunch of times.
And then rebuild yourself.
And rebuild them because the news cycle kind of forgets.
It's possible. The problem is, the first debate is in August. So that's only a few months away. And the decision's going to have to be made pretty soon. And unless he can get a new momentum going, I just don't know how he gets what he needs in order to really have a shot.
So would anyone else run this on Trump?
It's very tough right now. I mean, there are other people running. There's this guy, Vivek Ramaswamy, who's running. Nikki Haley is running. Her campaign basically dead on arrival. Trump actually does better in polls the more people run. When it's just him and DeSantis, that's the best scenario for DeSantis. It's not great for DeSantis, but it's certainly better. But I think the difficulty is, this is a question for Republicans to figure out. The people who rightly recognized in 2016 that this guy is not good for their party, still believe this guy's not good for their party. But many of them recognize that most of the voters are still behind him. You can always say, it's early, this polling doesn't really mean anything. Something major would have to happen for Trump to lose that lead. If he got more, if he was arrested 2 more times and had more indictments, and it just became like, this guy can't even campaign because he's so busy going from court to court, maybe that would make a difference. It's really tough to imagine.
You said that there are 3 categories of people who vote Republican, and that Trump introduced the 4th one. Can you go through the 4 categories?
Sure. So you've got like your pro-business, low-tax Republicans. These are mostly people like Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney has a bit of the social conservatism as well as Mormon, and that's there. But Mitt Romney primarily, particularly as a Northeast sort of Republican, he's governor of Massachusetts. He is like a low-tax pro-business type guy. You've got your libertarian type Republicans who are primarily about freedom and liberty. Often they are actually more socially liberal, where they go, I don't care about gay marriage, I don't care so much about abortion, and that overlapped a little bit with the Tea Party movement in 2010, although Tea Party did have a religious component, but sort of like the libertarian freedom-minded folks, and then the religious conservatives, people that support candidates like Josh Hawley or Ted Cruz, etc., where their big thing are social issues. Often they actually want Christianity being civil government. They don't want separation of church and state. Those are traditionally the 3 Republican groups. The one that Trump introduced was people who just didn't really pay attention to politics, but either followed celebrity or had grievances that they didn't yet have a scapegoat for, and were sort of right-leaning naturally, even though they didn't attribute that to republicanism. And Trump was able to bring them into politics often for the first time. They could be part of any of those 3 groups if they get more into politics or kind of be their own thing. But they're more kind of like cult of personality, I'm here for Trump.
Did it have to do anything about the culture wars and the identity politics, all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I mean, so in 2016, when Trump mobilized them, those weren't really issues the way they are now. So I think at that time, it certainly was not a factor.
What was the mobilizing issue? Like, it wasn't just anti-Hillary in 2016?
He did a good job on anti-Hillary, but a lot of it was identifying real economic problems, wage depression, lack of jobs in parts of the country, Ohio and Indiana. Trump rightly identified, like, we have an issue here, we don't have enough entrepreneurship, etc. But there was also a lot of scapegoating. That was, China and people coming through the U.S.-Mexico border were popular scapegoats for a lot of those problems. This gets us kind of to populism. Populism is a rhetoric, and populism as a rhetoric doesn't necessarily come with particular policies. You can be a populist, a user of populist rhetoric and propose solutions that would be more aligned with Bernie or Tucker Carlson. Populists will often identify the plight of the middle class. The difference would be Bernie will say, we've got to put some restrictions on how much billionaires can make, and we've got to reinvest in these social programs. Tucker will say, BLM taking your house and a brown person from Mexico taking your job are what we need to deal with. So the populist rhetoric can lend itself to very different policy, and Trump used that very effectively in 2016.
Why do you think Hillary Clinton was hated as intense as she was by a certain percent of the population? It feels like that's the first election I witnessed where there's a lot of hate. Maybe I'm misremembering. I don't remember Obama. I don't remember the degree of hate. There was a conspiracy theory that he wasn't born in this country, but I don't remember hate towards Obama.
Record death threats under Obama more than any previous president.
Right, towards who? Towards him.
Yeah. Do you mean more hate between voters?
Between voters. But like, that's, I guess, what I'm speaking to. That hate was directed towards the narrative, the thread that connected all of that in 2016 was Hillary Clinton.
Few different things. And I'm not ranking these. These are just all things that come to mind. One is Hillary Clinton had been around in the political space for a long time, from her time as First Lady, through as Senator, Secretary of State, etc. So I think that there was enough time for different groups to develop an antipathy towards her for different reasons. So time. Secondly, Trump's branding of her as crooked was very effective, where there were so many people demanding that she be imprisoned. If you ask them what is the crime, they don't know. But she should definitely be locked up. That became a very big thing. The email story, as it were, and James Comey doing a second public event about that investigation, even though there wasn't any actual news about it, just doing a second event about it at the last minute, I think hurt her and also generated some hate. And I don't find Hillary Clinton to be particularly likable, although I voted for her. I thought she was the better candidate. And I think that there are others who also didn't find her particularly likable. Those are a lot of impediments to becoming president.
I was trying to understand why there's so many conspiracy theories about Clinton's Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton. And maybe I'm not researched well enough.
Of the why.
The why of it, actually, we accepted the conspiracy theories. So the conspiracy theories that they've killed a lot of people.
It's hard for me to speak to them because I'm aware that they exist, but I'm not an expert in them because they seem so obviously baseless to the degree that I research them a little bit and then I move on. And, it's been years since I've looked at this stuff. I know there's the Seth Rich one, and there's the Clinton body count one. I think there's one connected to Epstein, if I recall correctly, but there's all sorts of these different ones. Without speaking to any of them specifically, because I'm not the expert on Clinton conspiracies, it does seem as though this stuff for so long has generated an audience. I mean, I remember in the supermarket when Bill Clinton was president at the checkout, seeing the tabloids, and there was stuff about Hillary birthed an alien baby, and all the. It seems like it's been titillating to people for a very long time.
Well, another question from Reddit, speaking of aliens, I would be curious to hear David's views on conspiracies and conspiracy theories, the extent to which real conspiracies happen, and why conspiracies that have little evidence behind them manage to be so compelling to people regardless. Also, please bring up aliens and UAPs.
Okay, where do we start?
The conspiracy, what? So, what in general, as a person who thinks about politics, thinks about this world, like where do conspiracy theories fit in for you?
I think there have been conspiracies, and by conspiracies, I'm using the colloquial definition, which is basically individuals working together to, in a clandestine way, impact or affect some kind of event or phenomenon very, very broadly. I mean, certainly those things have happened. To jump around to some of the things that were in there, I think the reason that conspiracy theories are so compelling is that it's really tough for a lot of people to accept there are random events, not predictable specifically. At a stochastic level, we might be able to predict that, but specifically unpredictable. Bad events in many ways. I could be the victim of one, or you could, or my family could. That's really scary to a lot of people, understandably so. And for some people, it's less scary and more soothing in a way to say there aren't really random events like this. Somebody planned it, and if we had just known who planned it, it just could have been stopped because we would have known exactly when. That's just at a psychological level easier to accept for people. And I get that to some degree because, listen, it's not the most exciting thing that everything can just be going fine and something absolutely horrible happens and kills, who knows, some number of people. So I think that's the biggest attractor to a lot of these conspiracy theories. It doesn't apply to all of them.
But yeah, but there's still kind of a basic understanding of human nature where some people are greedy and want power, are corrupted by power. So there's kind of these compelling narratives that stick. That I don't know. The vaccine is a opportunity for a powerful billionaire to implant chips into you so you can control you further. So it doesn't seem. What do I want to say? It's like for some reason that doesn't seem as crazy as it should. Because you think like maybe Hollywood contributes to that. You think, yeah, you can imagine an evil person, a person that wants more control, more power, and is also at the same time able to convince themselves, as history shows, that they actually have the best interest of the populace in mind, that they're trying to do good for the world. So they do evil while trying to do good. You can kind of imagine. So it's like, why not? And you listen to people in power, like authorities, they kind of look and sound shady, you know? Like,
Yeah.
the transparency, or especially the older ones, I think the younger folks are better at being like real and transparent and just like revealing their flaws and the basic humanity. The people that are a little bit older in the positions of power, they're more polished. It feels like they're presenting a narrative where the truth is hidden in the shadows. So
I don't think there's anything wrong with suspecting. Maybe a public figure isn't giving you the story. Totally reasonable thing to question. I don't think there's anything wrong with exploring a lot of these different things. I think the problem becomes, and I know you've talked about this in so many different ways with other guests, the problem becomes when we lose a shared understanding of how we would assess whether any of these things are true. And then both alleged evidence and an absence of evidence both become supportive of the conspiracy theory. Because if there's bad evidence, you manipulate it and say it's good evidence. If there's no evidence, you say the evidence was obviously hidden by the people who carried out the thing or whatever. So unless we can have a shared understanding of how we would determine what's true, these are common conversations often between atheists and religious folks. How can we deter, like, is my faith in something or my desire for something to be true a good way to evaluate whether it is true? They're really similar questions.
well, let me ask about Trump on that front, about the election, 2020 election. Maybe the better question is about January 6th. Do you think January 6th is a big deal?
I do. Compared to what?
Civil War.
I think it was less of a big deal than Civil War.
Okay.
No, I mean, so it's a very interesting thing, though, right? Because we have not only the event, that's clever, actually. It's not only the event, but it's what led up to it and what has happened since. And did it change what is considered on the table that citizens can, should, or might do if they disagree with the results of the election? So I think that there are further reaching consequences than just was the 6-hour period on January 6th a bigger or smaller deal than the Civil War. And there's so much wrapped up into it. Many conspiracy theories flowed from January 6th as well. 60 Minutes recently featured a guy named Ray Epps, who was targeted by some on the right, claiming that he was an instigator or an agent of the FBI or something along those lines. There were people claiming that it was like a no true Scotsman sort of thing. Like Trump supporters wouldn't riot, so by definition, it must have been Antifa. Police let them in, or police were, all these different things. I think it was a big deal in a lot of ways because it completely made us have to go back to the top to say, okay, what are the parameters of valid discussion and activism in the United States?
But what aspect of January 6th was bad?
Well, I mean,
if you were thinking of from a big philosophical, political perspective, so presumably the number of people hurt and the number of people who died is not the only metric to consider here.
absolutely. I think the sum total of what it means about how the United States operates is what's most concerning, and I'll kind of just like flesh it out a little bit. So, summer of 2020, Trump's already saying they're going to cheat. Now, the polling is close, but it shows that Biden's in a good position. People aren't happy with Trump. Any reasonable person would look and say, it's going to be close, but Biden's, it wouldn't be a crazy thing if Biden. Trump's already saying they're going to cheat with mail-in ballots, or they're going to cheat with voting, or they're going to cheat with machines, or we should do only in person, or whatever else the case may be. We have the election. We knew in certain states how the vote count was going to go. Some states stop counting at 10 p.m. Some states count all of the mail-in stuff up front. Some don't. Everything was completely predictable. At 2 a.m., Trump out and says, "I won." Okay, where are you getting that, sir? As he claims people always refer to him. Where are you getting that? And with that statement, immediately we see that there is a large portion of this country that either is unable or unwilling to say, wait a second, the polling all said this was a real possibility. The counting schedules are all being adhered to. But Trump won? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't happen. It builds. People are donating millions to Trump for supposed audits, which nobody can define, lawsuits, which go nowhere, and it builds and builds and builds. And we have a total separation from a factual reality. There's no reason to think by December 1st, right? Get 3 weeks to look through some of the stuff. By December 1st, there's no reasonable case to be made that Trump actually won. But it doesn't end there. It goes into, maybe we can just send different electors. Even though Biden won Arizona, let's just send, I don't remember how many electors it is in Arizona, let's just send Republican electors to say, we vote for Trump. But that's not democracy. That's not the way this system works. Let's make sure we're ready. Ready for what exactly? And then it builds to, maybe Mike Pence can just prevent Biden from being president, or maybe we can just interfere in this other way. And then it gets to, let's break into the Capitol. It's the height of saying we no longer comport ourselves attached to what is a verifiable factual reality. And when we no longer do that, we're also willing to commit crimes, property crimes, violent crimes, different degrees, in order to try to have something other than democracy. It wouldn't be democracy if any of those things are happening.
Yeah, I think it's not the height of it. I think there's still a case to be made that did not leave the realm of protest versus a violation of the principles of democracy. So to me, the height of what could happen on January 6th is if Donald Trump was much better executive, he could take control of the military.
If it had succeeded.
No, not even succeeded. The attempt would have been more empowered. So, the way, not to bring up Hitler and the other word, which is something your separator also told me not to do. Okay, it's kind of an important figure. It's interesting to study that moment in history because it reveals so much about human nature and that all of us are capable of good and evil. But thank you, dear subredditor or redditor, for your contribution to the conversation. I will keep bringing up Hitler and the Third Reich, and I'll keep bringing up Stalin. There's so much to learn from that. Anyway, an effective practiced authoritarian could roll the tanks out into the city streets to establish order, and in so doing, pause the process of democracy, as opposed to a few protesters breaking in to a questionably protected building.
I agree that what you're saying would be worse. I don't want to use it to minimize what the protesters were intent on doing. They failed, fortunately.
But to you, the intention was there.
Well, the intention was Trump should remain president. That's the intention. And to what length they would have been willing to go if by the evening, early evening, they were sort of forced out, I don't know. I agree with you that Trump trying to use the military would absolutely be worse. There's these reports that he tried to seize voting machines, which is kind of funny because it's once you get the machine at Mar-a-Lago, what do you do with it exactly? I don't know. There's a comedic element to Trump sitting around with voting machines. But he did float trying to do some other things. I don't believe there's reporting that he actually tried to use the military.
I wonder to what degree this opened the door to further things like this with other candidates on, even in the Democratic Party also. Do you think there'll be more and more questioning of the election results?
There has been already. It's very clearly the playbook. Carrie Lake lost. She ran for governor in Arizona, 2022. She lost. What I mean by that is her opponent received more votes. It's like very clear what it means that she lost. She insists to this day that she won. To this day. She did the same grift Trump did about donate, we've got a case, we won in the case. You didn't win. They just said a court did. Lies upon grift upon lies. So they did it then. It is it's extraordinarily sad, but it seems like this is now going to be part of the fight.
Do you think people on the left are thinking?
I don't have a reason to believe that is going to happen, but I'm not going to say it never could. Absolutely, it certainly could. People on the left could start using it as a tactic. Right now, there's not a sign that that's going to happen, but it's certainly good. My expectation is, and I'm not a betting man, but I would bet money. If Joe Biden loses in November of 2024, he will say, I lost. He will call the winner. He will concede, and he will leave the White House in the middle of the battle.
You don't think there would be claims of a hacked election? The ability to hack elections is becoming more and more effective with the developments on the artificial intelligence side.
The difficulty is you're basically saying, will something happen without me knowing anything about the election? Imagine there really was evidence of a hacked election, then I would want those claims to be made. But the way elections have gone in the past, I don't expect that that's going to happen.
Speaking of evidence of things that were claimed, what do you think about the Biden laptop? Or as you tweeted, the laptop from hell, the laptop from hell TM.
Right.
To what degree was this laptop story important, and to what degree was it not?
At this point, I have said many times, if there is any reason to believe that Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, Naomi Biden, Jill Biden, Hillary, Obama, Doug, and if there's any evidence any of them committed a crime, they should be investigated, they should be charged, and they should be tried, period. The Hunter Biden laptop thing has been floating around for so long, and we still have zero actual pieces of evidence of any crime, particularly involving Joe Biden. There's the claim from some that references to the big guy are about Joe Biden getting 10% for some illicit. It's been years they've been saying this. They've not been able to bring forward any evidence on it. So my assessment of the Hunter Biden laptop is it seems to mostly be a story about nude images released without someone's consent, which is illegal in most states and violates Twitter's own policies. That's the main story to me. Beyond that, I don't know how many people have a copy of this hard drive at this point. Rudy had it. Tucker, do you remember when Tucker? This is unbelievable. Tucker said that he mailed himself a copy, a USB stick, and it got lost in the mail. You have the mother lode proving the criminality of Joe and Hunter Biden, and you just dropped it off with a stamp and it got lost in the mail. You don't have a backup copy. So I'm ready for the evidence to come forward. Hunter Biden has nothing to do with Joe Biden's administration, but as a person who, if he committed a crime, charge him, investigate him, whatever. But it's almost getting satirical the degree to which they're talking about Hunter Biden.
What do you think about the social media aspect of this, that story got censored? And what do you think about censorship in general on social media? That story, during an important time in the electoral process, got censored.
So I, as a matter of principle, I think we have to define what we mean by censorship, but I'm against censorship short of illegal content, I guess is the way I would put it. I do respect a company's right to have terms of service and to enforce them, as long as they're not illegal. If Twitter were to say, we don't publish content from Jewish people, okay, now we've got a problem. But what is dubious to me is the claim that had people been able to see Hunter Biden's genitals, they would have voted for Trump, which I know it's like, David, you're making light of, but at the end of the day, what exactly is the claim? That if you had known more about Hunter Biden, I guess allegedly hiring prostitutes and having a drug problem and seeing pictures, you wouldn't have voted for Joe Biden? I mean, I know me as a voter, I don't feel that way.
I think it's less about the content of the story and about the actions of a social media company to control what you see and what you don't see. So you could imagine a social media company like Facebook and Twitter making the same kind of decision about a more impactful story than a few dick pics in your laptop.
Well, I think if that happened, then my view might be different, right? But I do, my general view though on the Hunter Biden story is, had the articles not contained those images that were illegal in many states and violated Twitter's policies, I would say publish it, absolutely. I don't think it would have had an impact, but I would be in favor of it being, of the links being allowed 100%.
Okay, you mentioned Tucker. What do you think about Tucker? You're a media person that works independently.
Yes.
Tucker is a media person who doesn't work independently. Yeah. What do you think about that particular situation? Is it representative of some big shift that's happening in mainstream media?
So what would the shift be?
Basically, mainstream media freaking out because the funding is getting less and less and less and less, and they're just going to give more power to individual commentators. Basically, Tucker Carlson just started a podcast.
So
on a YouTube channel.
I think that's what he should do. I think that's the most profitable path rather than maybe going more for Newsmax or whatever the case might be. But the firing fundamentally was not a politically oriented firing that suggests Fox News is changing its tune politically in any way. There's no evidence of that whatsoever. Tucker Carlson basically became a legal problem for Fox News. There's really 4 points to it. One is the $787.5 million settlement with Dominion partially was because of the claims that went out on Tucker Carlson's program. So to some degree, Tucker's program was a prominent node of the problematic claims that became the subject of the lawsuit. That's number one. Number two, Smartmatic, which is another voting machine company, still has a similarly sized lawsuit against Fox News. Based on the exact same sorts of claims, it may cost Fox News again. So this is now 2 problems that Tucker's a big contributor to. Number 3, former Tucker staffer has brought a lawsuit, and I don't remember the exact claims, but I know that there are claims of different types of discrimination. It seems like it has legs, and that may be a 3rd payout related to Tucker Carlson. And based on the 60 Minutes piece from a few weeks ago, Ray Epps saying Tucker ruined his life by fomenting conspiracies about him around January 6th, that's ripe for another lawsuit. So to me, Tucker's firing was a risk mitigation strategy of many that will be employed as these lawsuits come forward. There's no evidence that it's because Fox didn't like. And what we mean by that, are we talking about Rupert Murdoch doesn't like, or I don't know. But I don't have any reason to believe it's because Tucker's ideas were no longer welcome on Fox. Certainly the audience liked them.
So it's not even about the ratings. It's about just the legal costs.
Fox is interesting. The ratings question is interesting because Fox, unlike most other or every other cable news channel, they negotiate a fee from every cable subscriber. If you have Fox News as a channel, even if you don't watch it, Fox gets a little bit of money. They are dramatically less dependent on ad revenues than CNN and MSNBC. So the ratings question is an interesting one, but Fox's position is different on it.
Another question from Reddit. Both sides of the same choice is a meme notion that can spread far and wide in massive political discourse on the internet. To what extent do you agree or disagree with this notion, and why do you think it is so popular? Now, this Reddit comment also says that podcasts like Russell Brand and Joe Rogan, or the legendary comic George Carlin, are examples of big proponents of this notion, all of which I kind of disagree with. Russell Brand, Joe Rogan, and George Carlin claim
Sides are the same.
the same and use that, all politicians are crooked and suck in this country. I don't know if that's true. Maybe George Carlin. Anyway, leave that aside.
Yeah.
To what degree do you think, if you agree with this notion that both sides are the same, left and right, the crooked, corrupt politicians, they do what politicians do?
I don't agree that it's the same. I think there are different factions that like to say that for different reasons. There are some individuals who want to present themselves as kind of being above the fray of partisan politics, and so I call it enlightenment centrism.
Do you mean that positively?
No, I mean it negatively. Yeah, it's a bit of a pejorative. The idea that I am not going to fall for being a Democrat or a Republican. I can see that these are just two sides of the same coin, equally bad, lying to every. Okay, so that's one. It's sort of like it's popular at dinner parties in some circles to go, well, with all these politicians, left and right. So that's one side of it. The other side of it is that it's often used when your side has really stepped in it. It's a popular way to acknowledge that your side has done something wrong, but while framing it as it's not uniquely wrong and it's not worse than what anybody else does. And I find that it's one of the lamest and most kind of cringe-inducing things to hear because of the what comes next. And usually what comes next is not a good, accurate criticism of something that took place and a discussion of how to solve a real problem that we have. I find it a conversation stifler. It also is used to kind of suppress voter turnout, not actively. It's not that the people who say that go around saying don't vote. But the idea, of course, is the more people that believe that it doesn't really make a difference who you vote for, it's going to suppress voter turnout. And I want voter turnout to be as high as possible, not as low as possible. So I also dislike it for that reason.
So is it possible to say that one side is worse than the other in modern current political climate?
Listen, I'm a person on the left. I'm not pretending to come here as and not knowing that my view is biased because I'm a person of the left. If you ask Ben Shapiro, he'll tell you something different. I think in 2023, sum total, the influence of the American right wing, if the American right wing were to get everything it wants, it would be a horrifying reality. If the left were to get everything it wants, we'd have to figure out a few things, including exactly how we pay for certain programs. But they're mostly noble goals, and I believe that they are more supportive of an individual self-determining what they want to do in life and how they want to live, and is more in line with the idea of freedom and liberty than what the right is currently proposing. That's my view. And of course, people will disagree with me and say, no, we get the freedom and liberty the way that the right wants to do. Okay, well, we can have that conversation.
So I think you've implied in your answer, it was kind of focused on policy. It felt like it was focused on policy. There's other stuff that people worry about, particularly with the left, what may be termed the woke mind virus.
Where have I heard? Who's using that term a lot now?
I'm not sure. But the cultural aspect of it, that if you give a lot of power to people on the left, as you gave as an example, there would be a lot of kind of censorship and suppression of speech and kind of dividing up of the society of who's allowed to basically a reallocation of resources not based on merit, but based on some kind of high ethical notions of what is right. And only a very small percent of the population gets to decide what is fair, what is right. Which is,
we already have a small portion of the population deciding fair.
But I don't know how many different ways I could say kind of a negative characterization of folks on the left when we're now comparing it, just as a to play devil's advocate.
Sure.
Is that something that you worry about? So setting policy aside, wokeism.
Yes.
How big of a problem is it?
This is a great conversation. So two sides of this. Okay. We have new polling that seems to suggest so-called wokeism is kind of more popular in the United States than anti-wokeism. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. This is the less interesting part. We'll go to the more interesting part second. Sometimes what people mean by wokeism is an overreaction to a perceived injustice that goes beyond what would be fair and equitable. There was this really interesting poll and it asked questions like, for example, do you believe society has gone too far, not far enough, or just about the right amount in dealing with issues affecting the trans The woke position, which is society hasn't gone far enough, was far more popular than we've gone too far. Now, the right-wing media narrative is we've gone way too far, this is out of control. And there are lots of other similar answers. It's not a huge margin. A lot of these are like 58 to 42, 60 to 40. It's not like 90, but by a small margin, the so-called woke perspective of we actually haven't yet done enough to fix some of these issues is a little bit more popular. So if we went back to DeSantis, this is part of why I think DeSantis' anti-woke agenda may just be a political misstep.
It's really interesting result. I wonder how the questions are framed, but it's still interesting nevertheless, no matter what, to hear that people are majority of people in America are woke, and not in the negative word.
The poll didn't use the term woke, right? So this is a critical thing.
Let's use the term woke positively.
The term has kind of been perverted. 4 years ago, when the term was started to be used, I would have said, oh yeah, woke just means like I have become aware of problems that are bigger than any one person can fix for themselves that relate to the system. I think that's what, and we might disagree on which problems fall into that category, but like it was kind of benign. I think now it just means like outrageously left-wing, maybe even with socialist or Marxist undertones. It's becoming a pejorative at this
But also like bullies, like people,
sure, censors.
yeah, but people that go around calling others racist, sometimes, oftentimes, without any proof or justification. But that's worse. That's a few folks on Twitter who are saying like the polling is starting to show that like no, there's still most of the Americans still care about these issues. They want to improve, they want to make progress.
I think that's the case, and they want to do it in a genuine way that doesn't suppress or oppress anybody. But now let me get to like to what degree do I think that actual when it goes too far is a problem? It absolutely exists. We can find instances of where this exists on the left. I've been told many times that as a Jewish Argentinian immigrant to the United States, I actually don't qualify as oppressed enough because Jews are privileged now in the US and my family had just enough money to leave Argentina. So there's this kind of like oppression Olympics thing where I've been told you don't get to comment. For example, like a topic in the Latino community now is, are you familiar with Latinx? Okay. In Spanish, there's an analogous movement where words by their nature sort of like have a gender. So like the word for friend is amigo. But if it's a woman, you would say amiga. So right from there, you can tell the gender that we're talking about. And if it's a mixed group, you say amigos. It's the male with an S, but it can include both. There's a movement now which wants to do away with that and put the letter E in. It's a new word, okay? It's a gender neutral word. Amigues, totally new. I don't like that. And I don't know anyone, no one in my family uses it. And I think it's kind of like a strange imposition from someone kind of with a solution in search of a problem. I've been told, you moved to the US long ago and like your English is good and like you look white. And so like you don't get to weigh in on that. That I think is an example, if I understand correctly, of the type of thing you're talking about. I'm kind of being bullied. I'm fine. I'm surviving fine, but I'm being bullied over it and disqualified and saying you don't have to speak. All of those examples, all of that stuff, I am completely against. And I tell people on the left, we're actually hurting our own movement with this stuff. I just don't think it's as big as some others believe.
You don't think it's an existential threat to our civilization in the West?
No, I don't. And I mean, look, we've got a Biden administration. I see Biden as center left. Those who see Biden as extreme far left, this stuff has played almost no role whatsoever in the first 2+ years of his administration.
But there's people that see him far left.
There's people on the right who, I mean, Trump says Biden's a Marxist socialist money.
I haven't heard that because I don't think that would stick very much.
He says it at every level. Which I'm so jealous that you don't watch these things.
I love how deeply researched you are in Trump. I can only imagine how good your Trump Russian is at this point.
It's not very, sadly.
It's not, all right.
No, but and I'll say one other thing on that. Take trans, because trans, just to talk about it a little bit, we haven't dealt with it much. The trans issue has become huge, I believe, because the right is obsessed with it. The right is very much not concerned with gay men anymore. It used to be that gay men is like, oh, we have to stop gay men from adopting and unnatural and pedophiles. Now it's trans, it's drag shows, etc. I do think that there is a fair question to say, how do we deal with trans women in a very small, short list of sports? That's real, okay? My view, though, is I go, okay, we have all issues. We have issues related to gender and sexual orientation. We have issues related to trans. Within that, we have specifically sports. You can eliminate from that trans men. Nobody's worried, right, about women, biological women who are trans men. And then when you say it's only in certain sports that it matters, hey, I'm right there. I think it's a complicated question. I don't know how we deal with this. I would ask leagues that have experience with this already and whatever. The problem I have is pretending that the vanguard of left-wing politics right now is trying to force trans women into sports. It's like, it's just not the big issue that the right is reacting as if it was.
But perhaps because of the right, it's forcing the left to continue discussing it. I mean, I feel like it's even in the institutions, even at universities, it feels like these ideas of diversity, inclusion, and equity are taking some of the air out of the room of what a university should also care about, which is merit. And it feels like reprioritization is going a little too far the other way, meaning prioritizing this kind of amorphous concept of diversity is moving away, is giving power to people that don't care about merit and they just want to bully people with a big stick that says racism or sexism or anti-diversity. And it kind of suffocates the people that care about merit, about meritocracy, about inspiring people from all kinds of backgrounds to succeed. It's just, you kind of observe that. I'm sure that happens in all kinds of institutions. And the concern, I think the people that are concerned about wokeism are concerned about that scale, what impact does that have on a society? When there's so much conversation about racism and a pressure not to talk about merit, like who's the actual good person in the room, the best person in the room.
Generically, that's a concern to me. The degree to which it's happening at different institutions, I think, is worthy of exploration. I know people who work in academia that are getting out of academia because they don't like the environment on their campuses for exactly the reason you're saying. So it exists. There's no question about it. I also think that the idea of a perfect meritocracy is maybe not necessarily the goal, in the sense that when you talk about perfect meritocracy, someone wrote a book about this who I interviewed about a year and a half ago, whose name escapes me. There are problems with a perfect meritocracy. I think what we want to do is generate roughly equal opportunity for people, understanding that there is going to be an outcome on a gradient or a bell curve, allowing people, generally speaking, to determine the path that they want to take and giving them, if it's possible, the ability to pursue that without suppressing, limiting. I mean, this is like relatively uncontroversial stuff among, I would argue, 95% of the left, with the caveats of what you're talking about, which I agree exists.
It would be nice to know the actual data. Sometimes people pull stuff out of proportion. It's hard to measure how much self-censorship happens at university campuses.
That's true. I think also it's sort of like the pit bull bite stories thing, where when a pit bull bites a person, it's more likely to be reported on because it fits a certain narrative. And there are right-wing publications that are very interested in making this seem as if it is an epidemic. I'm the first to say it is happening to a degree. I don't know the degree that it's happening to. I know a lot of people in academia, only a couple of them say that it's an issue.
Would they say it though if they believed it?
I think they would say it to me, these are just personal contacts. It's not like I'm gonna go blabbing.
To push back, I kind of agree with you, but at the same time, I'm deeply connected in academia, fusion with my colleagues. Most people self-censor by not thinking about it at all. They're like, well, screw it,
That's deeper.
whatever.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna focus on the thing I love doing, which is the work. And they don't think about. They basically remove themselves from politics and social issues, and they just say, "I'm gonna do my engineering, I'm gonna do my mathematics."
Sure. The problem with that is it's kind of, you can't go anywhere further to figure it out. It's sort of like there's this funny clip where Jordan Peterson says, even atheists are actually religious, they just don't know it. And it's like, it's hard to test that. I don't know. Okay, I mean, I don't, but it's a fair point. And there's maybe some people, if it has become so toxic for some people, they may have repressed it way down into their subconscious, but I don't know how we would know.
But you know symptoms of it because when certain people speak up, kind of lightly, and then a 19-year-old or 20-year-old responds and is outraged. The fact that the administration listens to that 19 and 20-year-old and then reprimands whoever spoke up a little bit, that's a really dangerous sign for me. And I don't really care about this. So I'm more with you. I don't think it's a big issue. But then I notice it. I wonder, wait a minute. Would this kind of environment allow a young Wachowski to be around? Would this environment allow I don't know, what tenure was designed for, which is to have controversial thinkers, and not kind of weird controversial thinkers, but really people that challenge things that should be challenged.
Yeah, I sympathize with that significantly. I always try to look at specific examples. And sometimes I'll look at people, I'll ask for them, and people will send me 5. And one of them is a legit, bona fide example of what we're talking about. And 4 are kind of like, there was a complaint and it was investigated, but the teacher's tenure was never in jeopardy. And I don't know that I chalk this up to a big woke event. What do you think the kind of apparatus of the 4-year degree in college is going to look like in 20 years?
Oh, we're like, day by day, it seems to be changing with GPT. I don't know if you've gotten a chance to interact with ChatGPT.
Absolutely. My entire show now is written by ChatGPT.
I mean, that's partially a joke.
It is only because it stopped looking up the internet in 2020. If it was current, I could completely just tune it out. No, I'm kidding, but it's a fascinating tool.
And it's changing the nature of how we do homework assignments. It's changing the nature of how we learn, how we look up new information, how we explore information, how we care about things we're interested in. I think I don't think we'll have value for a university degree in 20 years the way we do now. I just think it changes everything. I think language models, Google search has already, and Wikipedia has already transformed, I would say, our civilization, but there's still a value for basic education. I think that starts to dissipate with ChatGPT. I don't know.
Yeah.
I really don't think there's a university the way you think of university.
I mean, I have a personal interest in it, and that my daughter is 10 months old, and I'm doing a 529 account. I'm going through the motions as if, but I also recognize, if she went to the schools I went to, just with the rate of tuition increase, you're talking $200K a year by the time she's 18. And what happens with wages relative to that? This is like separate from the technological thing. And in my mind, I'm thinking, is this going to continue being the right path? What I would love to see is so many people that I interact with just by virtue of what I do have no foundation in critical thinking, epistemology, philosophy, media literacy. And if there were some way to make that the core of some basic education that everybody's receiving, which goes beyond, ChatGPT can do so many things, but I've not yet seen good examples of how it can teach you to think. Maybe you have a different view on how ChatGPT can teach a user to think. But those skills seem to be so lacking in so many of the people I interact with. If there's any positive change to come from a changing dynamic with higher education, I wish it would be to go in that direction.
Well, no, ChatGPT is actually much better at helping you think than any educator, or even books that I've encountered, because it's very good at presenting the full picture, even better than a lot of Wikipedia articles. You know, on questions like did the virus leak from the lab? Did COVID before? It just presents to you all the different hypotheses, the amount of evidence available with it. It's like a full, calm, objective picture of it. There's no partisanship. It's like a really nice list of things that's available.
But I guess what I mean is, does it tell you how, as a thinking human, you should evaluate the strength of each of the paragraphs it presents to
You
you?
can literally ask.
You can ask it to do. Okay. Yeah.
And then it's actually it's fun to ask ChatGPT that question because you get good answers. And so you basically have a kind of Socratic, like a deep, intimate, like great podcast style conversation with an AI system every single day, as many hours as you want, especially as it improves, as the interfaces by which you communicate with it improves. But yeah, I think it will do exactly that, which is teach you how to think, because you will offload the memory of facts and equations and whatever else school teaches you. You will offload that to AI, and instead you'll be using your human mind, which is what it, for now at least, uniquely good at, which is asking good questions, thinking through the complexities of issues when there are multiple perspectives on it, all of that.
Well, then I stand corrected. Maybe then I don't know what college is going to be.
Well, but you were sort of commenting that I see to the financial aspect of it. Like, why does it even make sense? You know, I'm thinking about the transformative effects of AI and what it starts to ask. What is even education?
Right.
What are you supposed? What is the purpose of education? So one is to give you kind of background knowledge on a bunch of different topics. The other is to discover the thing you're truly passionate about and the thing you're really good at, such that you can make money and you can contribute to society and have a fulfilling life.
Yeah,
And I
and
think-
also learning to interact with other people,
But that
relationships to build, socializing, and so many others as well.
But is that, that is the big value of university. And maybe it should be called something else.
Can you get that for less than $200K a year?
Exactly.
Else? Yeah, no, it's very well.
A kind of social club.
And one of the things I think about also is people who are well connected. I mean, this is always been, this is new, right? But if you're well connected and you have a sort of drive towards entrepreneurship and doing your own thing, and you're not pursuing a field that is very licensing dependent, like medicine or law, getting started 4 years earlier with some internships can be a privilege in some cases. But again, that path is available to the people that would likely do well regardless of whether they went to college. And so it's a very privileged, self-selected group anyway.
Another question from Reddit. Ask David to explain why American-style libertarianism is an unserious philosophy.
I don't know what they mean by American-style libertarianism. I've talked before about these kind of utopian libertarians where, we don't have police. You just kind of like hire a for-profit company if you want protection. And if there's a conflict between two of these private security companies, then I don't know, you figure it out somehow.
So it's almost like anarchism.
Yeah. I don't know what the question means by that American-style libertarianism, but in general, my problems with libertarianism, as it is often presented, come from the work of sociology as well as human psychology, which is the reality that once you get a group that's bigger than 150 people, you really have to start centralizing some decisions, unless you're going to subdivide the 150 endlessly into 275s that now no longer have contact, but then that's not really one society now. I've not seen good evidence, and I've read a fair bit about this, that once you get beyond 150, you can keep all decisions decentralized. And once you say some things need to be centralized, then it's a matter of how you do it. And it's going to be some version of government that conflicts with aspects of libertarianism.
Well, it could be companies, right? It could be more market driven, which is the idea of anarchism. That you don't give any centralized entity a monopoly. And then if you think that the markets are efficient at delivering, especially in this 21st century and beyond, where a market could have perfect information about people. So one of the issues is that you can manipulate markets because there's not perfect information. But now in the digital age, we can be higher bandwidth participants in the market. So if you're choosing between different security companies or you're choosing between different providers of different services, you can do so more efficiently and more effectively in the digital space. So you could kind of imagine it, but we haven't successfully done it without governance.
Yeah, and I think there's a practical, once you get beyond 150, you also start specializing. It just is a matter of fact, everybody isn't growing their own food. Some people grow the food and other people do other things. And you come across a lot of the problems that started at the agricultural revolution. And whether you say that it's a company that's solving it or a government, the problems are going to be very similar. And I've not read anything that, to my satisfaction, explains how you deal with that.
Well, there's underlying principles of libertarianism, which is putting priority at the freedom of the individual, right? And that's a compelling notion.
Yeah, whenever I do these various political compass things that put you on two axes, on the authoritarian and libertarian axis, I am way down on the libertarian side as a left libertarian. So my tendencies are always anti-authoritarian and towards that option when it makes sense. So I sympathize with that a lot.
Another question from another. Ask David what issues he disagrees with you. Is there
I have
something?
no idea.
That's good. There you go. There's no issues. Perfect agreement.
What's your view on Tesla?
That's a good opportunity to ask. What do you think is strengths and weaknesses of Elon Musk? You mentioned Twitter. Have you paid your $8?
I have not paid my $8. I don't see the point in paying for it. I have no problem paying for services. I use a ton of services. I'll try the free. I'll go to the paid. Right now, so the way I used to use the verified feed was I would post a tweet, and then the next day when I review what's going on my social media, I look at the replies to the tweet, which give me a mix of replies from verified and unverified people. But then I also look at the verified and see who that are verified public folks have responded to me, or maybe I want to engage with whatever the case may be. I don't even understand why I would look at the verified feed anymore, so I never do, because it's random folks who I don't know, and it sort of lost its utility to me. And then,
yeah, sorry to interrupt, but the idea is if everybody who's human pays the $8, it shows to you that it's not bots, it's at least humans.
From the reports about the number of people that have bought the blue check mark, I think we may be 1,000 years from enough signups in order to make that sort of like a reality. I don't know.
That was the idea.
That's the idea. It's an interesting idea. Honestly, from my experience, obviously I was seeing all sorts of attack comments, some of which were, I'm sure, from bots. But I'm ignoring all of those comments anyway, so it really didn't affect my experience that much. I mean, here's the thing about Elon, and I say this, people sometimes are like, David, you obviously hate Elon, or you obviously love Elon. I was an investor in Tesla starting in 2015. I've since sold all my shares. Great run. I'm on my second Tesla right now. I probably won't get a third one because I think that electric vehicle technology is now maturing such that when my lease is up, I'm going to have many more options with the range and charging network. That's important to me, but I could be wrong. Maybe yeah. I have the cults of personality around people, they mean nothing to me. So for me, it's just like people are people. Nobody has only good ideas. Fine. I think that what Elon Musk did, accelerating and pushing forward the battery and electric vehicle technology, is unbelievable. It's a one-person wrecking ball in the best sense of saying, we're not going to slow play this and do, okay, now Toyota hasn't actually entered, but now we've got a 90-mile range car. Next year it'll be 110. It's just like, we're doing this right now. You can compete or you can opt out and look at what's happened. Fantastic. On the Twitter side of things, I don't really get the whole plan. I don't know if it started maybe as kind of a goof of some kind, and it developed into, I guess I have to buy it. And I think something about it ended up with, there was a clause invoked where I think he did try to get out of buying it, but then he was forced to some degree. The way Twitter used to work was you followed people, and when you looked at your feed, you either saw the posts from the people you were following in reverse chronological order, or posts from the people you followed algorithmically tailored to what you're most likely to want to see. And if you didn't follow someone, you generally wouldn't see their post unless it was like a sponsored tweet or someone you followed quoted or retweeted. Fine. The For You feed, TikTok, I believe, first had a so-called For You feed. The idea is this is stuff you might like based on, I don't know what, either demographic data about you, your other habits, whatever. And so it's useless to me. It's just basically mostly right-wing content. That is my.
Why do you think that is? I mean, the signals that are used to generate the For You page is looking at all your likes, all your comments, all your blocks and mutes and all that. It should
You know that? I mean, I don't know what it's. Okay.
So it's supposed to be very pleasant for you.
I'm sure other people go, wow, this For You thing is awesome. I'll give, like, if you had, insert some right-winger sitting here, there we go. Twitter used to suppress right-wing voices, and now finally they're getting the fair shake that they deserve in the For You feed. Okay, I mean,
I wonder if there's left-wing folks setting their feelings of people aside there in the For You page. That's a really important question because it's supposed to be people on the left and people on the right should be doing the For You page.
sure. Yeah, I mean, so for me, my thought on Elon is some incredible successes. I don't know about Twitter. I do think that I don't believe Elon is a right-winger. And when you see interviews with him, certainly, at least socially and in many ways culturally, seems very moderate or even somewhat on the left in my experience. I don't think Elon's a right-winger. I don't think that's not an interesting critique. It does seem, though, that throughout the Twitter escapade, he certainly ended up closer to some voices that may be influencing him in a particular way. That's giving some people that impression, you know. But as far as like the Elon hate or the Elon love, it's just a person who's done some interesting things which I like, and some of which I could kind of leave aside.
I have seen folks drift towards the right more in response to just the viciousness of attacks from the left.
Like who?
Elon.
So you do think he's
So I don't think at the core, but I think on the surface. I think, and I think Joe Rogan has as well on the surface. Because maybe you can correct me, but it feels like people on the left attack more viciously.
that has not been my experience.
Well, yeah, no. So yeah, but let me know because my sense was that they attack people on the left viciously as well. Left attacks its own because you're not progressive enough. You're not, it's just this kind of bullying.
Yeah,
happens very intensely.
No, you're 100% right that when the left has attacked me, it's almost as vicious as when the right attacks me. The difference in my experience is it's a smaller contingent on the left that's willing to levy those attacks against me, but I'm on the left, so to some degree you could say, well, that's to be expected. There is toxicity on the left,
but it's intense, isn't it? Like that's what I mean. Like the attacks of people who are on the left, you're not left enough.
Yeah,
and it is a small number of people.
I can't deny that is absolutely a real phenomenon, and depending on what sort of topics you take on publicly, you are going to suffer the wrath of that to a greater or lesser degree. But with all of these things, what I always go back to is, I probably would have more disagreements with Rogan today than the last time I was on his show, which was like at the beginning of the pandemic. But there would be zero, and I've done clips critical of things that he has said, substantive, of course. To me, it's sort of like, oh yeah, I can sit down with him and do a podcast, and it would be zero big deal. And I would tell him I stand by everything I said about what you said, and I would say it to you right now. There are people who write to me and go, oh man, things must be really, really tense now. If you were to, Rogan would never have you on because we disagreed.
He loves you.
I'm sure he's just not thinking of, I'm not the most important thing to Joe Rogan. I think both of us would be able to sit down and talk about every one of my criticisms. It would not be taken personally, and then we would move on and do the next thing.
You get attacked a lot. How do you not let that break you mentally?
Oof, I don't know. So let's see. I try to, I'm in a toxic space. The news and politics, partisan news and politics on the internet with a social media component, just completely and totally toxic. From a personal perspective, when I'm done producing my last show of the week until Monday, I try to completely tune out from news and politics altogether, and also make an effort to just not look at feedback and what's going on. I also really limit my visibility. I don't need to read every comment. I don't need to look at every email or every tweet. I have 15 minutes each day where I go through my social media platforms, look at generally what has the reaction been, maybe include that in my assessment of how I want to tackle a certain issue if I missed a good point or something like that, and basically try to move on. When something like we talked about at the beginning happens, it becomes obsessive. It's unhealthy, right? Where I'm going, oh my God, who's attacking me now? It's scrolling. It becomes, I'm sweating. It's horrible. But I think just like limiting exposure to that and remembering that it is impossible to please everybody.
Yeah.
And so I'd really rather have fresh, genuine views each day rather than views that are sort of like restricted and flattened by what I perceive to be people's preferences.
So just can you speak a little more to the full process of creating a David Pakman show? Like what you wake up because you're doing 5 shows a week?
I have the Letterman schedule, which means I do shows in 4 days. I shoot Monday to Thursday, but we're doing 5 episodes. Basically, our guests we schedule in advance. I'm picking 6 to 8 stories each day that are, like I said, a blend of stuff I think will be interesting, things I want to talk about, and things where it's being discussed at one layer and I want to go deeper on it, and I feel like I'm able to do that. I choose those stories in the morning, record in the early afternoon, and we put the show out by that afternoon.
What's the preparation? How do you take notes? Are you on a sheet of paper?
No sheets of paper anymore. I used to do sheets of paper. I found something about it, like at work, the tactile nature of it. It became inconvenient for sharing the notes with my team. But basically, we use a wiki type system. It's called Media Wiki, which is basically like a Wikipedia clone.
Old school.
Yeah, old school. So we can have pages for every guest, every topic.
Oh, that's interesting. I haven't heard that.
Yeah, I don't know anyone else who's using it. It works really well. It's so fast and it takes up almost no space. So it's a really good tool. When my team, when we book a guest and they have notes from the publicist, they'll put it in there and I can access it. So I'm basically working off of notes rather than a script. I'll pull any audio visual stuff that I want so that's available. And it's really a very seamless, we're doing this every day, 4 days a week. And so we have it down to a low level.
Where do you get ideas from?
Everywhere. I have a bunch of subreddits that I follow that I think are talking about interesting things. I have a curated list for which I still use Twitter, and it is very good for this. It's a curated private list of journalists that I think are doing interesting. So I'll see what's there, look at the sort of standard news reporting of wire services, AP, Reuters, glance at what everything from Drudge to CNN to whoever is covering that day, look at Google News.
How do you try to fact check stuff on your show? Like, is there sources or is there a process?
I always try to get to a primary source first and foremost for the facts of the story, and then I'll use other tools for background research. Oftentimes, Wikipedia's footnotes I find to be useful tools. ChatGPT is a good one. You really have to fact check it, but it'll give you ideas of where to do the fact checking, which I think is fantastic. Sometimes it gives me information that's flat out wrong. And when you ask for the source, it's like, oh yeah, that actually is not real. But which is great. It's part of the process.
Yeah.
But and then when there's like an expertise type of thing, if it's a breaking legal matter, I'll just call like a friend who's a lawyer or call a friend who's a doctor or something like that. If it lends itself to that.
Let me ask you about the nature of truth. So do you think it's becoming more and more difficult to know what is true, and will continue to get more difficult, especially with GPT?
I think the big difficulty is in getting people to agree as to what is a statement of fact and what is a statement of opinion. I think once we can do that, reasonable people can more or less agree on how to get to the truth, or if we can't get to it, at least figure out how we would if the information were available. But the bigger challenge I'm having is someone will call in with an opinion, but say they want to talk about fact. And I have to explain to them, if you're talking about an opinion and not a fact, and this goes back to the lack of critical thinking, lack of media literacy, but that's the bigger challenge for me.
But I mean, I think the big statements are always going to be somewhat opinions. Like, was the 2020 election fair? I think any answer to that is an opinion.
I
Right?
disagree. If we define fair,
Well, yes. So then, I don't think it's possible to define fair in a way that's not several paragraphs, but each sentence is now as facts. Right? So what do you mean by fair? Is it who could show up to vote? What was the process of how easy it is to vote? Was there actual cheating going on? Different, like, what is the evidence of that cheating? You have to actually get to the actual details of the thing. High level, everything is just going to be an opinion. It feels like, and you can approximate that to be like it's a well-founded opinion. But most of science is an opinion. Even physics is an opinion. So, like, I think there's a threshold beyond which an opinion becomes like, this is a pretty reliable thing to assume for now.
okay, so let me revise. So I think maybe better said, I think that the difficulty, it is the process you described is probably the right process, and it's exhausting for mundane things, and that causes major problems. If we were to say, is it better for the economy to have a tax rate on people making over $1 million that's 20% or 50%? Okay. What do we mean by better for the economy? It's not an overwhelming task to decide on that. You could say, well, we'll say it's better for the economy by looking at what was the unemployment rate based on the tax rate on people earning $1 million a year, and what was GDP and whatever. Okay, we've agreed. This is a statement. We are now in the realm of just determining what is, given the parameters that we've established. I think that's relatively doable. The issue is with the bigger ones like you're talking about, where what do we mean by a fair election and fair in whose eyes? But I am with you that it often devolves into a conversation about opinions about what is fair, rather than an ascertainment of the facts.
Yeah. And it feels like maybe avoiding some of these big, maybe there's some trigger words too, maybe avoiding them allows you to actually talk about the facts, and through that, educate yourself and learn about, like, whether the virus leaked from a lab or not. To me, it was always a super interesting question. I don't know why everybody got super cut on it. Most of the people I know, my colleagues, biologists, thought it's pretty good likelihood that it leaked from a lab and everything. It just didn't. The evidence is not there for either one, and so, like, you should be able to just openly talk about it, unless you're in a high political office where there could be geopolitical consequences to your statements. In general, it's an interesting question. You should be able to talk about it, but there's no. First of all, there's not many facts around there, unfortunately, and a lot of very conclusive statements about it, especially in the early days, were just opinions. So you have to. The idea of what is true or not, because when even mentioning the word truth in that context feels interesting.
Yeah, I completely agree, which is strange. Like, you think it shouldn't. One of the really good opening questions that I've had work to my advantage when talking with people who I know disagree with me about a contentious topic is, how do you think we would figure out X? And it often gets people thinking first collaboratively. And obviously, we might have very different opinions, but with something like the COVID lab leak, I think it's an interesting one because if you say, okay, maybe it leaked, maybe it didn't. How would we figure that out? Who would we trust to weigh in on that? What evidence would count? Now we're kind of on the same team. And then if we can establish that, then we're on a search for capital T truth together. Or whatever. It's kind of pie in the sky, but some conversations I've actually had success with that.
And then you can kind of realize if there's no amount of evidence that's going to prove and show to you that you're wrong in your current opinion, but that's probably a really bad sign for you.
It's a waste. It may be a waste to pursue the conversation. Yeah, I mean, yeah. What? Oh, so okay, you think Trump was a good president? How do you determine that, and what evidence might exist that would change your mind? There is no evidence Trump is the best president ever. I think the conversation's probably done.
Except Abraham. You mentioned Israel-Palestine. What do you think about the situation in Israel and Palestine? Something you've thought about, spoken about for quite a time. Do you think we'll ever see peace in this part of the world?
I don't know. I mean, I could say yes.
That's the answer.
I could say yes. One of the problems is, and you may not know that there are people on the left of my audience who call me Netanyahu shield, even though I've never been a supporter of Netanyahu and I'm on the left. I just don't think that some of the kind of black and white characterizations about Israel are even remotely accurate. And I think most people, it's become a sort of litmus test. Are you criticizing Israel enough? Are you showing us that you're actually left-wing? I don't do any of that stuff. I can really look at the situation for it.
That's become a litmus test in American politics, in the spectrum of American politics.
Yes. My view, big picture, is that I think we're going to really get anywhere until some pre-negotiated terms are set and the parties to do the negotiating are all good faith parties. For example, I don't think Israel's right-wing party Likud is a particularly good faith arbiter of peace because I think Likud benefits from there not being peace and the threat of violence. And there is violence. It's not just the threat of violence. I don't think Hamas is going to be an arbiter of peace for the Palestinian people either. I think the Palestinian Authority is a question mark. I'm not sure. So I think that there need to be some preconditions that would need to be set with regard to everything from settlements to a lot of this minutiae. Big picture, though, if I imagine what the most likely solution looks like, it's a perfect solution, and obviously it's a solution many people will say it's not going to happen. I think it's a solution where the borders are similar to what was being discussed in the Clinton era, to some degree. As many of the settlements as possible have to go, understanding that some of the bigger ones are just not going to go, and there's going to have to be meaningful land swaps, which Yasser Arafat seemed to be amenable to when he weighed in on it. I believe it was in the 90s. The topic of the Temple Mount and Jerusalem, etc., is a complicated one, but I think that almost certainly East Jerusalem is going to have to be part of an eventual Palestinian state. We can go as kind of as far as we want to with a lot of this stuff.
What role does the U.S. have to play in this coming to the table with good faith parties?
I don't know whether I go back and forth between believing that the U.S. should play a big role to the U.S. should play essentially no role whatsoever because, of course, of the funding of Israel that the U.S. provides. It's not that I have a personal problem with American involvement, and somebody like Bill Clinton was arguably relatively well positioned to try to make something happen. It's more just will it be seen as credible on the global stage, and that's I think the most important thing because at the end of whatever negotiation takes place, both sides need to agree that this is where we are renouncing all past claims. And in the future, if there's a disagreement, we can't go back to that thing from the 80s or the 90s. That's just like a critical piece of this.
Yeah, it has to be stable and, materialize into something stable over years.
Yes.
Another difficult conflict going on in the world is the war in Ukraine. What do you think about the Russian invasion of Ukraine in February 2022?
I don't pretend to be an expert on this issue. I think you probably know more about this than I do, just from the brief conversation we had before we started filming. My view as a general observer of geopolitics and the way that this part of the world is related to American presidents over the last several cycles, is I don't think it's controversial to say that this was a war of aggression, an invasion of aggression, an act of aggression by Vladimir Putin. I do believe that if Trump had been reelected, Putin may have seen himself as having other tools with which to try to expand influence that may have been different than geographic pursuits, but we don't know that for sure. I also have a really hard time imagining what the end of this looks like, and that's very scary because sometimes the most benign end seems to be that Putin ends up out of power, either through no longer being alive or deposed in some way. It doesn't feel like that latter is super likely. The former, there's reports about his health. I don't know how accurate they are. It's just hard to imagine a face-saving exit that is going to be even remotely, what's the word? It's not even a question of acceptable, just it's not satisfying either. Just not tragic, I guess, is what I'm looking for.
In terms of people speaking to the Russian people and being able to figure out what to say, what kind of narrative to say, why this war makes sense. Yes. The same on the Ukrainian side to figure out how to exit this war.
Yes. I mean, to some degree, it requires Russian troops leaving Ukraine, and that is somewhat under the control. I mean, of course, it's not up to Ukraine whether the initiative continues, but what I am not thrilled with are some of the reflexive, if Trump had been in power instead of Joe Biden, a lot of the reflexive comment about, if you say Ukraine is just acting defensively, you're supporting neo-Nazis. Some of these things that have come out of the American Republican Party seem both wacky and like they would be saying completely different things if Trump happened to be in the Oval Office. They're really proxy attacks on Joe Biden.
Yeah. Well, that in some sense, Ukraine is also kind of political list of how you speak about it. I think because of the huge amount of funding that's going from U.S. to Ukraine. Maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me that this topic has become politicized.
100%. There are people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and others saying we should be doing nothing for Ukraine. Zelensky's a comedian, and we're supporting neo-Nazis. That's it. Full stop. And you either subscribe to that, or you don't, and it very quickly becomes as partisan as so many other issues. And it's really the most disappointing thing is that some of these issues become incredibly divisive, but they're simple. Like, for example, a conspiracy theory that we know isn't true. It shouldn't be divisive because it's so simple. Other issues become divisive, and they are simplified, but in reality, they are extraordinarily complex, and you lose the ability to talk about the complexity because they're becoming partisan.
Do you think there will always be war in the world? There's a bunch of folks in the subreddit that are interested in your different complex perspectives on foreign policy. So let's talk about war. You looked at the war in Ukraine. You look at what's going on in Israel and Palestine. You look at the wars across the world. Do you think there will always be war? As a Redditor put it, is it a necessary evil in the game of geopolitics?
I used to have what I now believe is an extremely naive perspective, which is that if intelligent aliens arrived here, it would be so momentous for Homo sapiens that all of our differences would immediately be exposed as so insignificant. We would never fight again. We would realize that intelligent. And then I spoke to people who deal in space exploration, other scientists, and they all said that, David, that's extraordinarily naive. There would be a period during which this was momentous as you're imagining, and then it would become normal, and then we would go back to many of the same conflicts that we have now, sectarian, etc.
Yeah.
I think that in all likelihood, there will always be conflict between factions. Whether it's what we currently think of as war, probably not. I mean, it seems as though the tactics will evolve and it will be less about missiles, and I don't know where it's going to go. I don't know whether it's going to become more biological or cyber, or certainly something we haven't even considered yet. But I think there will always be conflicts we would refer to in that way.
Do you agree with Chomsky on his general harsh criticism of U.S. foreign policy in the war? That many actions, military actions in the United States, are criminal in nature, almost terrorist in nature.
I am not, it's been a decade or more since I've read any Chomsky, and I don't keep up with everything that he has recently said, so I don't want to mischaracterize any of it.
In general, Americans are sold to view that we're the good guys spreading freedom across the world. And now Chomsky takes a perspective that, yeah, but if you look at the number of civilians you kill while doing it, it's incomparable to any other military actions across the world.
Right. So I very much disagree with those who take the view that the U.S. is this wonderful global police force that's spreading democracy and fixing problems. Very, very much wrong. I think where I've had disagreements with Chomsky in the past is more he seems to frame the U.S. as a uniquely bad actor in some of these cases, and I think it's more an outcropping of the size and wealth of the U.S. and less about uniquely negative intentions. And so I think that would be my general disagreement with Chomsky based on stuff I read a decade ago.
Well, he says that he lives in the United States, he's an American, and so he feels his focus and criticism should be in America. And I think that's one of the great things about being an American and being in America is the freedom to criticize harshly.
Sure.
While being a university professor, by the way. He's basically the embodiment of why 10 years are really valuable.
I agree.
But you agree with him or not? Question from Reddit. Ask David what he plans for his garden this year. Is this a joke? Or
It's not a joke. I got into gardening a few years ago. Honestly, I'm with the baby. I can't do a garden this year. It's just, and I have a lot of travel coming up, so everything would die. But I did start to try to figure out gardening. If you're stressed by the toxicity of the social media world, gardening is a great hobby. It really is. But it is extraordinarily time-consuming. So I have no gardening plans.
Are there books or maybe movies in your life that had a big impact on you? That, you're thinking about that diet. Has there been stuff you read, forget it, about even just books, like blogs or writers or just sources of information that had that molded you into the intellectual, into the critical thinker that you are?
It's so hard. This is sort of like, you win an Oscar and you want to make sure you thank all the right people. I read so much and have been reading for so long that it's really hard to say, but I think certainly for me, narrative nonfiction has been a fantastic genre to learn not only about history, but also about people and psychology. And very often when people say, I don't really read, like, what can you recommend to me that might be interesting? Depending on knowing them to some degree, I'll give recommendations there. In terms of just things I picked up recently that I think are interesting, I've been reading a bunch of Neil Postman. I read Jenny Odell has a new book on time and the concept of like saving time, spending time, etc. She just published it. Super interesting. I just read Lansing's book about the Shackleton voyage in Antarctica in 1914, 15, and 16. Super interesting. I'm really all over the map.
I have that one on the other.
It's very interesting. And it seems inconceivable how these guys survived. It completely inconceivable. And yet they did.
It kind of inspires you to think of space exploration and taking on similar kinds of risky and dangerous journeys. In narrative nonfiction, I agree with you very much. I've been reading a lot of 20th century history. about Stalin and about Hitler. Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, I've read twice now. I recommend.
What did you get out of reading it the second time?
So what so the second time I listened to the audiobook as I read, I get the same thing from it as I get maybe reading Man's Search for Meaning, which is all the troubles of day to day in the modern world kind of fade away and dissipate when I'm thinking about the, basically the embodiment of evil at scale at that recent time in human history. So it makes me sort of appreciate all the, it fills me with gratitude to have all the freedoms of life, just simple joys of life that we have today. And I think the second time as I was reading it, because William Shire was there, he's the author, he was there through the whole thing. You start to pick up little details as opposed to like big things. You start to pick up the little quirks of how history turns, and just like these little events. You notice of the dynamics between people in a room during a meeting with Hitler. You just notice these little things that are mentioned, as like he was either there directly or heard it the next day. So you get, that's why to me, Rise and Fall of the Third Reich is interesting, is because it's by a guy who was there, who's reporting on it, versus sort of a more distant, displaced retelling. And also like biographies. I'm a big fan of biographies. And Walter Isaacson has written some incredible ones, Steve Jobs and Einstein and all that kind of stuff.
Victor Frankl's book is one I've read a bunch of times.
Yeah.
And it's so short. And, reading in general, I know a lot of people who read way more than I do. And I also know a lot of people who don't read at all. I mean, they haven't read a book since college, essentially. To me, it's almost like the amount I get from it, it's almost like a secret weapon. Where when I think, in 200 or 300 or 400 pages, which I can read in, 10 days or however long it takes reading 30 pages a day, the amount of information, insights into so many aspects of the human psyche that I can get, it's sort of like, it's not like I'm in a competition for anything in particular with anybody. I just do my show. But it's sort of like, if I'm reading dozens of books a year and you're reading 0, I'm exposed to so many different things and ideas that are not even in your universe. It just seems like the power of reading just seems overwhelming.
And I had, speaking of getting attacked, I had a fun time getting attacked a few months ago for publishing my reading list. So I'm reading at least a book a week. I read 18 or 19 books from the beginning of the year.
You got attacked for the books you chose, or for?
I don't know for what, but it became quite viral.
Attacked for reading. That's something.
So basically, what happened is like people. I actually don't. It's not worth folks who don't know, or folks who don't even worry about it. It's what I really loved about being attacked for is it shows that you can get attacked. Apparently. It's not like I did something wrong. It was kind of a beautiful thing. It was just the most intensely beautiful display of absurdity of Twitter and the internet. But there were articles written about me with a good purpose. There's no bad books on it. The thing I was being mocked for is reading Dostoevsky, reading stuff that sounds like a high school reading list.
Oh, I see.
Or all these kinds of aspects of the reading list, which doesn't stand up to any sort of legitimate kind of criticism. But the fact that people are just looking for single words or single aspects of the tweet and so on to criticize, it actually forced me to, because I released a video about summarizing my takeaways from one of the books. I've been meaning to do more and more, but every time I start to record it, I have this negative feeling. It kind of ruined the fun of sharing with others.
I know exactly what you're talking about. My advice on that is don't do it. Just don't record it.
Yeah.
Because and is that what you?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
For now, but I think time cures it. But for now, I decided not to.
Yes.
Just until I feel joy.
We are in such a privileged position to even be able to do this sort of thing, right? I have taken on projects and then it sort of sounds good, or I end up doing it because there's some third party that brings the idea, and I feel like I can't really say no or whatever. And then when I get in front of the camera or I have to write something for a while, I did a newspaper column that I hated doing. I realized that I'm ruining the exact thing that I have worked to build, which is that I can just do whatever I want. Why am I doing this? Sometimes it takes me a week to realize it. Sometimes it takes me a year, but just don't do it. That's the
In this case in particular, it's also that there's a private thing I enjoy, which is reading.
Right.
And if sharing that private thing you enjoy is not fun, then just don't share it. That's yeah. There's certain private things that should remain private. That's like, which is one of the first things ever. I'm the same person privately as I am publicly, but the books, it's like, man, I don't get to share. I guess through these conversations I can share some of the stuff I'm reading and enjoying it. 'Cause it sucks. It sucks to get attacked for stuff, and it sucks to get attacked for stuff we love.
Yeah, especially reading. I mean, it's that's the bottom of the barrel. I have these ideas where I'll go, maybe for my next thing, I'll go from politics, which is so toxic. I'll go to travel blogging because there's so many travel bloggers I follow, and there's so many interesting places. And then I go, listen, I like traveling and just hanging out. Now traveling is going to be my job, and now I've got to bring 2 cameras with me, and I've got to get shots, and I've got to film my food. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to do what I'm doing, but then I'll travel when I want to take a vacation.
And of course, some of it could be fun. But yeah, I have to say, when I did one video on the book in 1984, I really enjoyed it. The whole process, it was fun. It was. I don't think I've ever thought as hard about a book when I had to make a video about it. Because I had to, like, I read 1984, I don't know how many times, probably 5, 10 times. I don't remember. I read Animal Farm way more. But I don't think, I was like, what do I think of it? Like, what are the key takeaways for me? I didn't really know. Like, if you ask me what I think about even Animal Farm, because I haven't done that one, and I've read that one, I don't know, over 50 times. It's probably my favorite book. It's like, I would have to struggle. And making a video about it, basically a little mini lecture, forced me to actually have an opinion about the details of it, and to do enough research to think, like, okay, what is the historical context of this book? I mean, it allowed me to say interesting and to think interesting stuff about it. I found it to be really rewarding. To basically, the old Feynman thing, one of the places to learn is to teach.
Yeah, I can't think of one thing I would say about Animal Farm, and I read it again not that long ago, but I don't know what comes.
You kind of have a generic comment, like authoritarianism and so on, and whatever.
Yeah,
but there could be interesting quirks of the book and the characters and how corruption happens. You could say all kinds of stuff that maybe contrasting it. Like even with 1984, it allowed me to contrast with Brave New World and how that 1984 was politicized, or how it's used by the Republican Party of today. Like, you can say a lot of interesting stuff if you like to think about it and write it down on a sheet of paper. Maybe you don't need to make a video about it. So I found it to be really rewarding in general. So I probably would do more of it, but not always. Not as a main profession, just like with the travel job.
I agree with that.
I mean, you get threatened a lot, you get attacked a lot online. Do you think about your mortality?
Well, the other day I went to the doctor and he said, next physical, we're going to be talking about a lot of new things. And so I was thinking about it a lot that day. No, I mean, it's funny. I recently did a bunch of estate stuff. And when you have intellectual property, there's a question of like, okay, I have my assets, but also if I died tomorrow, especially in a particularly fiery death, my YouTube channel would probably for a while generate more money because they'd be like, oh my goodness, this person died in a terrible, what happens with a future revenue stream and all these different things. And it got me thinking about legacy and about the fact that people who do this sort of thing, it's kind of a new thing in a sense. And so, if you work at ABC News, at some point you just retire and someone else goes in for you. How does my career wind down? Given, I don't actually know the answer. I'm not sure. What is it? I just one day stop posting videos, but all my content stays up, getting fewer and fewer views, or do I delete everything? Do I don't know. What is
the guy? I mean, so my trip to Ukraine because I knew I was going to. It's the first time I did. I recorded a video of a guy, and I posted it and I give instructions to folks what to do. And so like, there's a closure.
Yeah.
It's an interesting process. Like, what happens to you? At which point did GPT take over and continue tweeting for daily content?
Well, the tweeting I care less about right now, unless blue becomes something unbelievable. I'm less worried about Twitter. But some of my audience members have been saying, some of these tools, David, are getting good enough that we could clone your voice and also make it match video. And with scripts, you could just keep pumping out content even if you were gone. And I said, now that I'm interested in. That I want to learn more about.
Boy, it's going to be a weird future. What advice do you have to young folks that are facing this future?
Almost always, it's some version of start right away. And that applies in so many different ways. So if you're thinking about, oftentimes the context is people want to do what I do. And I always say, do not sit around for a year thinking about lighting. This is how you never do it. And dozens of people who I've felt obligated to talk to on the phone because of a personal connection, I go through all of the advice, and I can tell it's already sounding too complicated. So instead, they'll sort of say, well, I got to get the right lighting, the right room. The best thing you can do, no matter what you're doing, is just start right away. And that applies in this business and in whatever else you're doing. If you want to learn a new thing, find a new hobby, the ability to get data right away about what's working, what's not working, and whether you even like this approach that you're taking is so valuable, and it will allow you to iterate. And the sooner you do it, the cost to a change of direction will also be lower. If there's any, I don't do like self-help or generic advice type stuff, but the one thing that applies in so many situations is just try it right away and iterate from
there. Yeah, start today and then do it every day.
Or decide, hey, you know what, I figured out I don't actually want to do it.
Yeah, and iterate.
Yeah.
Well, usually you'll discover you do. Do you think we'll make it out of the century, humanity, human civilization?
Out of the, so like to 2100?
Yeah, how much we got? 8 years?
Yeah, 77.
You think so?
Yeah.
What are the biggest threats facing our civilization? If not wokeism.
If it's not wokeism, it's hard to say. I actually think that if you believe that we are on an inflection point of sorts in changes to society and acceleration of technology, etc., I think it's really tough to know in 2090 what will actually be the biggest threat. So I don't know. It's so cliche to say nuclear and climate change and another pandemic.
Technological, our world might look so different. It's almost unimaginable. What it means to be human is unimaginable. And also, the degree that we make progress out into space is also unimaginable.
I think space is super interesting, and there's people on both the left and right who, for different reasons, are kind of not into the whole space exploration thing. The people I hear from, the ones on the think it's just kind of dumb. The ones on the left think it's an excuse not to fix problems here.
And also, they say it's the plaything of billionaires.
Sure.
Which is another funny kind of concept.
Yeah, I mean, someone's got to pay for it. Why not be people who have a lot of money to
You can either be billionaires or governments that are trillionaires. So somebody has to pay for big, ambitious moonshot projects.
To me, the most interesting thing is that in getting closer to the next step of space exploration, we may well learn things that can then be used to improve circumstances here. For me, it's not one or the other. I recently read a long piece about why not Mars, because it's terrible in every way for supporting life. Okay, so that's one perspective, but still, in so exploring, who knows what we might end up learning. So I'm big on it. I don't share the view of some on the left.
So I guess to add to your advice to young people, if the thing seems terrible, it's still not worth it to do.
I would say so. Yeah. How many things have seen? I mean, listen, there are so many trips where the day before I say, why am I doing this? the jet lag, I've got to do this and that, and now who, if my guest host falls through, I should just stay and work. And I go, hold on, you do this every time. Yep, just go. You never regret it. You learn something, you try something. I never regret it.
This is a whole great class in the conversation we had today. Dude, I'm a big fan of yours. Thank you so much.